Chapter 5:16. Immortal Realm. When Naga used his final trump card, and a misty high-level world appeared above his head, Xiao Han finally came to his senses. Xiao Han clearly felt that in that misty high-level world, there was an immortal's will. Xiao Han had a deep understanding of immortal's will, because in his heart, the talisman that sealed the demon god egg was also filled with immortal's will. Therefore, Xiao Han immediately knew that Naga's so-called final trump card, his strongest trump card, was to use his own will, through a special and profound method, to connect to a corner of the immortal realm, and receive a strand of immortal's will. Boom! Suddenly, in the misty high-level world above Naga's head, streams of light flowed down, and streams of high-level energy flowed into Naga's sea of consciousness, as well as every pore and cell in his body. This caused Naga's aura to be filled with an immortal's charm, extraordinary, and almost invincible. In the next moment, King Naga finally pulled out the long sword on his back. The blade was like autumn water. A majestic sword aura burst out from the blade. This sword aura, compared to the sword aura that Naga had just displayed, was even more powerful and mysterious. It had the power to uproot mountains and rivers, to dominate 10,000 worlds, and an unparalleled aura. It was as if a heavenly immortal had descended, or an immortal king had descended. The current Naga, compared to a moment ago, was like a completely different person. At the same time, in the immortal realm above Naga's head, there was a dense and real immortal energy. It rolled and wriggled crazily. The concept of immortal. It was even more intense, ready to gush out. In the end, from the wriggling immortal realm, a primordial immortal's breath rose up, and a silhouette of a sword immortal with a sword on his back, reading a book under the bright moon, was gradually born. Pooh! Pooh! The sword aura traversed tens of thousands of miles. In the arena, Xiao Han's blade aura was completely shattered. In that instant, Naga's body was imbued with the aura of a sword immortal, and it fiercely suppressed Xiao Han's blade aura. Pooh! Xiao Han's soul shook violently. The snake-like saber aura returned from all directions of the arena and returned to Xiao Han's mental power star. It wasn't that Xiao Han wanted to retract the blade chi, but he had no choice. The blade chi was forced back by Naga's sword aura. It was as if his chi and blood were flowing in reverse. Xiao Han's mind shook violently, and his entire body trembled. It was as if he had been struck by a steel hammer, causing Xiao Han to be sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Xiao Han fell to the ground dozens of feet away. He can actually communicate with the immortal realm. Xiao Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly got up, his eyes staring unblinkingly at Naga. The first level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove is the Genius Zone. Immortals aren't allowed to enter, but Naga can communicate with the immortal world here and receive some immortal wills. Above Naga's head, countless strands of immortal energy, immortal charm, and immortal sword chi fell from the void and fused into Naga's body. It gave Naga a feeling of defying the heavens and usurping fate. Ant. Truly an ant. Naga looked at Xiao Han with a compassionate gaze. That gaze was purely that of a supreme immortal looking down on mortals. You have blasphemed my dignity, you must die. However, at this moment, Xiao Han discovered some clues. Xiao Han got up from the ground and frowned slightly. Naga, at this moment, the countless chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle went crazy. They all saw what had happened to Naga's body, immortal realm. What appeared above Naga's head must be the immortal realm. Unbelievable. Naga's will could actually receive the will of a sword immortal from the immortal realm. This caused the glory of the immortal realm to flow onto Naga's body. Now, Naga practically had an immortal body. A sword immortal body. No wonder, there are rumors that Naga obtained the inheritance of a sword immortal. That's why he was invincible in the mortal world. Looks like the rumors are true. This is Naga's shocking secret, receiving the will of an immortal. I think Naga definitely did not want to reveal this secret so easily, but this time he was forced into a dead end by that kid. He had no choice but to receive the will of an immortal. But now, it seems that Naga will definitely win. There was no longer any suspense on this point. With the blessing of an immortal's will, killing a mortal is no different from stepping on an ant. Naga is really blessed to actually have an immortal fate. No opportunity in the mortal world can compare to Naga's immortal fate. But that kid was defeated by the hands of an immortal fate, so there's nothing to say. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others saw this turn of events and their vision darkened. They were so shocked that they directly fainted, on the arena. "Ant, you are about to be obliterated by me. What else do you have to say?" Naga looked at Xiao Han with a gaze of pity. "I allow you to speak. If you have any last words, you can say them now. But it won't change your fate of death. It also won't change my intention to exterminate all living things in your plane after I leave the genius zone. How pitiful, little ant, do you still want to struggle?" At this moment, Xiao Han's expression did not change. "Naga, you were able to connect to the immortal plane and receive the will of an immortal. You are indeed blessed with an immortal fate. And your body has also temporarily been transformed by the energy of the immortal world. Your aura and battle strength are probably not inferior to those half-immortal tower masters. However, with your mortal body, it seems that you are still unable to perfectly control the energy of the immortal world, right? Am I right?" "Yes." Xiao Han indeed discovered that there was a sense of disharmony between Naga and the immortal energy that was flowing on his body. It was as if he was not perfectly absorbing and compatible with this immortal energy. Although Naga unsheathed his sword and received the immortal chi, it was like an ordinary long sword. It gave birth to the sharpness of a sword immortal. But Xiao Han still felt that Naga was not able to execute a perfect slash with his sword. It seemed that his aura alone had the charm of an immortal. Naga's eyes turned slightly cold. Xiao Han was right. Naga's body was still too weak. It was unable to receive the will and energy of an immortal. Although he had used some immortal pills to refine his body, he still had not reached the stage where he could perfectly receive the energy of the immortal world. Right now, he had only changed his aura, causing his aura and every movement to have the embryonic form of a sword immortal. Right now, all he had done was change his aura, so that his aura and his every move had the embryonic form of a sword immortal. Naga did not expect that Xiao Han's observation skills were so detailed. Naga didn't expect Xiao Han's observation skills to be so precise. This was because of Xiao Han's understanding and experience of the immortal. In the entire mortal world, there was almost no one who could match him. That was why he could see it. "Kid, it seems that your understanding of the immortal is very deep. Someone like you is someone who has the quality of becoming an immortal." Naga suddenly let out a cold laugh. "People like you are the so-called immortal quality." Naga suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Yes, it's true that I'm unable to slash out a celestial sword to its fullest. However, it's extremely easy for me to crush an ant like you, ants. Accept the punishment of the immortals." Suddenly, Naga gently shook the long sword in his hand. He did not use his full strength, as if he was carefully releasing a trace of sword energy. Shio, a wisp of sword chi was released by Naga. Like a ghost, it flashed towards Xiao Han. This wisp of sword chi didn't seem sharp at all. It didn't have the power to kill, but it emitted a decadent sound. The light of dusk seemed to contain the music notes condensed from the comprehension of the heaven and earth by a supreme sword immortal. A godlike aura, like that of a great overarching golden immortal, was also mixed in it. Roar! Xiao Han let out a low roar, and the strength of his entire body surged. His body tore through space, and he was about to flee. However, his movements were still a step too slow. Just as he moved, that wisp of sword chi had already seeped into Xiao Han's brain. "Mortal, do not struggle in vain. You will never escape the punishment of the immortals." Right now, Naga's face was full of exhaustion. After the wisp of ethereal celestial sword energy shot into Xiao Han's head, his celestial aura began to weaken bit by bit. The celestial world above his head also began to close. His aura returned to the realm of a mortal. It was as if he had used up all of his energy just now to activate that tiny bit of immortal sword chi. Indeed, with my current body, realm, and soul strength, I can't slash out an invincible sword chi, and I can't connect to the immortal realm for a long time. However, it's not a problem to deal with an insignificant ant like you. That wisp of sword chi just now was a wisp of the sword immortal's will. It transformed into a sound wave. Within that sound wave, there is a trace of the original meaning of the great Tao. When it seeps into the brain of any mortal, it will leave behind an immortal's mark. They will involuntarily accept the punishment of the immortals, and their souls will be unable to extricate themselves, unable to resist. In the end, their souls will be refined, completely shattered, and turned into ashes. Kid, you also have a heaven-defying luck and opportunity. Your soul and mental strength are strong enough, and you can even refine my heart devil sword chi. However, against this wisp of immortal's will, you have no chance of survival. No matter how strong your soul is, you can't resist the immortal's will. Immortal's mark. Immortal's punishment. Die. Naga let out a sinister laugh. However, very quickly, he also sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his essence chi that had fallen to the bottom of the valley. He no longer cared about Xiao Han, as if Xiao Han was already a dead man. And at this moment, boom, after that wisp of immortals will seeped into Xiao Han's brain, it immediately transformed into a mysterious and vigorous energy. A mark was directly engraved into Xiao Han's soul, causing Xiao Han's soul to explode. This wisp of immortals will emitted a boundless holy aura, shocking the ancient times. Impressively, it condensed into a golden mark and directly refined into Xiao Han's spiritual star, suppressing Xiao Han's spiritual star. Refine. It was as if it wanted to forcefully refine Xiao Han's spiritual star. Motherf ****. Immortal's will? You want to forcefully eat me, Xiao Han? Xiao Han was burning with anger, but he did not lose his composure. In an instant, Xiao Han also sat down cross-legged. Both of his hands formed all kinds of hand seals, practicing the extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique to the extreme. I will directly refine this immortal's will of yours. Xiao Han's heart was filled with vicious thoughts. This wisp of the celestials will turn into a brand, intending to directly refine Xiao Han's soul and mental power star to explode. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was paying it back in its own coin, activating the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental power technique to refine the celestial's will. To be continued. Chapter 5:17. On the arena. The situation was extremely strange. Xiao Han and Naga actually dared to sit cross-legged on the stage, no longer attacking each other. In this battle full of ups and downs, Xiao Han and Nagas could be said to have 100 tricks up their sleeves, each displaying their trump cards. At the end of the battle, both of them did not hold back and used their trump cards against each other. In the end, Naga revealed his trump card as an immortal. He communicated with the immortal realm and received a strand of immortal will, forcing it into Xiao Han's mind. This Tao immortals will formed an imprint that engraved itself onto Xiao Han's Psyche Force star. It wanted to refine Xiao Han's Psyche Force star until it exploded. The will of an immortal was not something mortals could resist. No blasphemy or violation, only punishment. Immortals and humans were two completely different levels of life. Everyone knew that Xiao Han's soul, mental energy, and even his physical body were unparalleled among mortals. But before the will of an immortal, he was no different from an ant. Naga sat cross-legged, slowly recovering his lost essence, chi, and sword chi. His battle with Xiao Han had consumed a lot of his energy. The heart devil sword chi that he had painstakingly cultivated had been devoured by Xiao Han, leaving nothing behind. He had wasted 1,000 years of his blood, sweat, and tears. Furthermore, Naga's connection to the world of immortals and the will of immortals had almost exhausted all of his life force and potential. Now, he needed to spend a lot of time and effort to adjust and recover. As Naga recuperated, he looked coldly at Xiao Han. His mouth was full of mockery, and his eyes revealed the attitude of a victor. Brat, just wait for your death. The will of the immortals will destroy your soul. They were all refined into nothingness. I'll watch you die. And Xiao Han. Hong hong hong, it was the mark of an immortal. Dazzling golden light. Like a golden band spell, Xiao Han's mental energy star was completely locked down. The vast immortal chi was everywhere, and it started to refine Xiao Han's mental energy star. Xiao Han had suffered greatly. His face contorted involuntarily. On his forehead, there was a faint smile on his face. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and his veins were bulging. At a glance, he seemed to be suffering from great torment. He was in danger of losing control at any moment and going berserk. Xiao Han was indeed having a hard time. His soul was indeed suffering incomparable torment. Suppressed by the immortal's imprint. However, Xiao Han threw caution to the wind. Both of his hands made a series of hand gestures to refine the immortal's consciousness. Xiao xiao xiao, thousands of strands of golden light. It began to be born, lingering around Xiao Han's spiritual energy star. The golden light formed a complex and cryptic hand gesture. Without any fear, it wrapped around the immortal mark and began to refine it. The immortal's imprint and the spirit-destroying palm imprint began to fight for every inch of land. Neither side gave way. A fight to the death. Fortunately, at the moment of life and death, Xiao Han had a flash of inspiration, and immediately activated the extinguishing heaven decimating earth mental power to contend against that strand of immortal will. If Xiao Han's thoughts and actions were a step slower, he would have definitely been refined by that immortal will by now. Even so, Xiao Han was suffering from great pain. The mental energy star in his sea of consciousness sometimes expanded, sometimes deflated, and it was on the verge of cracking. This caused Xiao Han to suffer from great pain in his soul. This kind of pain was truly unbearable. It was more than 100 times more intense than the pain in his physical body. Xiao Han also could not endure it. His entire body began to tremble, and from his throat came a low roar of pain. Roar roar roar, kid, you must be in great pain now, right? Your soul is being devoured by the great immortal's consciousness bit by bit. Naga, who was extremely tired, now saw Xiao Han's miserable state, but he let out a hearty and joyful smile. How delightful. You are a genius, very stunning, and you must have a heaven-defying ambition in your heart. But now, you are going to die here, and your soul will be refined, turning into ashes. You must be very regretful in your heart, regretting making me, Naga, your enemy, right? Ha 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 ha. How delightful. How delightful. To be able to see you die in endless regret and unwillingness with my own eyes, how delightful. Ha 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 ha. Naga laughed as he shook his head, very pleased. After a few hundred breaths, Still resisting? Naga originally thought that, as a mere mortal, Xiao Han could only resist for a few dozen breaths, which was already very impressive. But he never imagined that Xiao Han was still bitterly resisting, and had not yet been refined to death by the immortal's consciousness. Naga could not help but feel anxious. Idiot. Still resisting stubbornly. Give up. You can't win against the immortal. Instead of dying in endless torture and pain, why not just let go of your soul and be refined to death by the immortal's consciousness? That's a quick death. Xiao Han was indeed in more and more pain. Refining this wisp of immortal's consciousness was more difficult than refining Jida's soul sword chi, and even more than refining Naga's heart devil sword chi. Xiao Han had practically pushed the extinguishing sky and earth mental technique to its limits, but at this moment, it could only temporarily preserve his life. The endless golden light produced by the extinguishing sky and earth mental technique could not penetrate into the immortal's imprint to analyze and refine it. It was extremely difficult. But Xiao Han did not give up. It's impossible that I can't refine it. My extinguishing sky and earth mental technique is also an extremely powerful immortal technique. Since it's an immortal technique, it must be able to refine the immortal's consciousness. Moreover, Naga only brought down a little bit of the immortal's consciousness. How could I not be able to refine it? Xiao Han's temperament, on the contrary, was completely stimulated by this adversity. His entire being became extremely resolute, and there was no flaw in his heart. He would not give up easily. Time passed bit by bit. The situation was also in a stalemate. Countless chivalrous heroes watching the battle now understood what was happening on the stage. They knew that Xiao Han and Nagas were fighting. The two of them are going at it again. That kid had been struck by Naga's immortal trump card. Judging from Naga's expression, looking at Naga's expression, it seems that victory is already in his grasp. Moreover, that kid is indeed in a state of exhaustion. But that kid's tenacity is too strong. It seems that he can still hold on for a while. This battle is too difficult. It seems that Naga has also used all his trump cards. Now, Naga temporarily does not have the strength to fight, but that kid is even more miserable. As for Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others, other than praying for Xiao Han, they could not help at all. They were very clear that the battle between Xiao Han and Naga had reached the most crucial moment. The outcome was about to be decided. Of course, the situation was extremely bad for Xiao Han, on the arena. Half an hour had already passed. Xiao Han was not dead yet. Roar! What is going on? Naga finally became flustered and exasperated. The great immortal's will, why can't it refine this kid to death? What kind of accident happened? Impossible. That's the will of a sword immortal with extraordinary strength in the immortal world. With just a thought, it can shatter countless mortal planes. How can it not deal with a little kid? Xiao Han activated the extinguishing sky and destroying earth mental technique. He bitterly tangled with the immortal's will. After experiencing countless times of near collapse. After the situation of reining in the horse at the brink of the precipice, finally, Xiao Han also obtained a huge breakthrough. The golden light formed by the extinguishing sky and destroying earth mental technique finally broke through the immortal's mark. Xiao xiao xiao, endless golden light, like mercury flowing on the ground, began to enter the immortal's mark. At the same time, the immortal's mark's refinement of Xiao Han's mental power star also began to slow down. It seems to be restraining the tyranny of the immortal's will. My extinguishing sky and destroying earth mental technique is slowly taking the initiative. Suddenly, Xiao Han's confidence exploded. His hands were like shadows of light, faster and faster forming the extinguishing sky and destroying earth mental technique. In his sea of consciousness, golden light interweaved and swarmed into the immortal's mark. As the control of the immortal's mark weakened, the pain in Xiao Han's soul also began to ease up. Originally, Xiao Han's extremely twisted and contorted face also relaxed, and his facial features smoothed out. Naga's eyes became frightened. What's going on? It seems like that kid is getting more and more relaxed. Not only is he not completely suppressed by the immortal's will, but he is also getting more and more relaxed. Impossible. I, Naga, can't kill him even after using my strongest trump card? This is complete nonsense. My teacher once said that I, Naga, am destined to become an immortal in this life, and it is impossible for me to be defeated in the hands of a mortal. This kid has already caused me to be disgraced. There is no way he can defeat this invincible trump card of mine. It's impossible. Many of the chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle had already sensed that something was wrong. That kid has been suffering great pain, and showed signs of collapsing a few times. He only managed to survive it by risking his life, like a candle in the wind, extinguished at any time. But now, he seems to have completely recovered. There is even a faint smile on his face. No way. That kid can still turn over a new leaf? Naga has already used the immortal's trump card, and it still can't kill him? In the arena. It's done. What immortals will? Refine it for me. Finally, the immortal's mark engraved on the mental power star was corroded by countless golden light, and finally collapsed. The immortal's will within was erased, and turned into the source of immortal's will, scattering in all directions. The huge pressure in Xiao Han's soul finally dissipated completely. At this time, Xiao Han absolutely did not dare to be careless. He did not stop for a moment, and frantically activated the extinguishing sky and destroying earth mental technique. Finally, at the same time that the immortal's mark scattered, the extinguishing sky and destroying earth mental technique pursued and attacked, and completely refined the scattered source of immortal's will. Boom! Endless immortal light began to fuse into Xiao Han's mental power star. Xiao Han's mental power began to rise steadily. It was unstoppable. The benefits of refining this immortal's will far exceeded the benefits of refining Jida's soul sword chi, and Naga's mental demon sword chi. Xiao Han's mental power star exploded with the most scorching light of eternity. In an instant, the light of enlightenment appeared on Xiao Han's face, as if his heart was illuminated by the holy light in an instant. From his head, a halo of mental power that could illuminate the world radiated out. At this moment, the strength of Xiao Han's mental power was deduced to an extreme. Spirit Finger Technique number 21. Succeed for me. Mental power solidification. Xiao Han's hands formed a seal, and the final gesture of breaking through to the 21st Spirit Finger Technique was completed in an instant. To be continued. Chapter 518. Xiao Han finally took advantage of the situation and completed his heaven-defying breakthrough. He perfectly performed the last gesture to break through to the 21st Spiritual Finger Technique. Refining that strand of immortal intent had nourished Xiao Han's mind immensely, allowing him to accumulate his strength in an instant. The solidification of spiritual power was a matter of course. At this moment, Xiao Han slowly stood up. The halo of spiritual power radiating from his brain was like a majestic blazing sun, emitting a monstrous scarlet glow. It was as if his spiritual power had completely solidified. Like sharp swords and heavy hammers, they slammed into the air in all directions of the arena, exploding with sonorous sounds of metal colliding. Every pore of Xiao Han's cells, every bone, and every piece of skin seemed to have undergone a new transformation and glowed with new vitality. His entire skin began to become smooth, glossy, and flawless. His temperament had also become extraordinary. Thick immortal qi was released from his brain. His body was as straight as a sword, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes looked at Naga, who was stunned. His intimidating gaze caused Naga to collapse in horror. From Naga's point of view, the current Xiao Han actually gave off a feeling of neither joy nor sorrow. He was high and mighty, like an illusion of a god. This caused Naga's heart to involuntarily give birth to the idea of prostrating before Xiao Han. Rumble. At this moment, Xiao Han's spiritual power moved slightly. A strand of golden spiritual power slightly burst out and struck in the air. Instantly, the entire arena shook. Even those who were standing in the wooden huts and watching the battle in front of the screen felt that the arena was about to explode, by Xiao Han's spiritual power. Impossible. That kid's spiritual power seems to be able to directly explode everything. How is this possible? And, it seems like his spiritual power is showing a kind of gold, tangible and material. Indeed, now, Xiao Han's spiritual power. It was no longer nothingness, no longer liquid, but solid. A perfect solid. The spiritual power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness had completely solidified into a metal sphere. It was a golden ball that was completely dark gold in color. This golden ball. Not only was the surface bumpy and filled with mystical runes, even the interior was compact and solid. After solidifying his psychic energy, Xiao Han's psychic energy could transform into a saber or sword that he could use to stab out. He could kill people and ghosts. With a single thought, he could destroy an army of 1,000. Annihilate ghosts and immortals. Good. Good. Now that my mental energy has completely solidified, my mental energy fluctuation can even shatter the mountains and earth. My mental energy can transform into sabers and swords. Its quality is not inferior to ordinary immortal artifacts. Furthermore, I can use it as I please. In an instant, Xiao Han understood some of the methods and mysteries of using the solid-state spiritual force. However, he still needed to continue exploring and comprehending it in the future. Of course, after his mental energy solidified, Xiao Han's life saber qi became much stronger. Its might had also increased by countless times. Now, Xiao Han's natal saber qi could also transform into a golden saber. It was no longer a pure qi. Dealing with Nagas now is a piece of cake, even if he's at his peak. I also killed him in an instant. There was no suspense. Xiao Han gave it a try. With a thought, waves of psychic energy spread out and surrounded Xiao Han's body, forming 999 golden daggers. Every golden dagger had a perfect curve and was engraved with complicated and exquisite spirit patterns. Moreover, they were all extremely sharp and emitted a cold luster that could freeze one's soul. As they moved and trembled, there was a kind of pressure that could cause one's soul to collapse. Kakik, Naga stared at Xiao Han with his mouth agape. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Mental energy can transform into physical weapons. This is the legendary mental energy solidification. This is almost a spiritual realm that mortals can't reach. Why is it like this? In an instant, Naga's entire body aged. Boundless despair gripped him. At this moment, facing Xiao Han, he finally felt like an ant. He himself was an ant. As for Xiao Han, he was like a god, forcing him to submit to him. For all eternity, he would never have the chance to defeat Xiao Han. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Nagas. Xiao Han took a small step forward and looked at Nagas again. His eyes were filled with compassion, magnanimity, and an unfathomable temperament. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for my help to be able to solidify my mental energy. If you hadn't guided the immortals well into my sea of consciousness and tried to refine my soul, I wouldn't have had the chance to step into the supreme realm of solidifying spiritual force. You were wrong, you wanted to use the immortals' will to kill me, but it actually helped me. Naga, thank you. Xiao Han's words were a huge mockery to Nagas. Pooh, a mouthful of hot blood shot out from Nagas's mouth. His face was pale as he continuously retreated. His body swayed as he looked up at the sky. How ironic. I didn't think that I, Nagas, a hero of a generation, a genius gifted by the heavens, would actually become a gift for you, you dog. The heart devil sword chi that I cultivated for 1,000 years was refined by you. Even the immortal's intent that I received was refined by you, granting you an invincible cultivation base. Mental energy solidification, you can practically sweep through the entire human world, you won't meet an opponent. I can't accept this. I, Nagas, can't accept this. At this moment, Nagas's eyes burst with a ferocious and crazed expression. Suddenly, he roared like a beast. Using the remaining soul, mental energy, and sword chi in his body, he slashed out a blood-red sword chi. It was as long as a waterfall, and it suddenly slashed towards Xiao Han. This was Nagas's counterattack before his death. It was extremely ferocious. The great accomplishment natal sword chi carried with it a bloodthirsty and decadent sound. It pierced through the void and crushed the soul. As fast as a beam of light, it suddenly slashed towards Xiao Han. Originally, Nagas was still lamenting. However, at this moment, he unexpectedly launched a sneak attack. He was very close to Xiao Han. In less than 1/100th of a breath, the blood-red sword chi directly slashed towards Xiao Han's forehead. However, at this moment, bang! Just as the blood-red sword chi was about to pierce through Xiao Han's forehead and directly into his brain, Xiao Han's mental energy fluctuated slightly. A golden light flashed. The blood-red sword chi was shattered into nothingness. It's useless, Nagas. The difference between you and me is like the difference between heaven and earth. Killing you is like killing a pig or a dog. It's time to end this genius zone exploration. I should also leave with Big Senior Brother and the others, Xiao xiao xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the 999 golden daggers surrounding Xiao Han's body, like a swarm of locusts, pierced towards Naga's. Bang! 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 Each golden dagger accurately pierced into Naga's body. In the next moment, boom! The 999 golden daggers formed from mental energy exploded within Naga's body. In an instant, Naga's was blown into pieces. Then, the 999 golden daggers turned into 999 golden streams of light and returned to Xiao Han's brain. Yes, a weapon formed from spiritual force can be used to kill people at will. It's ridiculously powerful, much stronger than any true chi skill. For example, just now, when a random golden dagger entered Naga's body, I could explode it if I wanted to. The powerful spiritual force would instantly destroy Naga's life force, blowing him up into pieces. Now, I, Xiao Han, am no longer weaker than most tower masters. After killing Naga, Xiao Han felt as if he had been cut off from a lifetime ago. At this moment, countless chivalrous spirits watching the battle let out cries of shock. Naga's is dead. It's over. The Genius Zone exploration is over. It ends with Naga's death. Heavens, I can't believe that a genius like Naga's died in the hands of an unknown kid. That kid is too strong. In the end, he killed Naga's with his mental energy. His mental energy has reached the solidified realm. It's hard to find an opponent in the world. Unless an immortal suppresses him. But how can an immortal descend to the lower realm? Invincible. That kid is absolutely invincible now. He's rising. More glorious than Naga's. More dazzling than Naga's. Even Naga's couldn't kill him with his immortal methods. He will be even harder to kill in the future. Junior brother Xiao Han. We won. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu was crying tears of joy. As for Luo Tianyu, he was also sobbing silently. Perfect. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. Now we can temporarily leave the Genius Zone and return home. On the stage. Following Naga's death, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice descended. Junior, this emperor wants to congratulate you. You defeated all your competitors and survived in the top 32. You are the only survivor. Your temperament, your battle power, your talent, your luck, they are all invincible. In the future, your path will be very grand. One day, you will ascend to the heavens and achieve the immortal Tao. Then, this emperor will now bestow the only purple immortal key to you. I will also give you an endless amount of immortal stones. Remember, you must refine the purple immortal key into your body. This way, after you leave the Genius Zone, no one will be able to snatch it away. When the second floor of this emperor's treasure is opened, you can use the spatial teleportation formation contained in the purple immortal key to directly teleport here. As he spoke, a purple, glittering key appeared in the void above the sky arena and slowly descended towards Xiao Han. The surface of this immortal key was covered with ancient and dignified mysterious runes. It displayed the aura of an immortal and an immortal treasure. I can feel that the aura of this purple celestial key is very different from the blue celestial key that I refined into my body. Xiao Han suddenly felt that there seemed to be something special about this purple celestial key. Chapter 519. After a series of twists and turns, Xiao Han finally turned his number one enemy, Naga, into ashes. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, after killing Naga, the immortal stones, immortal cards, and the remnants of Naga's storage ring flowed out from the light yellow pouch on Naga's head. They flowed towards Xiao Han like water. Moreover, the immortal stones from this competition also flowed into Xiao Han's hands. Xiao Han did not reject any of them and accepted all of them. In the next moment, Xiao Han reached out with his right hand and grabbed the extremely precious purple key. The purple immortal key emanated a long, lingering, immortal aura that made Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations permeate it. It felt like he was in a paradise of immortals, which was extremely mystical. Moreover, on the surface of the purple immortal key, the child talismans and runes had an extremely obvious immortal aura. Xiao Han played with the purple immortal key for a while, but he didn't really discover its secret. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's message repeatedly reminded me to refine this purple deity key into my body. Could it be that the true secret of this seemingly extraordinary purple deity key will only appear after I refine it? With that thought in mind, Xiao Han put the purple immortal key into his storage ring without batting an eyelid. Meanwhile, rays of light were fired from all directions, encapsulating Xiao Han's figure. This caused Xiao Han's body to grow fainter and fainter on the arena stage. He was about to be teleported back to his log cabin. Phew, it's finally over. The exploration of the Genius Zone was truly legendary. It was filled with opportunities, dangers, and greed. Cunning, arrogant. Now, everything has been settled. Xiao Han thought to himself. He was also relaxed. Without a doubt, Xiao Han was the biggest winner in this expedition to the Genius area. He had obtained the most celestial stones, and he had also obtained the purple key, which was said to be the most precious. It was a rewarding journey. However, to Xiao Han himself, what he was most excited about was not the treasures, but the explosive increase in his own combat power. The embryonic form of a dual-attribute immortal physique. Spiritual solidification. Especially after his mental power solidified, Xiao Han could practically sweep through the entire human realm. Almost invincible. To Xiao Han, entering and exiting the Genius Zone was like a completely different person. This situation was like a dream. Inside the wooden house. Xiao Han's body froze in the wooden hut. Just as he stabilized his body, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was transmitted from the light screen of the wooden house. Everyone, stay in the Genius area. Juniors in the Giant Hall area, listen up, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has something else to announce. Xiao Han's attention was also focused. You can leave now. Ha 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 ha. Although, this is this emperor's lair. However, it's time to disperse. Ha 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 ha. All the treasures in the treasury of this Genius area have been completely exchanged by you guys. Your goal has been achieved. Well, all the celestial keys to enter the second level of this monarch's treasure vault have been exchanged by all of you, giving you the right to enter the second level of this monarch's treasure vault. However, the second level of this emperor's treasury will not be opened for the time being. After leaving the Genius area, you can return to your respective homes. 10 years later, the second level of the treasure vault will be opened. Every celestial key has a spatial coordinate teleportation formation. After you refine the celestial key into your body, the formation will be activated 10 years later. You can activate the formation and directly teleport here to explore the second level of the treasure vault. Of course, different celestial keys can bring different numbers of people into the second level. As for who you want to bring in, this emperor will not interfere. However, this emperor has to remind everyone that the danger of the second level of the treasure vault is many times greater than the Genius area. Whether you dare to come or not will depend on your courage and determination. 10 years of rest will also give you time to adjust your mentality and buffer. It will also allow you to deal with worldly matters. Also, you can think of ways to use the treasures you obtained from the Genius area in these 10 years. Lastly, this emperor has to remind you that in these 10 years, what you must do is not to be complacent, but to work hard to improve your combat strength. An extra bit of combat strength will increase your chances of survival in the exploration 10 years later. Alright, all of you are dismissed. 3 days later, the Genius area will produce a repulsive force and close. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice disappeared without a trace. Moreover, it seemed like it would not be heard again. At least in 10 years, before the second level of the treasure vault opens, many demon warriors would not hear Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice again. 10 years. Xiao Han also completely understood the rules. 10 years, for us true Qi cultivators, it will pass in the blink of an eye. After 10 years, I will definitely come back to explore the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure vault again. Xiao Han could not help but look at his heart. The layers of 10,000 immortal formation firmly sealed the wriggling demon god's aura in his heart. In these 10 years, I hope that the demon god's egg will not break through the seal and break out. Xiao Han secretly prayed. At the same time, Xiao Han also made up his mind to focus on cultivating the saber Dao in these 10 years. If he could enter the saber intent godly state earlier, it would be the best. He could then use the ancient saber's soul to strengthen his saber chi and kill the demon god's soul. However, even though Xiao Han had completed the 21st finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique and achieved the heaven-defying solidification of mental energy, his soul was still not close enough to the door of the saber realm, let alone open the door of the saber realm. Xiao Han tried for a while and his soul entered the realm of harmony between heaven and man. His entire soul and mind left his body and roamed the 9 heavens. Once again, he saw the door of the saber realm. This time, Xiao Han's soul was much stronger than before. He was able to get closer and closer to the door of the saber realm. When Xiao Han's soul was still 10,000 li away from the door of the saber realm, his soul was finally stirred up by countless spacetime storms and showed signs of shattering. If he took another step forward, his soul would collapse. Xiao Han did not dare to be reckless. He quickly retreated and his soul returned to his body. 10,000 li away. I'm still 10,000 li away from the door of the saber realm. Xiao Han hesitated. However, his face was soon filled with a smile. I already have a definite target. 10,000 li. Before this, the door of the saber realm was very illusory to me. It was impractical and I did not know the end of it. But now, I have a very accurate idea of the distance. 10,000 li. I believe that as long as I cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique again and reach the great perfection realm, my soul will ascend again and I will definitely be able to open the door of the saber realm. Suddenly, Xiao Han looked at his heart. An unyielding fighting spirit appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured. Demon God, I, Xiao Han, will not sit still and wait for death. Not long after, Xiao Han's devil hero token buzzed. Xiao Han calmed himself down and took out the devil hero token. It was a message from Xiao Mingchu. Xiao Han grinned and walked out of the wooden hut. In the fragrant garden. Xiao Han's camp, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Xiao Han's 5 devil hero slaves, and a few other devil hero companions who were still in the huge hall gathered together to welcome Xiao Han. When Xiao Han appeared in front of the crowd, he was greeted with fanatical adoration. All sorts of heartfelt congratulatory words rang out incessantly. Junior brother Xiao Han. In the end, you still became the most powerful one under 10,000 years old in the vast and endless ordinary dimensions. Naga was an invincible legend at this level, but he was killed by you in the end. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have already replaced Naga's position. No, you are even more amazing than Naga. You are even more heaven-defying than Naga. If I am not wrong, junior brother Xiao Han, your mental energy has already solidified. The realm of materialization of mental energy only exists in the ancient books. Since ancient times, it was almost impossible for mortals to cultivate it. And junior brother Xiao Han, you. Xiao Mingchu choked with sobs. Who would have thought? Our Pure Rain sect actually has an unparalleled demon. Fortune of the dimension. Fortune of the dimension. Luo Tianyu also cried bitterly. A genius at Xiao Han's level, not to mention in Xiao Han's dimension, even in the countless ordinary dimensions, there might not be one in a few trillion years. Moreover, Xiao Han was not even 100 years old. At this rate of improvement, it was almost certain that he would become an immortal in the future. Even if he ascended and became an immortal, he would definitely make a name for himself when he reached the celestial realm. Facing his own people, Xiao Han did not put on an act. He spoke humbly and did not put on airs. At this time, countless demon heroes who were watching the battle from all directions had already rushed over and started to flatter Xiao Han, crazily praising him. Xiao Han was annoyed and impatient, so he impatiently sent these demons away. With Xiao Han's current strength, with just a glare, these monsters did not dare to be noisy and obediently dispersed. Junior brother Xiao Han, when are we leaving this genius zone? Xiao Mingchu asked for Xiao Han's opinion. Luo Tianyu was also trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Little brother Xiao Han, now I want to see how shocked the pagoda master will be when you leave. Ha 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 ha. Previously, the pagoda master coveted some of junior brother Xiao Han's secrets. However, with junior brother Xiao Han's current cultivation and combat strength, if he dares to provoke Rahu again after leaving this place, junior brother Xiao Han can kill him with a glance or a wisp of mind wave. Xiao Mingchu also chuckled coldly. When he thought of the pagoda master's fickle and ugly face, Xiao Mingchu also showed a hint of disdain. Ha! Xiao Han laughed. I also want to see how the pagoda master will treat me now. Xiao Han paused for a moment before saying, I'll quickly refine the purple immortal key into my body. Then, we'll return to our respective wooden houses and activate the teleportation array in the light screen to leave this genius zone. After saying that, Xiao Han took out the purple immortal key and dripped a drop of warm blood into it. Swoosh, the purple immortal key turned into a wisp of immortal qi and entered Xiao Han's body. Chapter 520. Before leaving the genius zone, Xiao Han refined the most precious immortal key, the purple immortal key, into his body and blood vessels. In the nearby garden, some of the demons couldn't help but look at Xiao Han with admiration. TSK, a purple immortal key, known as the most precious immortal key in the entire genius zone, was refined by that kid. I'm so envious, don't be envious. He obtained the purple immortal key by relying on his amazing battle strength and monstrous talent. He deserves it, don't be envious. Heh, that's true. However, there's nothing special about the purple immortal key. It can only bring more people in when exploring the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. What's the use of that? Why bring so many people in? Just refine a few more blue or even green immortal keys into your body, and you can also bring more people into the second level. Right. Alright, let's leave the genius zone now, let's go. I miss my wife and children when I return to my hometown. I'll have a good rest for 10 years. Let's work hard when we return to our hometown. We didn't prepare well this time and let Naga and that kid steal the limelight. It might not be the same after 10 years. Right. After 10 years of hard work, everyone will improve and might not be weaker than others. At this moment, the Daoists left the genius zone one after another. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, we should also. Xiao Han smiled and prepared to leave. At this moment, boom, the purple immortal key that was refined into his body suddenly emitted a scorching feeling. Immediately after, a vast and ethereal will directly entered Xiao Han's mind. It was the will of an immortal. Vigorous. Generous. Scorching. Domineering. Ha 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 ha, good boy. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. You're not bad. It was Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice. It rumbled in Xiao Han's mind. Zhu. Xiao Han was shocked and blurted out. However, at the crucial moment, Xiao Han forcefully held back his words. Zhu. Dao. Immortal. Emperor. It's a wisp of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will. It went into my sea of consciousness. Junior brother Xiao Han, what happened? Little brother Xiao Han, what happened? Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu could not help but ask. No, nothing. Xiao Han quickly said without batting an eyelid. Before figuring out what was going on, Xiao Han couldn't tell Xiao Mingchu and the rest about this sudden incident. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han said. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, everyone, let's return to the wooden huts now. After that, we'll activate the teleportation formation and meet up with the pagoda master and the elders outside, alright. Xiao Mingchu and the rest had absolute trust in Xiao Han. They nodded and returned to their respective wooden houses. On the way back to the wooden hut, Xiao Han was shaken to the core. The will of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao actually started to ramble in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The purple immortal key has been obtained by you. According to the rules set by this sovereign, you should have defeated all your competitors and obtained the title of the #1 genius. Not bad, but don't be afraid. This purple immortal key only has a trace of this sovereign's divine sense sealed within it. Ha 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 ha, do you think that the purple immortal key can only bring more people into the second floor of this sovereign's treasure vault? Ha 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 ha. If this is the only benefit, why would this sovereign let all of you fight to the death? Let me tell you, the purple immortal key has many other benefits. Many preferential treatment. Xiao Han's footsteps paused slightly. Many preferential treatment? TSK. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is very cunning. Before this, he only mentioned the benefits of the purple immortal key. I didn't expect that there was a hidden meaning behind it. Yes, the other immortal keys definitely don't have my divine sense. Now that you've obtained the purple immortal key, I'll naturally give you more benefits from now on. And these benefits will open the door for you to explore the second floor, the third floor and even the fourth floor of this sovereign's treasure vault. Ha 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 ha. Tell me, you risked your life to obtain this purple immortal key. Is it worth it? Let me tell you, it is absolutely worth it. Moreover, you have already been preliminarily selected as the fated person to inherit this sovereign's legacy. Ha 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 ha. What? Inherit immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Hearing this, Xiao Han's blood boiled. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's combat strength was ranked 3rd in the entire history of the immortal world. He was also the #1 saber Dao cultivator in the immortal world. Coincidentally, Xiao Han was also a saber master. If Xiao Han could obtain immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy, it would definitely be a perfect match. It would be immeasurable for Xiao Han to restrain his desires and even kill the demon god's soul. Xiao Han's heart began to tremble. This is really an unintentional move. When I participated in the final 32 and fought for the purple immortal key, I didn't think of this. This is too unexpected, too surprising. I've directly become a candidate to inherit immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Boy, very surprised and very excited, right? However, I can't say that you are definitely qualified to inherit this sovereign saber Dao's legacy. I can only say that you have a head start compared to the other demon heroes. The key still depends on your performance in the future. Alright, this sovereign's divine sense will temporarily hide. When you enter the second level of the treasure 10 years later, this divine sense will awaken again. At that time, it will guide you some things. Regarding the secret of this purple immortal key, I advise you not to tell anyone else. Otherwise, it will bring about misfortune. The human heart is unpredictable. Take care. Speaking till here, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent. The immortal will that was lingering in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness also dissipated. Phew, I see. I have to wait until 10 years later when I enter the second level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, then this divine sense will awaken again. However, this is also good. At least there is a light and a guide for me to explore an immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I won't be blind anymore. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He returned to his wooden house and activated the teleportation formation in the light screen. Hong, an indescribable power of teleportation gushed out from the light screen and enveloped Xiao Han. Xiao Han's body gradually became distorted and blurry. Outside the genius zone. Outside immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, there was a huge piece of land floating in space. Boundless. Frozen solid. At this moment, on this piece of land, there were densely packed humans standing like an ant nest. It was a dense mass of people. People with reddish-brown skin, black skin, yellow skin, white skin, light armor, cloak, battle armor, men, women, young men, middle-aged men, old men. How many people were there? Tens of millions? 100 million? A few hundred million? These were all elites from the various realms who had come to explore the genius zone. All the geniuses under 10,000 years of age from the various planes had entered the genius zone. However, the tower masters, elders, and protector beasts of the various planes had yet to leave. They were all waiting outside the genius zone, craning their necks in anticipation. At this time, the exploration of the genius zone had been going on for a while. Some geniuses under the age of 10,000 who had entered the genius zone, whether they had obtained benefits or gained nothing, came out one after another. Every young geniuses who came out of the genius zone would cause a commotion. These young geniuses came out with immortal pills, magic treasures, and immortal weapons. They also brought out information from the genius zone. Therefore, on the boundless land, the chivalrous men of every plane were in a heated discussion. That's great. The children of my realm have brought out countless immortal pills. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. When we return to our realm, we will definitely reward you handsomely. An offensive immortal weapon. Good children. They have contributed to the rise of our realm. With this celestial artifact, we can wipe out the demon clan in no time. Ha 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 ha. They actually brought out some immortal technique manuals. And, after we return, we will study these manuals carefully. As long as we can comprehend even a little bit of them, we will be able to create a peerless divine technique. Immortal pills? The children have brought back so many immortal pills. Good. When we return to our realm, I will immediately announce this to the world and gather all the alchemists to refine the neutral divine medicine. We will then melt all these immortal pills so that we can all enjoy them. Oh. The real treasures are still inside? And the geniuses are still fighting inside. Wait, let's wait and see which realm the real winner is from. Let's not rush back. Let's wait and see. At this time, the tower masters of some other realms had received the news and knew that there were still people fighting for the great treasures in the genius zone. Thus, they waited outside and stared at Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure vault and the dark planet with sinister eyes. Many pagoda masters would ask this question: what? The top 32? The round of death? In that case, the survivors of the top 32 would obtain the best treasures? Let's not talk about the treasures first. The people who fight until the end will also have a shocking amount of immortal stones. Immortal stones can be exchanged for immortal cards, and immortal cards can be used as currency in the second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure vault. Interesting, very interesting. At Xiao Han's realm, the crowd was also excited. The tower master and many elders surrounded Yan Qi and the other geniuses who came out of the genius zone in advance. Yan Qi, you guys are really extraordinary to be able to come out of the genius zone alive. Ha ha ha, Yan Qi, what treasures did you exchange for? Contribute them to the realm. Make your due contribution to the realm. The tower master looked at Yan Qi with a threatening gaze. His gaze was like that of a wolf. It seemed that if Yan Qi and the others hesitated for even a moment, they would be eaten alive by the tower master. Indeed, Yan Qi had exchanged for a few immortal weapons. He would definitely not willingly take them out. However, due to the pressure, he could only swallow his anger. Suddenly, Yan Qi's eyes moved and he said in a low voice: Tower Master, I did not exchange for many treasures. I only exchanged for a few immortal pills and 1 or 2 immortal weapons. Xiao Han came back with a lot. Tower Master, Xiao Han is still accumulating wealth in the genius zone. If he can come out alive, TSK, the immortal weapons in his hands will definitely fill up his storage ring. Immortal pills, immortal medicines, immortal techniques. I can't even count them all. Xiao Han, this kid, actually obtained so many treasures. Is that true? The tower master's voice was completely shaky as he stared at Yan Qi. Of course. Pagoda Master, if you have any doubts, feel free to ask the other geniuses from the other planes. They all saw Xiao Han in the genius zone. He was in the limelight and plundering treasures. Yan Qi bragged. He paused for a moment and licked his face. That's why I said, Tower Master, you can just ask Xiao Han for treasures. I only have a few things, it's too shabby, at that moment. They're out. The genius zone seems to be completely closed. The last few people are coming out from the genius zone. It's that young man. He won all the battles in the top 32. I can't believe he killed the Nagas. That's him. I saw him kill the Nagas with my own eyes and become the first person to do so. They're out. They're all out. At that moment, Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest had already teleported out from the genius zone. The moment Xiao Han came out, it immediately caused a stir in the entire continent. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Xiao Han. Tower Master, Xiao Han is out. He's really amazing. He actually came out alive. Then, he must have defeated the last opponent, and had the last laugh. Yan Qi was also a little surprised as he pointed at Xiao Han. Tower Master, the benefits that Xiao Han obtained must be many times more than what I've described. To be continued. Chapter 521. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others were teleported out of the genius zone. After Xiao Han and the others left, the last wave of demons came out one after another. Thus, the genius zone began to close. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair was a black planet. On the surface of the black planet, there was a circle of beautiful and gorgeous light. This light represented the genius zone. Now, this dreamy light was fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Close. As the genius zone closed, the palaces, gates, halls, and lofty mountains that could be seen from the outside also disappeared. Gradually, some mysterious dark restrictions on the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure were revealed. It's over. The second layer's restrictions will only open after 10 years to allow people to continue exploring. On the vast continent outside, many demons sighed with emotion. Of the tens of millions of chivalrous heroes under the age of 10,000 who had entered the genius zone to explore this time, those who had gained something, and those who had withdrawn early on and returned empty-handed, about 2/3 of them had survived. This meant that nearly 1/3 of the genius chivalrous heroes had ultimately fallen and been buried in the genius zone, their souls disappearing. The pagoda-level old-timers, as well as numerous elders, began to weep, as if they were grieving for the death of the most outstanding geniuses of their plane. However, most of the Tower Masters and elders were looking at Xiao Han. Tower Master, it's that young man. He made a name for himself in the genius zone and obtained many benefits. That purple immortal key. In other words, he obtained it. There's only one purple immortal key, and it's the most precious one. Tower Master. Big brother Li Xiaotian died in this guy's hands. He was beaten to death. His body was smashed to pieces. This disciple witnessed the battle with his own eyes. Tower Master. This disciple's master, the invincible sword cultivator Jida, was killed by that young man. Tower Master, please seek justice for this disciple. Tower Master, think about it. That young man must have obtained countless immortal stones by the end of the battle. I reckon that many of the precious treasures in the genius zone were exchanged by him. After all, every time he won a match, he would be rewarded with hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of immortal stones. His net worth is the most impressive. Xiao Han flew through the air. He also felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. With a slight sweep of his spiritual wave, he discovered that many ill-intentioned gazes were staring at him. In fact, countless powerful auras that could overturn rivers and seas had already locked onto him. Xiao Han calmly laughed at this. As for Xiao Mingqiu, who was standing beside Xiao Han, Luo Tianyu and the others, on the other hand, were already scared out of their wits by the lingering aura fluctuations. Their faces were ashen. They couldn't help but shudder as they moved away, as if they were being repelled by an inexplicable and powerful force. They had no choice but to keep a certain distance from Xiao Han. He couldn't get any closer. To the countless tower masters and elders, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others standing next to Xiao Han were insignificant shrimps. They didn't care about them at all. The pressure on Xiao Mingqiu and the rest was negligible, and they were merely repelled. The real pressure was at the core of the whirlpool, and it was Xiao Han who was bearing it. This was an extremely powerful and almost invincible pressure. It should be known that there were so many experts, and every one of them was an old antique who had swept through the starry sky and dominated the universe. Not to mention their attacks and auras locking onto him, just a glance from them was enough to shatter an ordinary person's heart and soul. Xiao Han had just arrived here, and before he entered the genius zone, he almost held his breath when he saw so many experts. He didn't even dare to speak. He felt extremely oppressed, and he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. He was completely scared silly. But now, I actually have a very relaxed feeling when facing these guys. Xiao Han was actually not afraid at all. He was completely fearless in the face of danger, and he handled it as if it were nothing. In such a dense area, facing so many invisible auras, Xiao Han was actually walking leisurely in the courtyard. His initial helplessness had completely disappeared. What replaced it was carefreeness and ease. At this moment, the solid mental power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness emitted a terrifying sound like steel running, completely dispelling the mental pressure that was invading him like a spring breeze. Moreover, Xiao Han's physical body was unbelievably strong, and it was impossible for it to be damaged or suffer any mishaps. At this moment, there was another burst of whispers on that piece of land. So strong. This young man actually exudes the aura of a peerless expert in the face of such heavy pressure. TSK, looks like the tempering in the genius zone has tempered the heart of a true expert. He doesn't care about external things, and has found his true self. His bearing is extraordinary. Amazing. This is a climate. The momentum of his rise cannot be stopped. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Han actually stepped onto that piece of land and returned to his own plains camp. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and a few of Xiao Han's slaves couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads as they followed closely behind Xiao Han. Xiao Mingqiu immediately sent a soul message to Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have to be careful. I can see that many tower masters have evil intentions towards you. Don't worry, senior brother, I can handle them all. Xiao Han responded indifferently, without the slightest trace of fear in his emotions. Instead, there was a faint feeling of restlessness, as if he was about to explode. The spirit of advancing against millions of people was displayed. This caused Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others to look at each other in dismay. My junior brother Xiao Han has thoroughly risen this time. Xiao Mingqiu's heart was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but be filled with confidence in Xiao Han. That inexperienced youth from back then had now grown into an awe-inspiring, heaven-defying genius who could hold his own. However, when Xiao Han leisurely returned to his own existential plane camp, not a single tower master or elder from the other existential planes came out to cause trouble for Xiao Han. This was because Xiao Han's display of aura had stunned them, and they didn't have time to react. After all, the combined pressure of so many of the strongest experts in the secular world could virtually shatter everything. A youth whose life fluctuations were less than 100 years old should not have been able to withstand this kind of pressure. Xiao Han's calmness had indeed caused their minds to stiffen. He had never seen such a monstrous young man in front of him. On the other hand, although most of the tower masters and elders coveted Xiao Han's treasures, no one wanted to be the first to rush out and cause trouble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was the first to rush out. Is often the stupidest. Xiao Han returned to the side of his plane's tower master and elders, a faint smile on his face. Greetings, Pagoda Master, greetings, elders. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I, Xiao Han, also came out alive. You guys didn't expect this, right? Ugh, this. The Pagoda Master was stunned by Xiao Han's aura. His heart began to panic. However, he forced himself to calm down and couldn't help but think in his heart. Why am I panicking? It hadn't been long since this kid entered the genius zone. No matter how fast he improves, there's no way he can pose a substantial threat to me in such a short period of time. Plus, this kid's sect and family are still in this plane. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of me? The pagoda master's tense expression relaxed slightly. He put on a fake smile. Xiao Han, congratulations. I've seen through you since a long time ago. You must be a dragon among men, extraordinary and refined. It seems that you're just as I expected. Ahahaha. Oh right, Xiao Han, I heard from Yan Qi that your performance in the genius zone was amazing. Oh. Yan Qi? Xiao Han smiled coldly and turned to Yan Qi. Yan Qi licked his lips and said, Heh. Xiao Han, you really killed many of your competitors and obtained the purple immortal key. You're too brave. I'm ashamed of my own inferiority, well said. Yan Qi, you didn't say anything bad about me outside, did you? Xiao Han said mockingly. How is that possible? Yan Qi argued loudly. Humph. Suddenly, Xiao Han snorted coldly. A sound wave seeped into Yan Qi's divine soul and shook violently, almost shattering Yan Qi's soul. In an instant, Yan Qi's face turned pale. His knees buckled and he actually knelt before Xiao Han. Moreover, the blood in his chest churned. He could not control his hot blood and directly spat it out. Yan Qi, you despicable and fickle person. You like to sow discord behind people's backs. Do you think I'll believe you? You mad dog, must you slander me everywhere you go? Get lost. Xiao Han said sternly. This time, the pagoda master, the elders, and the monsters in Xiao Han's plane were as silent as cicadas in winter. Who was Yan Qi? He was an ancient giant in Xiao Han's plane. A giant who dominated an area. A person like that could be forced to kneel down with a snort from Xiao Han. It seemed that Yan Qi was like a beggar facing a monarch in front of Xiao Han. His life and death were all in Xiao Han's hands. This was too terrifying. Even in front of the pagoda master, someone of Yan Qi's status could not just kneel down at a whim. Xiao Han, you. Yan Qi's eyes were wide open, but he did not dare to resist at all. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Xiao Han did not look at Yan Qi anymore. Yan Qi shrunk to the side, not daring to meet Xiao Han's eyes. Pagoda master, Yan Qi did not stab me in the back, did he? Xiao Han looked at the pagoda master with a smile. Xiao Han. You. The pagoda master's face turned red from Xiao Han's provocation. Xiao Han, how dare you use Yan Qi to pressure me? You. You brat, are you trying to establish your dominance? Xiao Han smiled but did not say anything. He was extremely relaxed facing the pagoda master. He did not feel any pressure at all. In fact, he even felt a sense of superiority. It was as if he was completely superior to the pagoda master in terms of life. At this moment, on this mainland, the pagoda masters, elders, and countless other peerless experts from other planes forcibly suppressed their desire for Xiao Han and did not make a move. They only had one thought in mind: it seems that this brat has some conflict with the pagoda master of his plane. Alright, let's wait and see. We'll strike when the time is right. At this moment, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. He looked at the pagoda master and shrugged. Pagoda master, you're right. I'm establishing my dominance. Xiao Han. How dare you? Immediately, an elder standing in front of the pagoda master jumped up and scolded. You don't know your place. Get lost. Xiao Han looked at the elder coldly. If you say another word, I'll kill you like a pig or a dog. Chapter 522. Xiao Han was well aware of his situation. He was simply in a whirlpool of torrents. Danger lurked in every direction. Yes, Xiao Han was the one who had the last laugh in the genius zone. Out of the tens of millions of fiendish heroes who entered, only Xiao Han fought to the end and obtained endless immortal stones as a reward. He also plundered countless immortal stones from several top opponents. In the end, the purple immortal key was also taken by Xiao Han. Xiao Han was like the sun in the sky. Since he was in the limelight, the outside world would definitely know about it. The fiends who had come out of the genius zone could spread the news about Xiao Han. Especially the fiends who had watched the battle between Xiao Han and Naga. They had the capital to brag about it. Xiao Han knew that there were countless pagoda lords out there, as well as heaven-defying old-timers, waiting for him to show up. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. These old antiques would definitely rob Xiao Han after knowing that he had returned with a full load. They were restricted by age and couldn't enter the genius zone, but that didn't mean they didn't have evil intentions. Not just the jackals from other planes, but even the pagoda masters of Xiao Han's plane weren't easy to deal with. Xiao Han knew that he was in trouble both internally and externally. In such a disadvantageous situation, Xiao Han knew that he couldn't be soft. He had to be strong. When necessary, he had to kill to establish his authority. Therefore, whether it was the pagoda masters of his plane or the strongest experts from other planes, Xiao Han wouldn't show any mercy if they dared to provoke him. There were too many experts on this continent, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even with Xiao Han's current battle strength. Once he was surrounded by others, he would definitely die a terrible death. Therefore, Xiao Han had to strike first and establish his authority by killing people. Everyone would be afraid of him. That was the only way to get through this situation. The danger was self-evident. When Xiao Han faced off against the pagoda masters of his plane, his eyes and ears were alert. His mental energy swept out, observing every move of the heroes from other planes. They were all imprinted in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Han was facing off against the heroes, but his mind was extremely calm. Every movement was reflected in his sea of consciousness. His aura had reached its peak, the most intense state he had ever been in. His life had also climbed to the peak of brilliance. Xiao Han clearly verified his own growth. The ant in the past had finally grown into a primordial beast, lying quietly in the forest. It was fine if he didn't move, but the moment he moved, he would eat people alive. Xiao Han. You. The elder who was scolded by Xiao Han glared at him angrily and his face turned purple. Oh. I think you want to die. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the elder to have no doubt that Xiao Han would attack in the next moment without mercy. In the end, the elder's aura was dispirited and he retreated. He didn't dare to say anything else. He directly admitted defeat. Xiao Han managed to stun Yan Qi and an elder with just a few words. All right, Xiao Han. The pagoda master's eyes flickered, and then he made a compromising expression. Let's return to our hometown first. We'll talk about it after we get there. The pagoda master also felt that Xiao Han was becoming more and more extraordinary. Moreover, this was not a place to stay for long, so he used a delaying tactic. In reality, his mind was quickly brewing all kinds of schemes. Let's think of a way to return first, then we'll control Xiao Han's entire Pure Cloud sect. Oh right, I heard that Xiao Han has a few wives and concubines in the Pure Cloud sect. When the time comes, hee ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed loudly. Pagoda Master, you don't have to think about it anymore. Don't even think about taking away the treasures that I risked my life to obtain from my hands. You should give up on that thought. However, I have refined 2 immortal keys in my body. 10 years later, I can bring some people into the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Pagoda Master, at that time, I can bring you guys in and let you guys personally explore the treasure. That way, I, Xiao Han, will have done my best. You. The Pagoda Master did not expect Xiao Han to be so stubborn. However, there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only return to his plane and deal with Xiao Han later. A trace of hatred and viciousness flashed across the Pagoda Master's eyes. Then, he pretended to be amiable and said, "Good, good. Xiao Han, you are the glory of my plane. A first-class genius. As you wish, everything will be as you wish. Let's go, we'll set off now and return to our plane." After saying that, the pagoda master looked around and also felt that the situation was very bad. However, he had no choice but to activate his true energy and lead everyone to fly away from this place. Quickly go to the space springboard and directly teleport away. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will be. There are so many strong people, it makes me panic. The pagoda master called out to everyone and hurriedly set off. Let's go. Let's go home. Many of the heroes in Xiao Han's plane were eager to return home. All of them followed the pagoda master and flew away. Soon, Xiao Han also winked at Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others, and then quietly floated in the air. It was very strange. On this vast continent, only the people from Xiao Han's plane were flying and preparing to leave. The people from the other planes were all as still as mountains. The atmosphere was strange. Hurry up. Hurry up. The pagoda master urged anxiously. At this moment, finally. Boom, a giant hand directly grabbed the air. The 5 fingers of this giant hand were as tall as mountains. Absolute power surged violently and all kinds of characters sank into it. As it grabbed, the space condensed and everything around it was subdued. The entire space was completely frozen by this one grab. The pagoda master and the others were unable to fly or move at all. Their bodies were completely frozen in place. Heh. Finally, someone can't hold back anymore and wants to make a move to stop me. Xiao Han was already prepared. Silently, his battle intent rose. His eyes became colder and colder. At this moment, a middle-aged man in white appeared in front of Xiao Han and the others. His aura covered the sky and the sun. In between his eyebrows, there was a deep vein. At first glance, it was a supreme expert who had opened the heavenly eye. He was at the level of a pagoda master. His aura was far stronger than the pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane. It was this person who made a move to stop Xiao Han and the others. This. Friend. You. Why are you making things difficult for us? The pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane said angrily. However, he was not as powerful as this person. He could only swallow his anger and asked patiently. You can all leave. That young man can stay. I have a few questions for him. The middle-aged man flicked his fingernails and looked at the pagoda master. All of you can leave. Friend, you've gone too far. It seems a bit. The pagoda master clenched his teeth and said. The middle-aged man in white placed his hands behind his back. He looked at the heavenly Tao. Before the opening of the Genius Zone, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's intention was to protect the weaker planes and forbid us from killing each other. But now, the Genius Zone is closed. If some blind ants come jumping out at this time, then I don't mind taking action and eradicating them. Do you understand what I mean? A violent aura suddenly swept across the pagoda master. The terrifying sound of trampling elephants and roaring echoed in all directions. Get lost. The middle-aged man in white shouted fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the pagoda master, the elders, and all of the demons from Xiao Han's plane were shaken so badly that their true energy was thrown into chaos. One by one, they fell to the ground, swaying back and forth. After a few breaths of time, they finally stabilized themselves. Then, they looked up at the sky in fear. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white and Xiao Han were facing each other. Young man, you're not bad. I heard that you've obtained the most precious purple celestial key. Moreover, you've obtained countless celestial stones. You've exchanged countless treasures from the vault of the Genius Zone. The middle-aged man in white stared at Xiao Han unblinkingly. Greed flashed in his eyes. I don't know who spread the rumor that I've exchanged a lot of treasures from the vault. In fact, when I wanted to exchange some treasures for fun, the vault was already empty. It's really scary to spread false information. Xiao Han smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he did not deny it and said calmly. So what? So what if I'm not? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in white threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The waves of his laughter caused the entire starry sky to tremble. Good. Good. Heroes indeed come from the young. You're actually able to speak with confidence and composure under this seat's pressure without batting an eyelid. As expected of the #1 genius. However, young man, do you know that you killed the most powerful genius of this plane in the genius zone? Who? Xiao Han was stunned. Did Li Xiaotian die by your hands? The white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes suddenly emitted a monstrous hatred. His resentment was extremely deep. Li Xiaotian, less than 10,000 years old, a person with a special constitution and the earth gene. In my plane, he was placed high hopes on him. He was a genius among geniuses, but you killed him. Young man, do you know your crime? The eyes of the middle-aged man in white were about to pop out of their sockets, and he let out a howl as if he had lost his parents. Li Xiaotian? I don't remember. Xiao Han smiled faintly. I've killed too many people. I didn't deliberately try to remember anyone's name. As for Li Xiaotian, he's just a nameless nobody. So what if he's killed? What? The middle-aged man in white didn't expect Xiao Han to say such words. It was tantamount to slapping his face and humiliating him. He was enraged. Good. You've got guts. Then, today, I'll take revenge for Xiaotian. I'll kill you. However, at this moment, Xiao Han also burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. What a joke. A dignified tower master of a plane is actually so despicable. The exploration of the genius zone is based on natural selection. The weak are prey to the strong. It's survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. Li Xiaotian died in my hands because he was not as skilled as me. If my battle strength was not as good as him, I would also die in his hands. So what if I die without any complaints. Now, you actually say that you want to take revenge for Li Xiaotian. You just want to find an excuse to get some benefits from me. How lame. Then, let's fight. Even if you're a tower master who has opened the heavens, I, Xiao Han, am not afraid of you. Xiao Han's voice was full of vigor. It spread out like a great bell so that everyone standing on the continent could hear it clearly. Today, those who want a share of the loot from me, Xiao Han, come up. Don't come up one by one and waste my time. Come up and kill all of you. Xiao Han roared. He raised his head and raised his feet. It was as if he was the king of the world. His aura was like that of a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, everyone on the continent was shocked into silence. For a moment, no one rushed up. However, after a few breaths, bastard, you destroyed my plane's strongest swordsman, Jida. You deserve to die. Finally, another pagoda master and a dozen or so elders rushed forward. Come up. Fight to your heart's content. Xiao Han was happy and fearless. To be continued. Chapter 523. After Xiao Han came out of the genius zone, he had indeed encountered many difficulties. Countless experts were like wolves and leopards, wishing they could swallow Xiao Han alive, including his skin and bones. Xiao Han already had a plan in his mind. He stood still and his imposing manner was so powerful that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. He was fearless as he directly declared war against the group of heroes. This scene was like a deity descending to the mortal world. On that motionless land, almost all the elites of the ordinary planes in the universe were gathered. All kinds of tower masters and elders emerged one after another. The leaders of the various planes, who would normally never meet each other, gathered together. It could be said to be an unprecedented grand spectacle. Under such an atmosphere, there was almost no one in the world who dared to challenge the group of heroes to a fight. Even ants could bite an elephant to death. Even if a true immortal descended, he would not directly declare war against the most powerful experts among millions of mortals. However, Xiao Han brazenly declared that anyone who wanted to find trouble with him could swarm him together. He kept saying that he would deal with them all at once. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. All of a sudden, the entire land was filled with buzzing discussions. This seat is convinced by this kid's spirit and bearing. Forget it, this seat will not go and interfere. I can't bear to join hands to kill such a talent. I wish him good luck. With so many people trying to snatch it, this seat will not join in the fun. In the end, I'm afraid there will be no benefits for this seat, bullying the few with numbers and the strong bullying the weak. This seat will not do such a degrading thing, let them fight for it. We will just watch the fun. Everyone in my plane, listen up. Do not participate in this fight or get involved in this whirlpool of disputes. Amidst the countless discussions, many tower masters were convinced by Xiao Han's spirit. They restrained their subordinates and did not participate in the operation to kill Xiao Han. Of course, there were also countless experts who were eager to make a move. This person is so arrogant. He is simply courting death. This seat wants to see what kind of real ability he has. Charge. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Humph. After getting so many benefits, he wants to leave without leaving some behind? I don't want anything else. I just want to seize some celestial stones. How arrogant. If he doesn't possess shocking combat strength, then he's just courting death. This young man's imposing manner isn't bad, but he's still a bit immature. He actually dared to show off in front of us old geezers. He's simply looking down on us. It's time to teach this ignorant fool a lesson. Hong hong hong, experts after experts. They shot up into the sky and surrounded Xiao Han. Not long after, Xiao Han stood in the center, and there were at least tens of thousands of experts around him. Xiao Han was surrounded. They surrounded him in 3 layers, completely airtight. These experts glared at Xiao Han with bloodthirsty eyes, as if they were ready to attack at any time, executing their killing moves. Moreover, there were even more antiques. Even if he were to watch the fire from below, he would still show signs of making a move at any time. Right now, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, the mind power star emitting a dark golden luster was slowly revolving in accordance with a kind of heavenly Tao. This caused Xiao Han to be in a calm state of mind. In his entire life, Xiao Han had never been this calm and steady. His life had reached the most classic and most glorious state. The most intense moment. Tens of thousands of experts. Among them, there are many tower masters who have opened their heavenly eyes. Some of them are here because I killed their disciples in the Genius Zone, and now they're taking this opportunity to seek revenge. Most of them are bandits who see me as a fat pig and want to slaughter and divide me. Good, so many people. I, Xiao Han, will start a massacre today. A powerful battle intent gushed out from Xiao Han's heart. Xiao Han's mind was sharpened by this battle intent. All the distracting thoughts, all the demons, were washed away. This caused Xiao Han's mind to have no flaws at all. It was pure and clean, shining like a beautiful jade, transparent and seamless. The great accomplishment natal saber chi in his sea of consciousness was also getting brighter and brighter. Without a doubt, if Xiao Han could escape unscathed this time, the accumulation of his mind would be unprecedented in the entire mortal world. Then, when Xiao Han went back to break through to the next realm, he would create an extremely terrifying result. Moreover, in this desperate situation where he was forced into a dead end, wisps of evil and bloodthirsty will seep out from the cracks of the demon god's egg in Xiao Han's heart. This extremely evil will actually penetrated through the layers of talismans and seals, even the 10,000 immortals' great formation, and vaguely reached Xiao Han's brain. Kill. 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 Boundless, monstrous killing intent poured into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness in the most carefree and bloodthirsty way. In a trance, the shadow of the evil demon god appeared in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. It was the shadow of a heavenly god, with its hands behind its back. Its appearance was not clear, but its aura was unparalleled, as if it could devour the mountains and rivers, control the universe, and be the sole ruler of the universe. It was as if the shadow could crush the sun and the moon with just a casual move. Following the appearance of the shadow, the faint sound of rolling thunder resounded in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, as if countless laws were brewing, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a single thought. It's the shadow of the demon god. Why is the demon god's egg so excited at a time like this, and even transmitted some of its will to me? Xiao Han was slightly puzzled. Yes, at this moment, the demon god's egg that had been suppressed and silent for a long time in his heart was now beating slightly, as if it was very happy. At this moment, Xiao Han's sea of consciousness received a hazy wisp of will. Mortal, the current situation is very disadvantageous to you, but it doesn't matter. If you open your mind and allow me to transmit a wisp of the original demonic aura into your body, then you will obtain heaven-defying power, and killing immortals will be a piece of cake. What do you think? Open your mind. I'll give you a little bit of power. Just a little bit is enough. Open your mind. Don't worry, I won't hurt you right now. After all, I'm residing in your body. You're like my house. Moreover, whether it's your body or your soul's mental strength, you're the best among mortals. I'm very satisfied with your house. Ha 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 ha. Right now, my body hasn't been completed yet, so I still need to use you and definitely won't harm you. I don't want to see you killed by these ants, so I came to save you. Open your mind. Soon, you'll be able to grasp a supreme demonic power that can destroy stars, tear apart true immortals, and have no fear of immortal emperors. As long as you accept this wisp of my original demonic aura, you can kill all the mortals here with a single thought. All of them will be annihilated. This wisp of will actually began to tempt Xiao Han. It's the will of the demon god. At this critical moment, the will of the demon god has actually risen. Xiao Han couldn't help but be shocked. Aside from the last time in the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had clearly felt the will of the demon god. This was the second time. The will this time. It was too clear. It actually wanted Xiao Han to open his mind and allow the wisp of the demon god's power to enter his body. Yes, the demon god is a leviathan above the immortals. It's invincible in the universe, and it reigns supreme in the myriad of worlds. A wisp of its power is definitely enough to annihilate the hundreds of millions of human experts here, leaving none alive. But how can I, Xiao Han, be willing to open my mind? How can I receive the power of the demon god? Isn't that digging my own grave? With a single thought, Xiao Han resolutely severed the temptation of the demon god. Xiao Han's mind was incomparably sturdy, and the demon god was in the process of awakening. Therefore, as long as Xiao Han guarded his mind, the demon god's soul couldn't succeed. Sigh. The wisp of the demon gods will let out a regretful sigh. In the end, it dissipated and sank into Xiao Han's heart, no longer tempting him. Xiao Han's communication with the demon god's soul lasted less than 1,000th of an instant. At this time, Xiao Han gathered his mind and focused his attention on the scene. Essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. The solid mental power star in his sea of consciousness expanded and shrank. Wisps of mental power, like refined steel, were as sharp as the blade of an immortal artifact. With Xiao Han's current soul and mental power, his observation ability had soared by who knew how many times. With a sweep of his eyes, Xiao Han immediately found the weakest spot among the enemies surrounding him. On the east side of the encirclement, most of the pagoda masters and elders aren't very strong. Moreover, none of these enemies will take the initiative to attack first. They roar loudly, but none of them are willing to make the first move. Then, I'll kill them first. I'll kill them all and intimidate them first. Xiao Han's mind was very clear. On the east side. On the east side, the leader was a pagoda master with a gloomy expression. He was a middle-aged man dressed in sharkskin armor. This middle-aged man had his hands clasped behind his back, and behind him was a vast, misty sea. Deep in the sea was a scene of sharks fighting for supremacy. At this time, this middle-aged man was the same as the other pagoda masters and elders surrounding Xiao Han. He wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he roared and cursed. Stinking brat. At such a young age, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if you had some fortuitous encounters, you don't have the capital to be this arrogant. Today, you've fallen into a situation of certain death. This seat will, at this time, die for this daddy. Suddenly, a beam of lightning shot out of Xiao Han's body. His body expanded, and an earthen armor formed. His defense instantly became impregnable. Boom! No one had expected Xiao Han's move. No one had expected that Xiao Han, in an absolutely disadvantageous situation, would launch an explosive attack. In a thousandth of an instant, Xiao Han had already ripped through the air, ignoring the space around him, and arrived in front of the sharkskin-armored middle-aged pagoda master. The pagoda master had never imagined that Xiao Han would use him as a target. He was still cursing Xiao Han to his heart's content. At this time, in his eyes, a fist was enlarging. This fist was filled with an aura as steady as a mountain. However, within the fist's eye, there seemed to be a world of thunder and lightning brewing in the immortal realm. When the fist was unleashed, the roars of ancient beasts echoed in all directions. Absolute power surged out. Before the fist arrived, the lightning had already arrived. Wherever the fist swept across, the entire world turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, a world of thunder and lightning, a heaven of thunder and lightning, the sun and moon of thunder and lightning. The thunder god tyrant body and the starry sky dominator body, the embryonic dual attribute immortal physique, perfectly combined on Xiao Han's body at this moment, erupting with terrifying destructive power. Strands of lightning had already penetrated the skin pores of the sharkskin-armored pagoda master, and even his soul consciousness. For a moment, his reaction was a little slow. It was at this moment, bang! The fist that could shatter a planet struck the pagoda master's flesh and blood. Pft! 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 In an instant, the terrifying sounds of formations shattering, internal organs exploding, and bones shattering erupted from inside the pagoda master's body. Roar! The pagoda master let out an extremely tragic howl. Boundless pain and unwillingness entangled him. The next moment. Boom! The pagoda master's body exploded like quicksand. One punch from Xiao Han had turned him into dust. Chapter 524. Xiao Han's observation was accurate. In this direction, the enemies led by the sharkskin-armored pagoda master had slightly weaker combat strength. The sense of danger that this sharkskin-armored pagoda master gave Xiao Han was far inferior to that of sword cultivator Jida in the genius zone. Therefore, Xiao Han was confident that he could kill him in an instant. Xiao Han knew that it was fine if he didn't make a move. Once he made a move, he would have to kill an enemy in a single move. This way, he could create a strong sense of oppression and deterrence. He would be able to slightly stun some of his enemies and pave a bloody path for Xiao Han, giving him a slim chance of survival. Boom! Sure enough, Xiao Han's first move directly blew up the sharkskin-armored pagoda master. In an instant, countless experts standing on the continent let out cries of astonishment. That kid actually attacked first. Not only did he not retreat when facing tens of thousands of powerful enemies, but he actually attacked first. This guy is too savage. He's too ruthless, directly turning the target into dust. It's a special constitution. An extremely exceptional special constitution. This constitution already has a faint trace of an immortal. If this constitution was cultivated to the extreme, it would definitely be an immortal constitution. He really has the capital to be arrogant. Just that blow just now, an ordinary pagoda master is definitely no match for him. Moreover, it's a rare dual attribute special constitution in the universe. Indeed, seeing is believing. I heard that this kid defeated all his opponents in the genius zone and obtained the title of #1 genius, but I didn't see his actual combat situation. Just a glimpse just now. He definitely lives up to his reputation. An ordinary pagoda master fighting him head-on is definitely courting death. Junior brother Xiao Han has made a move. In Xiao Han's camp, dozens of people were cowering in a corner, watching the battle with their mouths agape. Xiao Mingqiu let out an excited roar when he saw Xiao Han directly kill an enemy. At this moment, even with Xiao Mingqiu's combat strength, he could not help Xiao Han at all. He was no longer able to help Xiao Han, but in his heart, he still felt the same hatred towards Xiao Han. He wanted to rush forward and fight alongside Xiao Han. As for the pagoda master and the elders, when Yan Qi and the others saw Xiao Han's bravery, their teeth chattered and their eyes were filled with fear. Their throats made gurgling sounds. Pagoda master, I didn't expect that brat Xiao Han's battle prowess to be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he killed a pagoda master. That's too terrifying. We can't afford to provoke that brat. An elder beat his chest and stamped his feet. This lord has underestimated him. This lord has truly underestimated him. The pagoda master's eyes were filled with disdain. His battle prowess has already surpassed mine. In the future, when we return to the plain, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle him. Xiao Han has already grown. In the future, my prestige will be challenged. He's not even 100 years old. This. The Tower Master's voice was filled with bitterness. Pagoda Lord, you don't have to worry. Yan Qi looked at Xiao Han with a venomous gaze. No matter how strong Xiao Han is, it's impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. He will definitely die here. In the void. After Xiao Han attacked and killed the pagoda master. Finally, a portion of the experts that surrounded him from all directions rushed over in a frenzy. However, there was also a portion of experts who instinctively retreated. Xiao Han's preemptive strike was indeed effective. The tens of thousands of experts who had surrounded Xiao Han just now were cursing and swearing. At least now, a portion of them had lost their battle intent and their ferocious flames had been extinguished. Pagoda Master. Bastard, how dare you kill our pagoda master? The elders under the sharkskin armor master cried to the heavens and the earth. They rushed towards Xiao Han together, ready to fight to the death. Boom! Xiao Han didn't even glance at them from the corner of his eyes. He only punched out. The fluctuation of energy directly rolled out and tore these elders into pieces, killing them all. Young man, your murderous nature is too heavy. The evil aura in your body can't be dissipated. When it's possible to forgive people, one should forgive them. Sigh, forget it, I'll take you down. An old man in sackcloth silently scuttled to Xiao Han's side. His aura was unfathomable from head to toe. Thousands of divine light, holy light, and all kinds of laws circulated endlessly. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a shining, dark green, flawless giant hand grabbed towards Xiao Han's head. Another pagoda master-level expert used a divine technique to suppress Xiao Han. Facing the brazen suppression of this pagoda master, Xiao Han actually didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he faced it head-on. He stuck out his chest, as if he wanted to use his body to take this blow. How dare you! You overestimate yourself. The pagoda master scolded furiously. In this world, there is no mortal who dares to forcefully take a palm strike from me with their flesh and blood. Bang! Shockingly, when this palm landed on Xiao Han's body, it only left a dent on the yellow armor on Xiao Han's body. This is... The pagoda master let out a shriek of disbelief. My palm contains all the true energy in my body. It's capable of thousands of transformations and phenomena. It can caress a host of immortals, exterminate all life, and spin the universe. Why why can't it break through his defenses? This. Xiao Han had consumed a large number of immortal pills to refine the embryonic Earth-type Starry Sky Master body. How could it be so easily broken through? The defense of his flesh shell was even stronger than Li Xiaotian's by who knew how many times. Back then, the peerless sword cultivator Jida had tried to kill Xiao Han with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, but he couldn't break through Xiao Han's defenses. Die. Xiao Han's eyes were indifferent as he grabbed the pagoda master who had attacked him and grabbed him by the neck with his right hand. No, wait. The pagoda master's eyes bulged out. Pfft. Xiao Han didn't hesitate. He squeezed his right hand and the pagoda master exploded. In the next moment, Xiao Han grabbed another pagoda master next to him and tore him in half. The pagoda master didn't even get a chance to groan before he was torn in half. Blood and organs sprayed out like a fountain. Tearing a pagoda master apart with his bare hands. Xiao Han was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. He killed his way through the crowd, punching and kicking as he tore through the pagoda masters and elders. They were blasted into dust. The power of the embryonic dual attribute immortal physique had reached its limit. Xiao Han withstood the attacks of the pagoda masters and elders. His great earth physique defended him. Combined with the invincible golden body, ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defenses. The most they could do was leave a few dents on the surface of his earth-type armor. The bodies of the tower masters and elders exploded like fireworks. Xiao Han seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, crazily slaughtering. He was like a god of the underworld, harvesting lives as easily as picking up grass. As for the tower masters and elders who had surrounded Xiao Han, they were caught off guard. Moreover, they hadn't expected Xiao Han's combat prowess to be so monstrous. Now, they were being slaughtered by Xiao Han. Their fighting spirit, will to fight were losing ground. Their strength was greatly reduced. On that continent, make your move. If we don't, there will be more pagoda masters and elders. To die at the hands of this evil creature. Those guys up there are too useless. Not only did they fail to kill a young boy, but they were also slaughtered by him. In every plane in the universe, there are indeed good and bad planes mixed in. There are indeed good and bad planes intermingled. Some planes are just too weak. These weak fellows are really disgraceful. Forget it, the treasures on this young man will be taken. I won't be courteous then. Kill. For a time, more and more powerful tower masters and elders finally couldn't sit still, and they all rushed forward. The terrifying aura, which covered the sky and darkened the earth, crazily swept towards Xiao Han in wave after wave. In the air, Xiao Han's robes fluttered in the strong wind. His eyes were strangely calm, and his mind was completely focused. Every move he made was either to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent or to dodge his opponent's attack. Xiao Han's movements were like those of a peerless powerhouse. Enough. Suddenly, a peerless and invincible voice shook the universe, causing space and time to freeze in that instant. All the pagoda masters and elders surrounding Xiao Han couldn't help but stop and look in the direction of the voice. Oh. Finally, a relatively strong one. Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly. He took the opportunity to adjust his aura and life force and looked in the direction of the voice. In Xiao Han's line of sight, a figure slowly walked towards him under the starry sky. As this figure walked leisurely, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was as if his physique naturally attracted the radiance of the crescent moon. As he walked, starlight fell and holy light splashed continuously. Every time it splashed, the galaxy would break and stars would fall. The strange phenomenon was colorful and there was a kind of artistic conception of falling sounds. They are much stronger than the tens of thousands of people who besieged me just now. Yes, there are too many experts gathered here. The reason why I was able to kill so many of them was because the true experts were still biding their time and didn't show themselves. Now that the battle has progressed to this stage, those true experts will definitely not be able to endure it any longer. However, no matter who comes, I, Xiao Han, am not afraid. I still have a lot of trump cards that I haven't used. Xiao Han stabilized his body, narrowed his eyes and looked at the newcomer. As for the pagoda masters and elders who surrounded Xiao Han, many of them took the opportunity to escape back to the continent. There were even some people who managed to escape Xiao Han's attack range. They let out long sighs of relief and looked at Xiao Han as if they had just survived a calamity. Too vicious. This child was simply deranged. This boy had already turned into a demon. They had to be eradicated. If it was not eradicated, it would definitely bring disaster to the world. All the true experts, please make your move. At this time, the tens of thousands of people who had surrounded Xiao Han had all fled. Not a single one was left. At this moment, the silhouette under the starlight gradually approached and revealed its true form. It was a man with a jade-like face and dressed like a young man. His eyes were like a king looking down on the world, matchless and unparalleled. There seemed to be a bright eyeball embedded in between his eyebrows, making him look extremely mystical. This person was extremely powerful. Xiao Han could sense the aura emitted from this person's body as deep as the ocean when he focused his mind. Those people just now were just a motley crew. I also understand that the real experts must have appeared later. You also want to covet my treasures? Then, please make your move. After a series of battles, Xiao Han became calmer and calmer. He knew that killing these motley crew would definitely have the effect of striking the mountain and frightening the tiger. At least, many of the experts standing on the continent now had some fear and wouldn't be in a hurry to make their move. Now, I need to kill a few real experts. The effect will be even better. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. Chapter 525. At this moment, there were layers of starlight flickering on the young man's body. His aura was ancient. Although he looked like a young man, his eyes occasionally flashed with the experience of the vicissitudes of life. His real age was definitely over 10,000 years old. Otherwise, with his aura, he would have entered the genius zone just now. Suddenly, the heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly released the image of the Big Dipper. The 7 stars formed a line and unexpectedly formed a star that was 100 times more brilliant and resplendent than the Big Dipper. On this star, there was an immortal spirit with a vast aura and ethereal aura. His body was surrounded by floating stars and he held a starlight battle spear in his hand. As he raised his hand, the spear trembled violently. Rays of light refracted and millions of starlight bloomed like fireworks. Endless starlight seeped out from his heavenly eye and poured on his body, causing his body to shine brightly. He was like a bright and flawless star, displaying the supreme quality of the half-immortal physique. His half-immortal physique had a very strong immortal aura. Although it was also called the half-immortal physique, his immortal physique was many times more condensed than the Tower Master of Xiao Han's plane. Moreover, Xiao Han could faintly feel that this guy in front of him also had a special physique in his bloodline and bone frame gene. Enough, young man. Stop. The man looked at Xiao Han with bemoaning eyes. Not bad. People like you are rare even in the countless ordinary planes of the universe. You're a genius among geniuses. Although you're young, you've already surpassed many pagoda lords and elders who have cultivated for countless years. However, you are still too young. You must know that the universe is vast and there are many capable people. Your battle strength is ultimately limited. Not to mention those true hermits, even among the countless experts present, there are many who can kill you. Young man, don't be too arrogant. There will always be someone stronger than you. Although with my identity, if I were to attack you here, it would be considered as bullying the weak. However, your murderous nature is too strong. Your heart is overflowing with evil intent. I have no choice but to attack you and punish you. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. It's actually a poser. Interesting, That person's expression changed, and he quickly said. Young man, I've already seen through your trump card. You have a special physique, so your physical body is almost invincible in both offense and defense. However, this move alone is still not enough. After a pause, the man let out a long sigh as if he was extremely pleased with himself. He said slowly, "You should know that in this world, young man, you aren't the only one with a lightning and earth element special physique. There are also countless other special physiques of all kinds. I'm also born with a special physique. Boundless starlight physique." For the sake of tempering his boundless starlight physique, he even specially went to the imperial court in the mortal world and became the emperor for 100 years. He observed the rise and fall of the dynasties in the mortal world and experienced the changes in the general situation of the world. Finally, he deduced the boundless starlight physique to an extremely high level. Moreover, not only do I temper my body, but I also cultivate true energy. I'm not talented, but my cultivation base is at the 10th level true energy realm. I opened my heavenly eye and found some starlight celestial chi to temper my body. People call me a half-celestial body. Young man, if you fight with me, you'll definitely die. As the man spoke, countless spear shadows shot out from his heavenly eye. In just a breath's time, the starlight refracted, and the airflow in the surroundings became more and more chaotic. It twisted, crumbled, and collapsed. There were even faint signs of withering, as though the airflow had lost its vitality and was completely withered and destroyed. The man's words were not boasting. It seemed like he was merely stating a powerful fact. Countless heroes on the continent, including the old antiques, were shocked and secretly impressed by the man's words. However, Xiao Han's expression did not change. Instead, he smiled and said, "Tell me, what do you want? Tell me, what do you want? Ahahaha." Such strong confidence. Even now, you're still so calm when facing me. I don't know if you're really calm, or if you're just putting on an act. The man laughed. A talented young man like you always has a well-thought-out look on your face. It's as though you'll never be defeated, and your luck will continue to flourish. I admire your character. If it weren't for what happened today, I'd still want to be friends with you. How about this? Hand over all the celestial stones and celestial treasures you obtained from the genius zone and let everyone divide them among themselves. Then, I'll step forward and plead on your behalf to let you live. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han threw his head back and laughed maniacally, as though he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. What an idiot. I risked my life in the genius zone to obtain a few treasures, yet you're asking me to hand them over? Are you out of your mind? Moreover, someone like you doesn't deserve to be my friend. You're even worse than that motley crew from before. You're an old dog. A piece of trash. What? The man was shocked. Then, he went berserk with rage. Flames of fury shot out from his eyes. Little bastard. Little bastard. What are you talking about? Just now, although those people ganged up on me and wanted to rob me, at least they did it openly. Everyone fought and killed each other without any tricks. As for you, you are sanctimonious and hypocritical. Your words are disgusting. However, I don't care what you're saying. I'll just treat it as bullsh*t. You're just an old dog to me. Xiao Han's words were sharp and sharp, like a spear or a knife. It was almost impossible to scold a peerless expert like this in the mundane world. Xiao Han's actions silenced the countless heroes standing on the continent. Die. Little bastard. Die now. The man's face contorted, finally revealing his ugly face. His previous grace and elegance were tossed beyond the clouds. Starlight burst out of his body. In his third eye, there seemed to be a huge star that was about to appear. His aura rose steadily. As an emperor, as a king, he would rule the world. It was this powerful aura that caused the countless heroes standing on the land to involuntarily move their steps and instinctively take a step back. However, when that person used his ultimate killing technique, circles of pale golden ripples strangely entangled that person's body with a speed as fast as a ghostly flowing light. In the next moment, the pale golden ripples suddenly turned into a mace and smashed down. Before the man could react. Bang! That person's body was actually smashed into pieces by the mace that had appeared out of nowhere. He was torn into pieces. He had a special physique and his defense was indestructible. He didn't expect it to be smashed into pieces. After the golden mace smashed the man to death, it directly turned into rays of golden flowing light and flashed into Xiao Han's brain. Mind power. With a thought, Xiao Han's abnormally powerful mind power instantly locked onto the enemy and turned into a mace to kill him in one blow. It was an instant kill. That person didn't even have time to react. Of course, no matter how he reacted, he couldn't be faster than Xiao Han's mind power. This was the first time Xiao Han had used his mind power to kill an enemy, and the effect was heaven-defying. Last time, he killed Naga because he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Although Xiao Han had used his mind power to kill him, there was no point in killing him. This time, facing an old antique at his peak who was about to use his ultimate skill, Xiao Han had killed him in one blow. This made Xiao Han feel 100 times more confident. Just as I expected. After solidifying my mind power, killing ordinary mortals is a piece of cake. After that person's corpse completely exploded and scattered, the countless heroes standing on the continent let out horrified howls and cries of disbelief. Such a powerful being with 10th level true chi, a half-immortal body, and a special physique, the infinite starlight body. How could he be killed by that kid before he could even make a move? How could that kid have such an invincible skill? An immortal weapon. That kid must have used an immortal weapon. No, it's more like psychic power, it's like solidified psychic power. No, look closer, he's too arrogant. That kid killed old antiques like us as if we were nothing. If this goes on, how will we, the pagoda masters, the leaders of the various planes, maintain our dignity? Let's ask the truly powerful experts to suppress him. That kid has already been possessed by the devil. In the midst of the chaos, two imposing auras shot up into the sky, one on the left and the other on the right, sandwiching Xiao Han. Gradually, two figures appeared in the air. They were both tall and burly, each emitting the aura of a leader who could control the lives of millions upon millions of people. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, who looked like a well-read sage. All of his true chi had condensed into a book, which was filled with the majestic aura of civilization that could enlighten the people of the world. The book sometimes floated in the air, and sometimes was sucked into the heavenly eye between his eyebrows. It was extremely mysterious and profound. The other was a middle-aged man with sideburns who wore a fiery robe. The heavenly eye between his eyebrows was filled with a raging fire that could burn everything, as well as the power of thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. The aura of these two people, no matter which one, was not weaker than the expert who was killed by Xiao Han just now. Young man, why are you so ruthless? The middle-aged Confucian scholar asked aggressively. What are you trying to prove by killing people in front of so many people? Prove that you are a genius and no one can defeat you? The middle-aged Confucian scholar asked aggressively. I don't want to prove anything. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them all. What are you trying to do? Don't say that I'm heartless. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to get lost. Otherwise, you'll die all the same. Xiao Han was not afraid at all. Roar. Kid, you're too arrogant. Only with old antiques like us will the world be stable. Only then will the demon race of every plane be restrained. You actually killed him just like that, not giving us any face at all. The bearded middle-aged man in the flame robe roared angrily, his hair standing on end. I give you face? Then who gives me face? What do you mean by giving you face? I'll obediently hand over the treasure and let you kill me. That's giving you face? Ridiculous. There's no need to say more. Come at me together. Xiao Han laughed coldly. His eyes became incomparably cold, as if he wanted to destroy the world, sweep away everything, and kill all living things as easily as flicking dust. Come at me one by one, but none of you are a match for me. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs. Come at me together, I'll finish you all at once. His tone was too arrogant. But strangely, the more arrogant Xiao Han acted, the more fearful the demon warriors standing on the continent seemed to be, and the more they did not dare to rush up to kill him. On the contrary, if Xiao Han kept giving in and retreating, there would be more and more experts who would find trouble with Xiao Han and kill him. Looking at the silent scene, Xiao Han knew that he had made the right bet. His arrogance had shocked most of the people who wanted a share of the loot. At this moment, the middle-aged Confucian scholar and the bearded man in the flame robe finally could not hold it in anymore. Their bodies were filled with killing intent, and they each took out a natal Dharma treasure. The middle-aged Confucian scholar's Dharma treasure was a wordless book. The Dharma treasure of the bearded man in the flame robe turned out to be a flaming mountain. The two peerless experts were about to attack Xiao Han together. However, boom, a huge golden fishing net appeared out of nowhere and suddenly enveloped the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the fishing net passed through the two of them. Puff! 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 Suddenly, the bodies of the two peerless powerhouses were sliced into countless pieces. Tens of thousands of them were dead, and they could not be more dead. Their physical bodies were destroyed, and the natal Dharma treasures that they had condensed directly collapsed, turning into streams of pure true qi, shooting wildly in all directions. It was a spectacular scene. Is there anyone else who wants to court death? Xiao Han stood proudly, and his eyes swept across the scene. Yes. That's right. Today, I'm going to sweep away everything. All those who want to benefit from me, I'll kill them all. To be continued. Chapter 526. Right now, Xiao Han was completely going on a killing spree, sweeping everything in his path. The terrifying lethality of solidified mental power was displayed without restraint. Everyone was stunned in an instant. Especially after he killed a few powerful tower masters, the uproar on that continent suddenly quieted down. Countless pairs of horrified eyes were now staring at Xiao Han in unison. Right now, Xiao Han was floating in the air. Under the starlight, there was a proud smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and lonely. His skin was flickering with a flawless fluorescence, and his brain was emitting a halo of mental power that could deliver all living things from suffering. His entire being was like a god descending to the mortal world, overlooking the world. This peerless elegance was indeed admirable. Of course, the most important thing was that his combat strength was tyrannical, causing nearly all the tower masters to feel fear. Right now, most of the tower masters and elders present were asking themselves if they could kill Xiao Han in a one-on-one fight. If they were unlucky, they might even be killed by Xiao Han. Even some of the old antiques who thought they had the ability to compete with Xiao Han now weighed the pros and cons and rationally chose to stay dormant. Yes, there were so many supreme experts of the human race. Although Xiao Han was heaven-defying, there were definitely some tower masters who could fight with him. However, this kind of battle would definitely be extremely bitter, and if things went wrong, both sides would be injured. As a supreme tower master, he must have a sufficient view of the overall situation. If he was blindly reckless and wanted to suppress Xiao Han, both sides would be injured, and others would definitely reap the benefits. Rather than that, it was better to maintain the current situation. At the very least, they could watch the fire from the other side and wait for the best opportunity. Oh. No one wants to fight? Xiao Han smiled faintly. No one responded for a full 10 breaths. Heck, Xiao Han shrugged. He looked at the distant starry sky. It's time to go home, and at this time. On that continent. After a short period of silence, whispers rose and fell, and once again resounded in the hall. He's too strong. He's definitely a monster. If I'm not wrong, it was mental power that killed those super big shots in a second. After mental power reaches solidification, each strand of mental power is as tyrannical as an immortal artifact. Moreover, the attack speed is too fast. With just a thought, the attack arrives. Although it's launched later, it arrives first. It's like slaughtering dogs. Psychic attacks are indeed terrifying. Think about it, no matter how fast an attack from a Xianxia divine art is, it can still be faster than a thought. An idea? In fact, the cultivation of mental power. In the entire universe, it was considered to be unpopular. The reason why it was considered unpopular was because firstly, cultivation techniques that specialized in psychic power were extremely rare in the world. Secondly, psychic power was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was many times more difficult than body tempering and Xianxia cultivation. The brain and sea of consciousness were extremely fragile. If one wanted to temper the brain and sea of consciousness and strengthen one's mind and soul, the slightest mistake could lead to cultivation deviation. The young man was able to cultivate his psyche into a solid state, making it as tough as an immortal weapon. The word monstrous was no longer enough to describe him. Among the countless old-timers present, there's definitely no one who can match him in psychic power. It's very disadvantageous to fight against a psychic power master, because psychic wave attacks come without any warning. It's impossible to guard against them in advance. In other words, that young man is invincible? It can't be, right? We have over 100 million elite human warriors here, but none of them can defeat him. There are people who can beat him one-on-one, but they will have to pay a terrifying price. In the worst-case scenario, they will all perish together. There's another way, which is to swarm him fearlessly and exhaust his psychic power. Once he's completely exhausted, we can surround him and kill him. It's absolutely foolproof. However, to do that, we might have to pay the price of over 10,000 lives. Besides, if he tries to escape, there's nothing we can do about it. Forget it. Let's give up. Such a powerful young man will definitely become an immortal in the future, and his luck will be unparalleled. Fighting him is no different from fighting the heavens. Forget it, let's not make things difficult for ourselves. He deserves the immortal treasure. We might be jealous, but there's no need to play with our lives. That's right. The children of our plane also brought back some immortal weapons and immortal pills. We won't return empty-handed this time, and we won't suffer any losses. There's no need to covet other people's treasures. Amidst the discussions, many of the old-timers' opinions had already changed. They were no longer obsessed with robbing Xiao Han of his treasures. It was as if they knew when to back off. Meanwhile, on Xiao Han's side, the pagoda master, the elders, and Yan Qi were all uneasy. Xiao Han's strength made them panic. After all, before Xiao Han grew up, they had never been on good terms with him. They even quarreled with him. Now that Xiao Han was so powerful that he could kill them with a single thought, they were all extremely worried that Xiao Han would find an excuse to deal with them. When we return to the plane, I'll give my position as the pagoda master to Xiao Han. The pagoda master growled through gritted teeth. His voice was filled with extreme unease and hatred. What a joke. I've been an invincible genius since I was young. I inherited the heavenly mandate and became the ruler of a plane. I fought against the demon race and ruled over millions of lives. I'm a well-deserved leader, worshipped like a god. But now, the situation has forced me to give up my position. From now on, I'll have to be careful and respectful when facing Xiao Han, as if I'm walking on thin ice. Back then, that kid was like an ant, a pig, or a dog in front of me. But now, he's grown to such a level. Life is unpredictable. It's like a dream, pagoda. Pagoda master. There's no need to give up your position. It's a good thing for you to rule the world with Xiao Han. One of the elders said bitterly. Bullshit. Compared to Xiao Han, I'm worlds apart. Forget it. Say no more. The pagoda master flew into a rage out of humiliation. An inaudible heart-wrenching scream came from his throat. Xiao Han. Sect. You've destroyed my foundation. Seize my country. Damn it. Damn it. After yelling for a short while, the pagoda master's mood and expression gradually calmed down. A trace of malice was hidden deep in his eye sockets. It wasn't easy to be discovered. At this moment, the pagoda master walked toward Xiao Mingchu with a radiant smile on his face. Yes, Xiao Mingchu, my friend, congratulations. This is a cause for celebration. Your Cloud sect has produced a peerless immortal genius. A god that only appears once in a billion years was actually born in our tiny ordinary plane. This is truly a cause for celebration. Yes, after we return, I'll abdicate my position and give it to a better man. I'll hand over the position of the master of the plane to Xiao Han. Let Xiao Han become the leader of the human race in our plane. I believe that under Xiao Han's leadership, the demon race in our plane will soon be completely annihilated, and our plane will realize the perfect unification of the human race. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the pagoda master's words, Xiao Mingchu felt dizzy. The boundless ecstasy had already invaded every pore and cell in Xiao Mingchu's body. He kept roaring in his heart. Sect Master. You'd never imagined that junior brother Xiao Han, whom you'd placed such high hopes on, would now fight against countless pagoda masters head-on. He's talking cheerfully and merrily, and he's swift and decisive as he kills, controlling the situation with his own strength. Xiao Mingchu was so excited that he couldn't speak, so he didn't communicate with the pagoda master immediately. The pagoda master smiled amiably and walked away, but his eyes were bursting with murderous intent. Xiao Mingchu. Now that Xiao Han has risen, your Cloud sect's people are also acting recklessly. Good. Good. Although I can't deal with Xiao Han, I'm afraid I still have a chance to deal with the others in your Cloud sect. The pagoda master understood that no matter what fortuitous encounter he had, he would never be able to stand on the same level as Xiao Han again. His heart was filled with jealousy and hatred, but he did not dare to voice it out. He could only vent his anger on those who were related to Xiao Han. However, at this moment, boom. 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 All of a sudden, a violent pressure pressed down on Xiao Han's camp from all directions. All of a sudden, hundreds of figures charged towards Xiao Han's camp from all directions. The leader was a pagoda master. He was a black man with an unparalleled aura. His eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had lost all his money. The elites of my plane have all died after entering the genius zone. They didn't even bring back a single celestial artifact. Our plane has been oppressed by the demon race for years and was almost destroyed. This time, we must obtain the celestial artifact and celestial artifact. Humph. Young man, I can't defeat you, but these ants around you are too weak. I'll capture them and force you to abdicate. It turned out that the strongest human experts of a plane had done something crazy under the leadership of their pagoda master. He wanted to directly control the other people in Xiao Han's realm and use them as a threat to force Xiao Han to give in to them. The auras of these people were so powerful that the pagoda master and the others from Xiao Han's plane were completely immobilized. In less than a breath's time, they would definitely be controlled as hostages. However, Xiao Han, who was floating in the air, did not move at all. A helpless expression appeared on his face. In the next moment, puff. 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 As the golden light flickered, the bodies of the hundreds of ferocious men who had pounced towards Xiao Han's camp exploded in midair one by one. They were as resplendent as fireworks, burning away the most exciting moments of their lives. Then, they turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Killing with mere thought. The countless top human experts on the continent once again witnessed how powerful Xiao Han's psychic force was. With this move, the old fogies who had been planning to wait and see and covet Xiao Han's celestial artifact completely gave up on the idea. Let's go, we can't afford to offend this kid, let's return to our respective planes. In the blink of an eye, a large group of people appeared on the continent, all of whom were using their true energy to fly up into the sky. They had finally decided to leave. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, let's go too. At this moment, Xiao Han also let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu. Let's go home. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu looked at each other and smiled. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. A brilliant light suddenly appeared in the sky above this part of the universe. This kind of brilliance was so stunning that it did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Instead, it was the splendor of a higher-level world. Under such brilliance, everything in the mortal world seemed to dim and lose its splendor. Then, within this brilliant light, a huge vortex appeared. Endless immortal chi was surging in the vortex, and the profound divine law of space was being deduced and narrated. The whirlpool shone brightly, and gradually, a huge palace appeared, suppressing the surroundings. It was made of jade and was extremely beautiful. The boundless secular world was overturned and gorgeous. 5 colors filled the air. Around the palace, there were images of white apes presenting immortal fruits and colorful deer holding Ganoderma. An unparalleled aura radiated outwards, causing many humans who had already flown up into the sky to be forcefully suppressed and fall back to the continent. Even Xiao Han was shaken by an invisible force and fell back to the side of Xiao Mingchu and the others. At this moment, an empty, dignified, heavy and supreme voice resounded in the world. It was the voice of a monarch looking down on ants. Mortals, please wait. This emperor has a few words that I need to tell all of you. All of you better listen to me obediently. Also, be quiet. Don't be arrogant, don't talk, and don't be noisy. Listen carefully. To be continued. Chapter 527. Just as the commotion outside the genius zone was quelled and countless old-timers were about to pack their bags and return to their hometowns, something else happened. Heavenly phenomenon. A turbulent vortex appeared above the starry sky. At this moment, rays of light shot down from the turbulent vortex. In an instant, countless beautiful heavenly flowers appeared in the void, falling down in a chaotic manner. It was incomparably divine. An imposing figure appeared in the palace in the middle of the vortex. It was a blurry, illusory image that no one could see clearly. However, the aura of the great Tao and the nomological laws of the immortal Tao flowed through its body. Even the slightest bit of that aura was enough to make heaven and earth flourish with life. Furthermore, it was an extremely noble aura that reigned above the common people. As a result, the countless old-timers standing on the continent felt very humble, and were more than willing to submit, worship, and serve him. Shockingly, all of the old-timers prostrated themselves in front of the vortex in the sky, in front of the vague, imposing figure. Some tower master ranks even began to kowtow. It was as if the world's most devout believer had suddenly seen their God. The atmosphere was very strange. It's the aura of an immortal. It's clearly the aura of an immortal. Xiao Han had a different kind of realization. There's no mistaking it. It's definitely the aura of an immortal. Furthermore, it's still very far away from us. That vortex in the sky is just a spatial passageway that connects to a distant world. It seems to be a corner of the immortal world. This situation is a bit similar to Naga's connection to the immortal world. However, the immortal realm revealed by the vortex in the sky was thousands of times more real than the one Naga had communicated with. It's also thousands of times more powerful. Then, in the middle of the whirlpool, inside the heavenly palace, the figure that appeared, could it be an immortal? Xiao Han was also very surprised. However, in the face of that inviolable, and superior aura, Xiao Han's mind power was greatly affected, but he was still able to control his emotions and prevent himself from blindly worshipping it or kneeling down. Xiao Han lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Things are getting more and more interesting." Just as we mortals finished exploring the genius zone, an immortal from the immortal world appeared. Could it be that the immortals want a piece of the pie? Immortals can't enter the first floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, so they can't obtain it even if they want to. Now that we mortals have it, they can't be thinking that. Immortals can't be so narrow-minded, right? Many thoughts churned in Xiao Han's mind. At this time, Xiao Han's gaze swept left and right, and he discovered that the expressions of countless tower masters and elders had changed dramatically. Their eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. Yes, under the influence of this enormous immortal intent, their mind, qi, and spirit were completely suppressed. Even the top powerhouses of the human race were trembling in fear. They felt like ants facing a giant. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be trampled to death. Therefore, even if the immortals wanted to rob them, they could only let them. No one dared to disobey. Don't be impatient, listen to this emperor. The imposing figure in the vortex seemed to be quite satisfied with the lowly behavior of these mortals. He continued speaking. His voice contained the majesty of an emperor, the majesty of a king, and the majesty of the heavens. As he spoke, some of the sound waves that leaked out formed a majestic halo. These sound waves layered over each other, making it seem as if a god had descended. Ghosts and gods were hard to fathom, and it was a marvelous sight. You've probably guessed. This emperor is an immortal. After hearing the figure admit that he was an immortal, many of the elites of the human race on the continent, including many old antiques, kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic with their heads. Tears streamed down their faces like rain. Mortals. To be able to listen to the teachings of an immortal in your lifetime, your life has not been in vain. To you, this is a great favor. The imposing phantom also let out a faint smile that was filled with a natural sense of superiority. Xiao Han didn't think much of it. However, what he needed to do now was to protect the aura of the demon egg in his heart. He couldn't allow the immortal's intent to find out anything. Fortunately, Xiao Han's heart was surrounded by the 10,000 immortal formation that kept all auras from being detected. Moreover, the demon egg was extremely intelligent at this time. It curled up into a ball and hid itself. Therefore, Xiao Han also knew that if he didn't face an extremely powerful immortal face-to-face, if it was just the will of an immortal, it would be very difficult for his secret to be exposed and discovered. Immortals are not allowed to enter the genius zone of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Therefore, the immortal world sent a message to you mortals and made an exception to let you explore the lair of an immortal emperor. This is a miracle that rarely happens in hundreds of millions of years. I'm sure you insignificant mortals must have obtained a lot of immortal opportunities in the treasure vault of Zhu Dao. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I won't forcibly take away the treasures you've obtained. The immortals said with a smile. Hearing that, many old antiques who were kneeling or standing on the continent heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, now, I'd like to see what happened to you mortals after you entered the genius zone. The immortal's voice became extremely dignified and cold. Suddenly, an enormous divine glow shrouded the land from the vortex. In an instant, the land where Xiao Han and the mortals were located was shrouded in it. Everyone was bathed in a golden light. At the same time, whoosh whoosh whoosh, dense rays of light were drawn out from every mortal's head and swarmed into the whirlpool and the void. This is... Xiao Han was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt that rays of golden light rushed into his sea of consciousness, trying to forcefully pull out his memories. So it's forcefully reading my memories. Xiao Han understood. He was burning with anger. This immortal is too overbearing, isn't he? He doesn't treat us mortals as humans. He wants to forcefully read our memories. Under the attack of anger, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. His mental energy star continued to operate, and he even secretly used the destructive sky-destroying earth spiritual technique to prevent his memories from being pulled out of his sea of consciousness. Moreover, he tightly wrapped the golden light that had infiltrated his sea of consciousness. An endless sea of memories flowed into the vortex in the void like rivers flowing into the sea, and were grasped by the immortal figure. After 100 breaths, the immortal seemed to have read all the memories. Then, he nodded slightly and said, "Oh. I see, I see." I've already grasped the entire process of your exploration into the genius zone. It turns out that the invincible blade divided his lair into 4 layers. The outermost genius zone is filled with treasures of the lowest quality. I've also grasped the treasures stored in the genius zone, but they're not that great. Countless human elites who had their memories forcibly read could only swallow their anger, not daring to speak up. The invincible blade's temperament is still the same as before. He's still so playful. He actually created a celestial stone competition. Top 32. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. However, what's more interesting is the opening of the second layer of the treasure in 10 years. If the wealth in the first layer of the treasure is just some small things that the invincible blade casually collected back then from the second layer onwards, there should be extremely precious and extraordinary treasures. Not bad. From the second layer onwards, to the third and fourth layer, if all the treasures are obtained by the celestial realm, it can greatly increase the overall strength of the celestial realm. This is no small matter. The immortal's shadow muttered to himself. Sure enough, the celestial realm is not interested in the treasures in the genius zone. They can give them to us mortals. However, once they enter the second layer, they are determined to get it. Oh yes. From the second layer of the treasure of the invincible blade Celestial Emperor, as long as one has the celestial key, he is allowed to bring anyone into the treasure, including celestials. Now, the will of the Celestial Emperor has descended to the mortal world and personally asked about this matter. This means that in the exploration 10 years later, there will definitely be celestials who will enter. Xiao Han was optimistic. The immortal's shadow thought for a moment and then said sternly. I have already grasped the entire process. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each of the 7 celestial keys can bring a different number of people into the second layer of the invincible blade treasure. Celestials are not restricted. They can also enter. Then, many mortals, listen up. All mortals who have obtained the celestial key this time must bring people from the celestial realm when you enter the second layer of the invincible blade treasure after KO year. Although the treasures in the genius zone are nothing to the celestial realm, it is a great opportunity for mortals like you to obtain them. You should be satisfied. Then, from the second layer onwards, it is not something that you can touch. What you need to do is to use the celestial keys that you have obtained to bring people from the celestial realm in. From the second layer onwards, all the treasures will belong to the celestial realm. Of course, if there are mortals with high talents, we will also train them. Maybe we will give them some treasures as a reward. Now, all of you will return to your respective planes and prepare for the exploration after KO year. After a few years, a large number of celestials will use a special method to descend into your planes. They will meet those mortals who have obtained the celestial keys and are below 10,000 years old. When that time comes, they will enter the second layer together. I have already obtained the coordinates of your planes. You can wait for the celestials to descend into your planes with peace of mind. With that said, all the old monsters standing on this continent looked at each other. In other words, all the monsters who had obtained the celestial keys and were below 10,000 years old would be visited by celestials in the next few years. The rule set by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was that the people who had obtained the celestial keys must quickly refine the celestial keys into their bodies. This way, it would prevent people from snatching the celestial keys. As the saying went, the key existed as long as the person was alive. Therefore, this celestial did not directly ask for the celestial keys. If not, he would definitely snatch all the celestial keys and not let any mortals enter the second layer of the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. To put it simply, the mortals who had obtained the celestial keys became the guides of these celestials and led them into the second layer of the treasure. In this way, we can probably still get some benefits. If we can please some celestials, that would be even better. Some of the monsters who had refined the celestial keys into their bodies and were below 10,000 years old were even somewhat complacent. In their eyes, there was a hint of complacency brewing. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, 7-colored celestial keys. The red celestial key can teleport one person to the second layer of the invincible saber's treasure. The orange celestial key can teleport 3 people to the second layer of the invincible saber's treasure. The yellow celestial key can teleport 10 people. The green celestial key can teleport 20 people. The blue celestial key can teleport 50 people. The blue celestial key can teleport 70 people. Finally, there is only one purple celestial key. The celestial shadow muttered to himself. Suddenly, he paused and said sternly, "Who obtained the purple celestial key?" "Who?" "The mortal who obtained the purple celestial key. Come out now. Come out now." As soon as the celestial figure finished speaking, countless gazes from all directions turned toward Xiaohan. To be continued. Chapter 528. This supreme immortal emperor's will actually said that the person who obtained the purple fairy key should come out. Suddenly, from all directions, many pairs of eyes stared at Xiaohan. Most of the gazes were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Moreover, all the evil heroes near Xiaohan could not help but move away, as if they wanted to distance themselves from Xiaohan, draw a clear line, and make their stand clear. Even Xiaohan's side, the pagoda master, many elders, and Yan Qi and the others were afraid of being involved, so they avoided him as if he was a snake or a scorpion. All of a sudden, Xiaohan showed a sense of isolation and helplessness. The only people who stood beside Xiaohan and did not leave were Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, the 5 evil hero slaves, and a few evil heroes who had been helped by Xiaohan. Damn it, this immortal, why does he want to see the person who obtained the purple fairy key? In a flash, Xiaohan's heart also tightened. However, Xiaohan knew that whether it was a blessing or a curse, he could not avoid it. Under the shroud of such an immortal's will, Xiaohan could not shrink away, he had to face it. Xiaohan calmed down, and the solid Vajra spirit power star in his brain's sea of consciousness directly condensed to the size of a walnut. His spirit power was highly condensed to the limit. Xiaohan drove with his mind to condense the huge solid spirit power star into such a small point. Once it exploded, the power released was enough to destroy several planets. After the highly condensed spirit power star, Xiaohan could slightly resist the condensed and released immortal's will. Xiaohan worked out some countermeasures in a very short time, and then, finally, he walked out unhurriedly. The scene was extremely quiet. Oh! Suddenly, in the void, in the turbulent whirlpool, the hazy immortals will made a light sound, looking slightly surprised. Then, a sacred light beam directly refracted and shone on Xiaohan's head. Whoosh! This light beam directly penetrated Xiaohan's sea of consciousness. It directly entered Xiaohan's knowledge sea and began to search through Xiaohan's knowledge sea, wanting to obtain all of Xiaohan's secrets and memories. Humph! Xiaohan was indignant, but he remained calm and collected. The spiritual power star in his sea of consciousness became even more concentrated. It should be noted that Xiaohan's memories were stored in his soul, and his soul was fused with his mind power planet. Now, after the mental energy star was highly condensed, the density of the mental energy was as tough as an immortal artifact. As a result, the beam of celestial light was unable to penetrate Xiaohan's mind power planet. Soon, the silhouette of the immortal let out a dissatisfied snort. This cold snort was extremely light, but the souls of over 100 million elite human beings on the scene were all twitching, as if their souls were about to be crushed into powder. Their faces were all filled with terror. Now, Xiaohan's mastery of mind power was becoming more and more like a fish in water. Soon, Xiaohan deliberately revealed a portion of the memories in the mind power planet. This part of the memories was when Xiaohan was a live target in Cloud Rain sect, and when he was beaten up every day. Apart from that, Xiaohan's other memories were all sealed, preventing the celestial will from seeing through them. Oh! A living target for a puny secular sect? Not even an inner disciple? Beaten up like a punching bag every day? Isn't this a little too tragic? The Celestial will immediately read this small portion of Xiao Han's memories. Then, the beam of light it had released left Xiao Han's sea of consciousness and began to wander and scan Xiao Han's limbs, bones, and internal organs. At that instant, Xiao Han's heart was clenched tightly, as he was afraid that the shocking secret of the demonic egg would be exposed. The entire world of immortals was currently searching for the demon god's soul and the demon egg. If the secret was exposed, Xiao Han would most likely be dissected on the spot. Fortunately, the great formation of immortals outside the heart had managed to resist the celestial will's probing. Miraculous indeed. Young man, you're truly heaven-defying. Mortals were usually as lowly as ants. Among billions of mortals, there might not even be one immortal who could ascend to immortality. Even if a mortal managed to condense an immortal body, become an immortal, and ascend to the world of immortals, they would be at the bottom of the heap. But you, young man, are a first-rate existence among mortals. You've obtained an immortal destiny. There's an immortal formation protecting your heart, making you undefeatable in the mundane world. Also, if I'm not mistaken, your body is the embryonic form of a dual-attribute immortal body. You've already condensed a bit of an immortal body. TSK, unbelievable. No wonder you were able to overwhelm everyone else, obtain first place, and obtain the only purple immortal key. There was a hint of admiration in the celestial will's voice. But very quickly, he changed the topic and said in a stern voice. But, young man, you've blocked your memories and refused to let me read them. What crime do you deserve? A mere mortal dares to hide your memories from me. You've committed a crime worthy of implicating the entire plane. His voice was laced with fury, causing the surroundings to tremble and clouds to rise. In an instant, all the humans on the continent, with the exception of Xiao Han, fell to their knees. Like pitiful insects, they lowered their heads and trembled, letting out terrified wails. Celestial will, please calm down. Celestial will, please calm down. We mortals deserve to die 1,000 times for our crimes. Xiao Han forcefully withstood the celestial will's wrath. His mental power star churned, and he even continuously unleashed his extinguishing sky and earth mental attack. He forcefully withstood the enormous pressure the celestial will exerted on his mind, chi, and spirit. Mortals also have their own dignity. Mortals should also have their own secrets. Xiao Han braced himself and began to speak with fervor and assurance. Celestial will, your immortal power is boundless and above the mundane world. Why do you want to spy on the secrets of us insignificant mortals? Yes, I've indeed obtained an immortal destiny. One day in the future, I might also become an immortal. When that time comes, I'll also be an immortal. I'm afraid we'll be fated to meet, celestial will. Leave me some leeway now, and it'll be easier to meet in the future. This celestial. In fact, the secrets of mortals. You don't care at all. That's insignificant and insignificant. What you care about is that purple immortal key. Then, I'll admit it in front of you. I've indeed obtained the purple immortal key and refined it into my body. I've grasped all the mysteries and mysteries of the purple immortal key. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Shockingly, it was the will of that immortal. That celestial will burst into wild laughter. Good, good, you're truly an outstanding talent among mortals, a dragon among men. No mortal has ever dared to speak with assurance in front of me. Ha 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 ha, leave me some leeway now, and it'll be easier to meet in the future. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, very interesting. Not only the celestial will, but all the humans on that continent were all shocked. Xiao Han was actually in front of an invincible celestial. He spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. This kind of bearing. It was unique in the mundane world. If this kid doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become an immortal. And if he ascends to the immortal realm, he definitely won't be a bottom feeder. Countless old monsters nodded to themselves. Xiao Han persisted. This celestial, after refining the purple immortal key into my body, it'll become a part of my body. If I'm injured, I'm afraid the purple immortal key won't be able to keep it, Oh? Kid, are you threatening me? The Celestial Emperor said coldly. I wouldn't dare. I still want to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove 10 years later to explore the immortal fortune. I treasure my life very much now, and I won't anger the Celestial Emperor and incur a fatal disaster. However, if I'm forced into a corner, I'll have to self-destruct and completely destroy the purple immortal key. Xiao Han said eloquently. Xiao Han's mind was clear, and his mind was sharp and full of tricks. He knew very well that he couldn't back down when facing a powerful Celestial Emperor. He had to take advantage of the Celestial Emperor's weakness in order to gain the upper hand. You dare to threaten an Celestial at such a young age? The Celestial Emperor was obviously furious, but he didn't attack Xiao Han. He muttered to himself, that's right, after you refined the purple immortal key, it almost became a part of your divine soul. If you're slightly injured, the purple immortal key will be destroyed. That would be a waste. Good kid, now tell me, what's so special about the purple immortal key? Zhu Dao only left a purple immortal key, and it's the most precious one. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Tell me the secret of the purple immortal key. There's nothing special about it, Xiao Han blurted out. This celestial, the purple immortal key, can bring 200 people into the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. It can only bring more people in than the other keys. There's nothing special about it. In fact, a trace of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul was sealed in the purple immortal key. Moreover, Xiao Han was selected as a candidate to inherit Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Xiao Han naturally wouldn't reveal this shocking secret. Impossible. It's just a few more spots, and he arranged for you geniuses among the mortals to fight to the death? This doesn't make sense. The Celestial Emperor was still suspicious. This Celestial, when Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao opened the Genius Zone, he said that he saw us mortals as ants, pawns to play with. Not to mention giving us the purple immortal key, even if he didn't give us any reward and let us fight for nothing, we wouldn't dare to resist. Xiao Han argued. This. Indeed, Zhu Dao really likes to play. Kid, you've sealed your memory very firmly, so I can't read your memory to verify the truth of your words. But it doesn't matter. No matter how cunning you are, you can't compete with the people of the celestial realm. I'll believe you for now. Go back now, a few years later, I'll send elites to your plane. We'll send enough people to follow you into the second level of the 200 spots. The Celestial Emperor finally let Xiao Han go. However, Xiao Han was also troubled. Now, in a few years, there would definitely be a large group of Celestials coming to Xiao Han's plane. At that time, Xiao Han's every move would probably be under their control. However, things had come to this, Xiao Han had no other choice. He could only try to fool them for now. Alright, all of you go back and wait for the Celestial to meet you. In the exploration 10 years later, all of you should be obedient, that's for the best. The Celestial Emperor's voice drifted far away. The whirlpool and the void finally closed and disappeared. To be continued. Chapter 529. Finally, the immortals will disappeared. The world regained its peace. Now that the will of immortals was gone, the countless old-timers on the continent slowly rose to their feet. As for Xiao Han, he let out a long sigh of relief. After the pressure dissipated, although his whole body relaxed, Xiao Han found that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Damn it, it was really dangerous just now. I actually dared to talk back to an immortal. Also, this immortal is afraid that I'll destroy the purple immortal key, so he's not too calculative with me for now. In a few years, I'm afraid that a large number of immortals will descend upon my plane and cause trouble for me. Since he knows that the purple immortal key is in my hands, he'll definitely take special care of me. Damn it. How unlucky. Xiao Han couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this time, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others hurried over and looked at Xiao Han in fear. Junior brother Xiao Han, how was it? Luo Tianyu looked at Xiao Han with an exaggerated expression and said, "Little brother Xiao Han, it was really dangerous just now. You're too courageous. You actually argued with the immortals and even threatened them. It's really unbelievable for a mortal to do such a thing." Luo Tianyu looked at Xiao Han with an exaggerated expression. "I was forced into a dead end. Am I supposed to just stand there and let them do whatever they want?" Xiao Han said helplessly. "I hope it doesn't affect the stability of our plane." The pagoda master walked over with a sheepish smile. "Xiao Han," the pagoda lord said, "I'm just worried that you've angered the immortals, and that they'll come down to punish our plane of existence. If the immortals get angry, our plane of existence will be reduced to ashes. That's a price we can't afford. Pagoda master, don't try to guess the thoughts of the immortal. If I cause trouble, I will try my best to bear it alone." Xiao Han said with a cold smile. "Try your best to bear it alone?" Yan Qi muttered. "Then, what if you can't bear it?" He. Xiao Han looked at Yan Qi coldly. Yan Qi's scalp went numb. He quickly spoke in a weak voice, trying to please Xiao Han. "Xiao Han, don't misunderstand. I'm just saying if I, Xiao Han, can't handle it, then I can only resign myself to fate." Xiao Han shrugged. The pagoda master and Yan Qi looked at each other and smiled. "All right, let's return to the plane," Xiao Han said. At this time, the countless human monsters on this continent had already flown away in large groups, dispersing in all directions. "Let's go home. We've also gained a lot from this expedition. When we get back, we'll study the few immortal artifacts we've obtained and find out how to use them. Once we learn how to use immortal artifacts, the strength of our entire plane will skyrocket, and we will be able to destroy the demon clan and unify the world. Come, let's go back too." With so many immortal pills, refining them into pills suitable for us will definitely be of great benefit to us. We obtained a special immortal item, the sword immortal puppet. As long as it has enough energy, it can release the power of an immortal. Once we get back, we can study this heaven-defying treasure. That way, our children will have enough resources to continue exploring in 10 years. A large number of human Daoists parted ways and went their own ways. Everyone went back the way they came. They first returned to the space springboard that teleported them here. However, there were also many old monsters who came to befriend Xiao Han. "Young man, your spirit and bearing are extraordinary and superior. You have unlimited potential. We all have high hopes for you, young man. It doesn't hurt to have one more friend. Tell us the coordinates of your plane. We can go to your plane in the future and have a drink with you. We can even learn martial arts from you. Young man, why don't we tell you the coordinates of our plane? If you want to have fun in our plane, the entire Monster Hero Pagoda will welcome you with open arms." Countless powerful existences took the initiative to befriend Xiao Han. They even tried to curry favor with him. Xiao Han dealt with them one by one. As the master of the plane, the pagoda master of Xiao Han's plane was ignored. No expert from the other planes paid any attention to the pagoda master. This made the pagoda master's eyes darken even more. He looked at Xiao Han coldly, his eyes flashing with crazy jealousy. "Humph. Xiao Han. You're not the pagoda master yet. What right do you have to negotiate with the leaders of the other planes? What right do you have to tell the coordinates of your plane to outsiders? How dare you? I'm the master of this plane, the leader of this plane." The pagoda master's heart was surging with crazy jealousy. He felt like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. Xiao Han perfunctorily brushed off the leaders of the other planes who wanted to befriend him. It took him a lot of effort to get away. "Let's go home." At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with eagerness to return home. "Let's go," the pagoda master said coldly. Then, dozens of people began to return the way they came. Now, Xiao Han and the others were going to return to the space springboard from which they were teleported. Then, they would go through a 15-day teleportation and fly for more than 200 days to return to their hometown. During the flight, Pagoda Master, you don't look too good. A few trusted elders whispered to the Pagoda Master. Humph. The Pagoda Master snorted coldly. This. Pagoda Master, there's no need to be like this. You see, a weak plane like ours actually didn't have much hope when we participated in the exploration of the Genius Zone. We were even mentally prepared to be wiped out. However, after the exploration ended, some of us survived and obtained a small number of immortal pills and a few immortal weapons. That Luo Tianyu also obtained a secret immortal technique manual. When we return to the plane, we can ask him to make a copy of it so that we can comprehend the immortal technique. An elder comforted. Shut up. Don't speak. I know what I'm doing. The Pagoda Master rudely cut them off. As for Xiao Han, junior brother Xiao Han, you have to be careful of the Pagoda Master, Yan Qi, and the others. Xiao Mingchu reminded him in a low voice. I see that their eyes are evasive like ghosts. It seems like they're planning some kind of evil plot against you, junior brother Xiao Han. It's all right. Xiao Han smiled casually. Now, I can kill the Pagoda Master with just a thought. If he dares to jump out, I'll kill him if I want him dead. However, he's the master of a plane after all. If he dies, the order of the plane will fall into chaos. If he dies, there'll be no one to manage the plane. It'll be very troublesome. The world will be in chaos, and the people will suffer. Little brother Xiao Han, you don't have to worry about this. You can take over the position of Pagoda Master. You deserve it, Luo Tianyu said seriously. Ha ha ha. Big brother Luo, I don't plan to do that. I don't want to be haunted by the secular world. Right now, what I need to do is to cultivate properly. I have 10 years to prepare. When the time comes, many of the monsters in the Genius Zone who have obtained immortal fate will improve greatly. I can't lose to them. I also need to cultivate diligently and increase my combat power. Moreover, many immortals will descend in a few years. When that time comes, there will be a storm. I can't predict what the result will be. Only by increasing my combat power will I have enough resources to deal with them. Xiao Han was also very serious. I'll have to spend the next 10 years cultivating. That's good too. Xiao Mingchu nodded slightly. Then, his brows relaxed. Ha ha ha. I'll be able to return to my hometown soon and meet the sect master. Junior brother Xiao Han, if the sect master knows about your achievements now, he'll definitely. Ha 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 ha, it's hard to imagine the sect master's expression. Ha ha ha. I'm also looking forward to it. I also want to see the sect master immediately. I want to see senior brother Fang Ling and senior brother Dong Fang Qin. A look of longing appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. I also want to see Yanxue and Shirong, and Yunrong. Yunrong is about to be poisoned. This. Xiao Han was extremely worried when he thought of Xiao Yunrong, whose life and death were unknown. He could only endure the pain and not touch this matter. Not long after, Xiao Han and the others returned to the space springboard. The Pagoda Master took out a large number of supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones and placed them into the teleportation formation eye of the space springboard. Xiao Han also took out some immortal stones. Although these immortal stones were very common in the celestial world, the energy contained in them could not be compared to the supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stones in the human world. With enough energy, the space springboard began to operate. A strong teleportation vortex enveloped Xiao Han and the others. Then, the 15-day teleportation officially began. 15 days later, ha 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 ha. The teleportation is over. We are getting closer and closer to our hometown. Ha 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 ha. The heroes on Xiao Han's side all cheered and jumped. This time, it could be said that they were returning home in glory. Go. Fly faster. Ha ha ha. I don't know if we will encounter the hallucinatory demonic realm on the way. However, even if we encounter it now, we are not afraid. During our exploration in the Genius Zone, our minds and souls have been tempered and we have made great progress. Now, we can calmly deal with those hallucinatory demonic realm. We don't have to worry about being possessed. There shouldn't be any twists and turns when we go home. Xiao Han smiled. Moreover, those who can return alive will definitely improve at lightning speed in the future. Yes, with this time's tempering, we have all made a leap and achieved a qualitative breakthrough. Xiao Mingchu nodded as he felt the same. He was now in existence at the True Qi 9th level True Treasure Realm. In this plane, on the monster hero ranking, it was enough to be ranked among the ancient giants. Let's go. Now, the pagoda master was also trembling with excitement. Everyone, let's go. It's time to go home. Shio shio shio, everyone quickly flew. Destination. Hometown. Xiao Han's plain. The misty Pure Mountain Range. The strict Pure Mountain Sect. In the back garden of the Pure Mountain Sect. Sect Master Wu Yu was trimming the flowers and plants. Fang Ling and Dong Fang Qin stood at the side with their hands down. Sect Master, it has been more than a year. I don't know how junior brother Xiao Han and eldest senior brother are doing. Dong Fang Qin said worriedly. I don't know. The Genius Zone is full of ups and downs. It involves the competition between the geniuses of the universe level. Although I am very optimistic about Xiao Han, but it is hard to say. Wu Yu paused his movements and looked far away at the white clouds in the sky. However, I always feel that Xiao Han and Ming Chu are not dead. To be continued. Chapter 530. After going through so many hardships and near-death experiences, Xiao Han and his companions from the other planes were finally on their way back. On the way back to the plane, there wouldn't be any overly dangerous cosmic energy turbulence. There were only some spiritual fragments. Hallucinatory demonic lands. To the heroes who had experienced the tempering of the Genius Zone, these hallucinatory demonic lands would not pose any threat. Thus, the road back was smooth and smooth. Moreover, Xiao Han's battle strength was unparalleled, causing the people from the other planes to not dare to plot against him along the way. Xiao xiao xiao, everyone flew at a constant speed. Along the way, they encountered some hallucinatory demonic lands. Xiao Han also collected them and refined them into the spiritual star in his sea of consciousness. However, currently, these hallucinatory demonic lands will not have much effect on my spiritual force. They will not be able to help me break through to the 22nd spiritual finger technique and increase my foundation. Xiao Han was clear in his heart. With my current spiritual force, although it is strong, it will be extremely difficult to continue improving it. Xiao Han pondered as he flew. In the secular world, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a divine medicine that can nourish my spiritual force. I'm afraid I will need to take an immortal pill to be able to see immediate results and help me break through to the 22nd spiritual finger technique. Yes, an immortal pill for spiritual force. Because my physical body is already so strong that it is invincible in the secular world, it has the embryonic form of an immortal body. Therefore, my soul will not be bound by the physical body and will not encounter a bottleneck because of it. As long as I have enough immortal pills that can nourish my spiritual force, I will be able to continue cultivating the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. However, Xiao Han did not have any immortal pills that could nourish spiritual force. After killing Li Xiaotian, Jida, Naga and the others, Xiao Han had indeed obtained some treasures from them. Among them were many immortal pills, but Xiao Han had identified them one by one. There were definitely no immortal pills that could nourish the spiritual force. Now that I think about it, among the immortal pills stored in the Genius Zone, there seems to be no immortal pills that can nourish the spiritual force. Nourishing and strengthening the spiritual force is not a small matter. I'm afraid that such immortal pills can only appear on the second floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, or even the third or fourth floor. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll get rid of all distracting thoughts and return to my hometown. I'll take a good rest and recuperate for a period of time. Then, I'll try to break through to the real Qi stage. Xiao Han decided. Based on Xiao Han's current spiritual accumulation, it would not be a problem for him to reach the 7th stage of true Qi, the talisman materialization realm, or even the 8th or 9th stage of true Qi. His accumulation was already huge enough. Now, he just wanted to see how powerful Xiao Han would be when he tried to break through the realms of true energy. In this expedition, I killed all the elites of the Rhone Plain. In the Genius Zone, I personally slaughtered several heaven-defying geniuses. Then, I fought against countless Tower Master-level old monsters and slaughtered them in all directions. This kind of accumulation is unparalleled among mortals. Now, I have a premonition that when I break through to the next realm of true energy, I will create a legend in the history of mortals. I'm just curious as to what kind of level it can reach, and to what extent can it reach. Xiao Han was also very curious. Xiao Mingqiu also said with a trembling voice. Junior brother Xiao Han, go back and try to break through. With your current accumulation, I'm afraid you can directly reach the 10th stage of true energy and open the celestial eye. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han. With your strength, reaching the celestial eye realm from the expanded acupoint realm is definitely not a difficult task. TSK, to leap from the 6th stage of true energy to the 10th stage of true energy. Since ancient times, among billions and billions of mortals, such a thing has never happened before. Luo Tianyu also said in amazement. Such an unprecedented grand occasion, I, your elder brother, must properly observe the ceremony. Ha ha ha. Little brother Xiao Han, what kind of miracle will you create? Let's wait and see. Hee, Xiao Han also laughed, full of hope. The 5 of you, return to your plane now. During the break between flights, Xiao Han also summoned his 5 demon warrior slaves. Master, we pledge our lives to follow you. The 5 slaves said seriously. No need, Xiao Han waved his hand and said seriously. Listen, I now order you to return to your plane. This time, Rong and many of the elders under him, including all the demon warriors, except for the 5 of you, have all died, resulting in a total annihilation. The 5 of you can swagger back. No one will suspect you. Moreover, you have also obtained some immortal pills and immortal weapons from the Genius Zone. After you go back, study and use these treasures well. I hope that you can become the master of the plane and replace the previous Rong's position. You control the plane. If I need to, I will bring my family and move over. Do you understand? Xiao Han was also making preparations for a rainy day. He had already fallen out with the tower master of this plane and might leave the plane in the future. Coincidentally, the 5 slaves could reorganize and create a prosperous and powerful plane, leaving a way out for Xiao Han. The 5 slaves exchanged glances with each other. Master, we understand. Master, please rest assured, we have obtained many immortal treasures this time. After we go back, cultivate well, and in the future, we will definitely surpass Rome. We will create a powerful plane that belongs to you, Master. Xiao Han's 5 slaves vowed solemnly. That's good. Leave your coordinates. After 10 years, I will find you and give you a place to enter the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Xiao Han smiled. After that, the 5 slaves left the coordinates of the plane, bid farewell to Xiao Han, and returned to their own plane. 200 days later. Ha 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 ha. We're almost home. The demon warriors of Xiao Han's plane all cheered excitedly. Phew, the tower master also let out a long sigh of relief. Even though the rise of Xiao Han had caused the pagoda master to feel extremely displeased, he was able to return to his homeland in one piece. Thus, his mood gradually became optimistic and joyful. Hee, junior brother Xiao Han, I can already smell the aura of the Purity Mountain Range. Xiao Mingqiu said exaggeratedly. Ha 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 ha. Eldest senior brother, after we go back, let's go straight to the Purity Mountain Range. We won't go to the Demon Warrior region for now. Xiao Han was also eager to return. Xiao Han's Plain. Purity Sect. Purity Mountain Range. Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak. At this time, on the peak of Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain, the fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air. Between the fields, there were crisscrossing paths, and all kinds of colorful flowers and herbs were planted. Colorful butterflies were dancing among them. In some areas where the medicinal aura was extremely dense, even the soil seemed to have turned into precious pills. This mountain peak revealed a kind of ethereal elegance and an extraordinary beauty. It was like a paradise in the secular world. At this moment, in a medicinal field, there was an old man wearing a conical bamboo hat. He was carrying a bamboo basket on his back. He was using tools such as a hoe to carefully dig out mature medicinal herbs. Not far away, there were 3 women as beautiful as fairies. They wore simple clothes, but their temperament was picturesque, like goddesses in the mortal world. These 3 stunning beauties were also carrying baskets on their backs and holding tools in their hands. They were busy in the medicinal field. In a short while, the baskets on their backs were filled with medicinal herbs of various colors. The 3 beauties sat on the edge of the field and whispered to each other. These 3 beauties were Xiao Han's wives, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. The other one was Princess Mo Hen, who Xiao Han had people bring back from the great desolate ancient village before he left. Princess Mo Hen, along with all her family members, had already moved to the Purity Mountain Range. At this moment, on Xiao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak, many exquisite and elegant wooden houses were built for Princess Mo Hen's family members and servants to live in. At this moment, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, apart from being incomparably beautiful, had the charm of a woman who had just become a man's wife. As for Princess Mo Hen, she seemed more immature and pure. I didn't think that uncle would hide a mistress in his golden house and hide you, Princess Mo Hen. Jing Yanxue teased. What mistress in his golden house? Mo Hen is only a princess in distress. Sisters, don't laugh at me. Mo Hen said shyly. Mo Hen's heart was already overflowing with happiness to be brought back by the man she liked. The only thing that was not beautiful was that the man she liked had gone out to train and had not returned yet. This made her full of worry. He has already left for a year. I don't know when he will be able to return safely. Mo Hen put her hands together and made a praying gesture. Mo Hen, don't worry. He is a deity that has descended to the mortal world. In his life, he will always be able to turn misfortune into fortune. He will definitely come back. And we should learn medicine refining from Great Master Yen Lang. When he comes back, we will be able to refine the best medicine for him. Lan Shirong said with a gentle face. At this time, the old man wearing a bamboo hat, who was immersed in digging medicine, also raised his head. He slightly wiped the sweat on his forehead. This person was Yen Lang. After Yen Lang became Xiao Han's slave, he wholeheartedly served Xiao Han and was completely loyal. During this period of time, he taught his medicine refining skills to the 3 women. At this time, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament slowly walked through the small path of the field and came over. It was Wu Yu. Sect Master, he has come. Jing Yanxue and the others also quickly ran over to greet him. Wu Yu smiled and nodded. Then, he walked towards Yen Lang. Sect Master Wu. Yen Lang smiled. Great Master Yen Lang, is the feng shui of my Purity Mountain Range good? These medicinal fields look like they're growing well. It's a scene of prosperity. Wu Hu greeted Yen Lang with a smile. Yes, the 6 Peaks mountain range is a holy land for cultivating one's body and tempering one's character. It is also a holy land for martial arts, and even more so, an excellent place to cultivate medicinal fields. Yen Lang praised. Great Master, you praise me too much. Wu Yu laughed involuntarily and then said seriously. Many thanks for Great Master's contributions to our sect this year. After taking the sacred medicine refined by Great Master, my Purity Mountain sect has produced no less than 100 true disciples in a year. Ha 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 ha. Sect Master Wu is too polite. Yan Lang said with a slight smile. In reality, I can still refine even more heaven-defying medicine. However, I am wanted by the entire plane and don't dare to expose my whereabouts, and even more so, I don't dare to expose my medicine refining methods in order to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to boast, but it wouldn't be a problem for my Purity Mountain sect to create a few 7th and 8th level true Qi giants. No matter. Great Master, it's better for you to keep a low profile. If you cause a big commotion, I'm also worried that I won't be able to protect you. If anything happens to Great Master, when Xiao Han returns to the sect and questions him, our sect won't be able to bear the responsibility. Wu Yu joked. After pausing for a moment, Wu Yu said seriously. Great Master, you and Xiao Han have a master-servant relationship. Now, can you sense whether Xiao Han is alive or dead? Wu Yu already knew that Xiao Han had used the remnant of the mysterious spiritual technique to enlighten Yan Lang. There must be a subtle spiritual connection between Yan Lang and Xiao Han. That was why Wu Yu asked this question. Yan Lang closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. After a dozen breaths, he opened his eyes, and a strange light shone in them. My master is still alive. Moreover, the aura of his soul is getting stronger and stronger. If I didn't sense wrongly, Master is getting closer and closer to us. In other words, Master is returning from the genius zone. To be continued. Chapter 531. In the Boundless Universe. After traveling for more than 260 days, Xiao Han and the others finally, in front of Xiao Han and the others, a continent appeared 1,000 miles away. Compared to the lifeless meteorites they saw along the way, this continent was full of vitality. On this continent, there were azure oceans, continuous mountain ranges, lush green forests. There were also empires, dynasties, commoners, and all living beings. We're home. We're finally home. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's psychic wave swept over that piece of land, and he felt a little touched. The pagoda master and the others cheered in unison. We've finally arrived safely. The pagoda master trembled with excitement. Then, the pagoda master looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, would you like to return to the Yaoxia pagoda with me? You have many treasures with you. You can take them out and study them after we return to the Yaoxia pagoda. Xiao Han, don't worry. We won't covet your treasures. We'll just take a look. Oh, I won't return to the Yaoxia pagoda first. I'll return to the Pure Cloud sect. Xiao Han rejected him directly. Then, he took out a few immortal skill manuals from his storage ring. These were some of the items he obtained after killing his opponents in the Immortal Stone competition. These immortal arts and secret manuals are my contribution to the plane. However, mortals can't touch the immortal skill manuals. They can only study them a little. It's enough if they can understand a little. Xiao Han threw the immortal skill manuals to the pagoda master. Then, he flew into the plane with Xiao Mingchu and returned to the Pure Cloud mountain range. The pagoda master held the immortal skill manuals that Xiao Han gave him. His expression flickered. Then, he gritted his teeth and snorted. He can take out a few immortal skill manuals so casually as if he's giving them to me. Xiao Han, I wonder how many heaven-defying treasures he has. Damn it. He only took out a few immortal skill manuals. Does he think I'm a beggar? The pagoda master said helplessly. Let's go. Let's return to the Yaoxia pagoda. Pure Cloud mountain range. Early morning. The mist was like immortal qi as it enveloped the entire unbroken mountains, purifying the land of the mortal world until it looked like a celestial paradise. Dawn was the most important part of the day. At this time, countless inner disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples of the Pure Cloud sect were already practicing their martial skills in the dojos on the various mountains. It was worth mentioning that the Pure Rain sect had produced Xiao Han, who had started out as a living target. Therefore, a few years ago, the sect leader, Wu Li, had pardoned all the living targets in the sect, making all of them disciples of the sect. If anyone was unwilling to practice martial arts, they would be given money and fertile land, allowing them to leave the sect and live a prosperous life. In the past few years, the Pure Clouds sect had also developed and become a powerful sect in the entire southern region. It could even rival some of the major sects in the eastern region. The morning of this day seemed to be no different from any other day. However, suddenly, rays of light, auspicious chi, and precious radiance crisscrossed and enveloped the entire mountain range. Mysterious phenomena appeared, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, the air currents surged, and celestial music rose in spirals. In that instant, the entire Cloud sect seemed to be completely enveloped by an immortal realm. What's going on? On a mountain peak in the outer sanctum, hundreds of outer sanctum disciples who were practicing martial arts looked up at the sky in bewilderment. At the same time, countless disciples of the Pure Cloud sect on the inner and outer peaks were stunned by the sight before them. They could not help but stare at the sky in all directions. Whoosh 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 whoosh, rays of chi flew out from the legacy mountains in the inner region of the mountain range. Who is it that has come to the Pure Cloud sect? The true chi realm cultivators of the Pure Cloud sect swarmed out. The person in the lead was a swordsman in white. As he walked in the air, waves of sword chi rippled around him, blooming lotus flowers of sword chi. It was as if every step he took was a lotus, and every step he took was a sword. This person was Fong Ling currently. Fong Ling had made great progress in both his cultivation of true chi and his sword intent. He had the aura of a minor powerhouse. I wonder which expert has come to our Pure Cloud sect? Fong Ling asked in a loud voice. Ha 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 ha. There's no expert. Senior brother Fong Ling, how have you been? As the clouds dispersed, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu approached from afar. What? In the air, Fong Ling's body shook violently. He almost lost his balance and fell. Fong Ling's eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Mingqiu and Xiao Han. Then, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fong Ling let out a long roar and let out a hearty laugh. Eldest senior brother. Junior brother Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Eldest senior brother and junior brother Xiao Han of our Pure Cloud sect have returned from the Genius Zone. Ring the bell. Announce to the entire sect. The next moment, whoosh, a ray of black light flew high into the sky and crashed into Xiao Han's arms. Junior brother Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Qin had already rushed out and gave Xiao Han a bear hug. You're back. You're back. Safe and sound. Soon, even Wu Yu personally came out to welcome them. In the misty rain, Wu Yu's left eye was cloudy and his right eye was drizzling. He was like a saint who was above the mortal world. He also walked towards Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu. At this moment, he seemed to be unable to maintain his composure. He directly walked to Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu's side and heavily patted their shoulders. For a moment, Wu Yu's throat seemed to be choked. He couldn't say much and could only say, "You've improved, you've all improved, Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. He's back." Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxua, and Mo Hen all cheered and jumped up. Their beautiful eyes were filled with happy and excited tears. Sect Master, Wu Yu is back. Are you well? At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was brimming with happiness. At this moment, in Xiao Han's world, demon capital. The demon clan's lair. Last time, Xiao Han had wreaked havoc in the demon capital. Not only had he kidnapped Yan Lang, but he had also killed countless demon emperors and mutated demon emperors. Especially when Xiao Han was possessed by the demonic god. Just a little bit of his aura was enough to shatter countless demonic beasts, and he even killed a demonic emperor in an instant. This caused the demonic beasts in this plane to suffer great losses. When Xiao Han and the others had left the plane to explore the Genius Zone, the demon hero pagoda had been empty. In fact, the entire human world had been undefended. However, the demon race no longer had the resources to cause trouble. They could only cower in the ruins of the demon capital and struggle at death's door. At the same time, they had also hatched some sinister plots. At this moment, the demon capital was extremely cold and cheerless. In fact, there was even a lingering smell of ruin. Every inch of space still had the lingering scent of disaster. On every floor of the demon metropolis, a large number of buildings collapsed. The earth's crust had been deformed and cracked. Ruins could be seen everywhere. The third level of the demon capital. In the collapsed five-colored demon palace. With Emperor Woodfern in the lead, 9 demon emperors floated in 9 different directions. Thick and violent demon chi filled the air. Emperor Woodfern, it's been a long time since the silver-masked demon emperor destroyed the foundation of our demon race. I wonder where the silver-masked demon emperor is now. I don't know when we can take our revenge. One of the demon emperors said in a strange tone. Moreover, after Grandmaster Yen Lang was kidnapped, there are no more treasures that can help our ordinary demon emperors evolve into mutated demon emperors. If this continues, we will be hunted down by the human demon heroes, don't worry. Emperor Woodfern's face was dyed with madness. He was hysterical. Very soon, the situation will turn for the better. I've already used a secret art to send some messages out with our plane as the center. I've already told the demon race in the countless neighboring planes. Yes, I've already received a lot of feedback. The demon race armies of the various planes. It's coming. I've already sent the coordinates of our plane to the demon race in the other planes. Among them, there are some demon race 10 times, 100 times stronger than us. Ha 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 ha, let us all perish together. If worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. If we're lucky, those high-level demon race experts from other planes will become our pawns. They'll help us wipe out the human demon heroes in this plane, and they might even help us capture the silver-masked demon emperor. Of course, if we're unlucky, our plane might be invaded and occupied by the high-level demon race experts from other planes. Half and half. Half and half. But if we don't do this, we'll lose everything. We'll all die at the hands of those damned demon hero pagoda. This time, I'm betting everything on this. Emperor Woodfern, what's the situation with the high-level demon race experts from other planes? Are they coming? A few monarch beasts asked nervously. Yes, the news has long since been sent out. However, in the vast universe, the distance between any plane and another plane is extremely far. Between the neighboring planes was a vast and boundless universe. The universe was filled with all kinds of energy, such as peck wind, black thunder, blue fire, sky fire, black hole, space fragment, meteorite stream. Even with the precise coordinates of the universe, it would still take some time for demons from other planes to fly over. However, now, I've received news that at least 100 demon race tribes from other planes have heard the news and are rushing over. They'll all enter our plane in a month at the latest. They're on their way. Moreover, there will be more and more demon clan tribes entering our plane one after another. Roar. When that time comes, our plane will be engulfed in a storm of blood. All humans will become our food. We'll break the balance with the demon hero pagoda. This plane will become a paradise for the demon race. The human race will perish. A boundless disaster will descend. Despair. Slaughter. Fear. Death. Plague. Roar demon race army, destroy everything. To be continued. Chapter 532. After Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu returned to the Pure Cloud sect, the entire sect celebrated. They were immersed in a sea of joy. The disciples sang and danced, held a feast, released countless cows and sheep, and brought out countless jars of wine. The atmosphere was as lively as New Year's Eve. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Now, almost all the core disciples of the Pure Cloud sect knew that Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu had returned from the Genius Zone. What was the Genius Zone? It included countless elite geniuses in the universe, and there was a fierce competition. Countless powerful planes gave birth to countless monstrous geniuses with extremely high life levels. In a situation like this, the geniuses sent by the weaker planes were basically sending themselves to their deaths. Under such a terrible situation, the two disciples of the Pure Cloud sect not only returned alive, but also killed many monstrous geniuses from other planes and brought back many immortal treasures. The entire Pure Cloud sect was proud. At this point, the development of the Pure Cloud sect had reached the most glorious stage since its establishment. No one in the entire plane could match it. In the Pure Cloud Palace, Xiao Mingqiu spoke eloquently about Xiao Han's performance in the Genius Zone, as well as how he had single-handedly taken on countless fiendish Daoist antiques after leaving the Genius Zone, and how he had killed people as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. Hearing this, Lord Wu, who had always been calm and collected, was dumbfounded. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin were also suffocating. Horrifying. Xiao Han, this sect had previously predicted that if you and Ming Chu could return from the Genius Zone alive, then without a doubt, the two of you would have made great progress. However, Ming Chu is still fine. From the 8th level of True Qi, he ascended to the 9th level of True Qi. His progress could be considered normal. But Xiao Han, you can actually ignore the huge difference in realms and instantly kill tower masters like killing pigs and dogs. How much time has passed? You are already so heaven-defying. Even if you are the reincarnation of an immortal, it's impossible for you to have such rapid progress. Wu Lu looked at Xiao Han as if he was looking at a monster. Sect Master, you are exaggerating. This disciple only has some immortal fate and luck. Xiao Han said embarrassedly. Immortal fate is reserved for those with strength and foundation, not myself. Even if the immortal fate comes, I will definitely miss it. I can't grasp it. Blackbird waved his hand. Xiao Han, you don't have to be modest. Right now, you are invincible in this plane. No one is a match for you. You can instantly kill our tower master. Xiao Han, it seems that you shouldn't place your sights on this plane. You should have a long-term plan. Right now, you can imagine the situation in the immortal world. At this rate, you'll be able to become an immortal in less than 100 years. Immortal Ascension. Mortals defy the heavens, like carps leaping over the dragon gate and ascending to the heavens. Become an immortal. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin exclaimed at the same time. This kind of thing only exists in ancient records. I never thought that it would actually happen right in front of us. Moreover, it's our junior brother. This is a dream. All of this is like a dream. Fang Ling even bulged his eyes. After staring at Xiao Han for 100 breaths, he finally muttered. Xiao Han. Less than 100 years old and has a 99% chance of becoming an immortal. Back then, he was a live target and was bullied by the disciples in that small town. Even a pill that I casually gave him couldn't be preserved and was snatched away. But now, in the blink of an eye, he's about to become an immortal. Killing a tower master with a spiritual fluctuation. He can destroy a secular empire. In the secular world, he can call the wind and summon the rain. Senior brother Fang Ling, I'm embarrassed by your words. Don't praise me anymore. Xiao Han smiled innocently. Then, Xiao Han also said seriously. Sect Master, Senior Brothers, I returned to this plane this time for a short period of time. After 10 years, I still have to participate in the second layer exploration of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Sect Master, you're right. I shouldn't put my sights on this secular world anymore. I must pursue a higher level world. For example, the immortal world. And in the exploration 10 years later, I have a hunch that there will be a greater opportunity waiting for me. Perhaps, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will be an important link for me to contact the immortal world. Yes. Junior brother Xiao Han, you must participate in the exploration 10 years later. You're the biggest winner among the hundreds of millions of geniuses in the genius zone. Vaguely, the supreme luck has already blessed you. I also predict that you will make brilliant achievements in the exploration 10 years later. Maybe, the exploration 10 years later can make you directly become an immortal. Dongfang Qin also encouraged. However, Xiao Han was not blindly optimistic. However, the exploration 10 years later will no longer be dominated by us mortals. The people of the immortal world will also participate. After a few years, those who obtained the immortal key to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will be found by the immortals. A large number of places to enter the second layer will be controlled by the immortals. In other words, the secular demons will inevitably become the puppets of the immortals. And I have refined 2 immortal keys. Among them, the purple immortal key is extremely valued by the immortals. Xiao Han smiled bitterly. After a few years, I don't know how many powerful immortals will come to find me. I can't help it. So, Sect Master, senior brothers, I must be humble in the exploration 10 years later. At that time, it will be no small matter to deal with the immortals. If I'm not careful, my reputation will be ruined and I will be turned into ashes. When the immortals are angry, the plane will be turned into ashes. It's not a joke. When they heard Xiao Han say that a large number of powerful immortals would descend to the plane in a few years, Wu Yu and the others were extremely shocked. Although they were the strongest of the secular human race, they had never seen a real immortal in their lives. When they thought that they would see the grace of the immortals with their own eyes in a few years, they felt both curious and suffocating pressure. Moreover, the evil hero who has obtained the fairy weapon and elixir pill this time will also make great progress in the next 10 years. He will not be able to be mentioned in the same breath as before. Junior brother Xiao Han, you really can't let your guard down. It's right to seize the time to cultivate. Xiao Mingchu also looked serious. Through this adventure, I've also come to understand how weak I am. However, I've also been inspired to work hard and learn to cultivate by hanging myself from a beam. Well, all of you cultivate hard. Accumulate the foundation for the great immortal opportunity 10 years later. Xiao Han looked at Wu Yu. Sect Master. Senior brother Fang Ling, senior brother Dongfang Qin, 10 years later, the quota to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I have 270 here. Even if most of it is given to the immortals, there will still be some left. Hey, let's go together then. Our strength is not enough. Dongfang Qin immediately blurted out. Wu Yu also shook his head helplessly. Xiao Han, we can't compete with the extraordinary geniuses of other planes, let alone the immortals. But the opportunity 10 years later, I can't help but be tempted. That's an opportunity that every mortal dreams of. Sect Master, it's okay, Xiao Han said seriously. This time, I brought back some elixirs. Mortals can't directly take the elixirs, but we have the most outstanding alchemist in the plane, Yan Lang. He will definitely refine a neutralizing medicine so that we can enjoy the elixirs. With the elixirs, we can improve our strength. In addition, I have some immortal weapons here. In this way, Sect Master, senior brothers, we may have the ability to protect ourselves. Good. 10 years later, our sect will also give it a try. To be able to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Even if I die, I can die in peace. Wu Yu finally made a decision. Then, Wu Yu smiled and said, "All right, Xiao Han, the celebration outside is in full swing, let's go out too." Xiao Han. Your wives have been yearning for you day and night, now that you're back, why don't you go see them? Night. Stars and moons filled the sky. On the main peak of the Pure Cloud sect, a bonfire was burning. These delicacies, and delicacies from land and sea could be found everywhere. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils. That night, all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect made an exception and climbed the main peak, singing and dancing, celebrating. Under the light of the bonfire, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu held wine cups in their hands, accepting blessings from all sides, and downed the cups heroically. Xiao Han's good brother, Cho, was currently cultivating outside. It was said that his true qi cultivation was not weak. In the domain of the third-level true qi, he could be considered a small expert. In addition, under the bonfire, Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxua, and Mo Hen's beautiful faces were illuminated red, beautiful beyond compare, brimming with smiles of the happiest women in the world. As their eyes moved, they were extremely charming. They all looked at their man with boundless affection. They knew in their hearts that their man was already the most powerful existence in this plane. Crazy worship and true love surged and burned in their hearts, unable to be restrained, unable to be extinguished. Now, no matter what Xiao Han asked them to do, they would absolutely not refuse. After celebrating for a while, Xiao Han called Yan Lang into an art courtyard on the main peak. Ah! Roar! Roar! At this moment, Yan Lang was holding onto a storage ring with both hands, jumping up and down non-stop. His body was trembling as if he was having a seizure, and he was howling like a wild beast. He had completely entered a state of hysteria. Yan Lang, calm down. You are. Xiao Han was speechless. You're already so old, yet you're still bouncing around here, immortal pills. This is an immortal pill. A genuine immortal pill. Ha 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 ha. Master, I boast that I am the most powerful alchemist in countless planes. This, I am extremely confident. In terms of true qi cultivation, I am not considered anything, just like a three-legged cat. But in terms of alchemy, I am absolutely the best. To be honest, I am already tired of all kinds of alchemy in the secular world. In the secular world, I am unable to refine a divine medicine that I am satisfied with. Immortal pills, I yearn for even in my dreams, I want to see them. But that is still too far away. Immortal pills are so precious. I am just a mere mortal, how could I see immortal pills today? And now, Master actually gave me so many immortal pills of all attributes. This is no different from a Taotai finding delicacies, or a drunkard obtaining fine wine. Now, even if I have to die immediately, I will die without regrets. Yan Lang, who had devoted his whole life to alchemy, was extremely crazy about the way of alchemy. Just now, Xiao Han had brought back all the immortal pills from the genius zone and gave them to Yan Lang. These immortal pills were not exchanged with immortal stones by Xiao Han himself. The main reason was that many geniuses were killed and fell out of their storage rings, and Xiao Han took advantage of them. There were thousands of immortal pills, no more, no less. Moreover, there were all kinds of immortal pills of all attributes. Xiao Han gave all the immortal pills to Yan Lang. This made Yan Lang so happy that he almost went crazy on the spot. Alright, don't be happy yet. Xiao Han's face was serious, and he directly stared at Yan Lang. Yes, Master, I am too proud of myself. Yan Lang immediately kept quiet out of fear, and looked at Xiao Han seriously. Master, what do you want me to do? Immortal pills are indeed precious. Xiao Han said coldly. But, ordinary people cannot enjoy immortal pills. Even if it is only an immortal pill, the energy contained in it is not something ordinary people can withstand. If they consume it, their bodies will explode immediately. Yes, Master, I am very clear about this. Because of the difference in life levels, if ordinary people consume immortal pills, it is no different from suicide by poison. Yan Lang nodded seriously. Even if a pagoda master opens the heavenly eye, at most, he can only collect some scattered immortal qi in the mortal world, the quality of which can never be compared to immortal pills. It is also difficult for a pagoda master to consume immortal pills. This is the crux of the problem. Xiao Han stared at Yan Lang. I have given you so many immortal pills, can you use your alchemy skills to make the medicinal properties of these immortal pills be absorbed by the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect? Do you have any ideas? Shockingly, Yan Lang's face was glowing. His eyes were filled with great ambition and confidence. Don't worry, Master. I have 99% confidence that I can neutralize the immortal pills you gave me, refine them, and create a divine medicine that is suitable for the consumption of the Pure Cloud sect. Such a divine medicine, once consumed, will bring great benefits. It can allow all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect to improve rapidly. I dare not say anything else, but 3 years. In just 3 years, all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect will have the strength of an ancient authority of the Yaoxia Pagoda. The outstanding ones, such as the sect master, core disciples Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and the eldest core disciple Xiao Mingchu, will definitely be able to enter the 10th stage of true Qi and open the heavenly eye. And they will be able to create a real half-immortal body. What? Our Pure Cloud sect, including the inner disciples, will have the strength of an ancient authority? Besides, the sect master and the others will be able to open the heavenly eye and create a half-immortal body? Xiao Han said in shock. Master, I have 99% confidence. No. 100% confidence. I can refine close to 10,000 immortal pills and create more than 1,000,000 divine medicines. Everyone in the Pure Cloud sect will have a share. Yen Lang said decisively. Good. Yen Lang. I will leave this matter to you. Remember, keep it a secret, and don't spread the news before it is done. As long as you can do it well, I will reward you handsomely. Xiao Han was completely excited. In other words, if there were no accidents, 3 years later, the entire Pure Cloud sect would achieve a terrifying leap. If everything Yen Lang said could be realized, then the strength of the entire Pure Cloud sect would surpass this plane's monster hero tower. At that time, I will also give some divine medicines to Shengguan Wudi, Big Brother Luo Tianyu and the others to help them go against the heavens. Xiao Han left contentedly. Late at night. The red candles were burning high. After Xiao Han took a bath, he laid down on the spacious soft couch. Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxua, Mo Hen, all of them covered their bodies with light gauze and sat on the edge of the bed. Hee hee. I haven't done that thing with you guys for a long time. Xiao Han smiled ambiguously. Princess Mo Hen, come here. You still haven't. Today, I will officially make you my, Xiao Han's, woman. P.S. This week, we will practice the third subject. I originally thought that I would practice in the city, but I have to go to the suburbs dozens of kilometers away. This is too torturous. Today, I will only return home at 9 p.m. I am a bit tired. Today, I will only update 1 chapter. But fortunately, today is already Thursday. This week is over, and the exam next week or next week. After the exam, I won't have to go through so much trouble. Chapter 533. Life is short. Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. That night, Xiao Han played with the bodies of the 3 beauties to his heart's content. He vented out all his energy. Princess Mo Hen had been in love with Xiao Han for a long time. She had waited bitterly for Xiao Han in the great desolate ancient village for many years. Today, she finally got what she wanted and was completely occupied by Xiao Han. She completed the complete sacrifice of her soul and body. She had her first time, and it was in front of Jing Yanxua and Lan Shirong. This made her feel ashamed and excited. In the end, she was teased by Xiao Han again and again. She finally rushed to the 9 heavens and screamed passionately. As for Jing Yanxua and Lan Shirong, they were already addicted to the taste. This time, they were even more bold and unrestrained, satisfying many of Xiao Han's special requests. That night, they were infatuated with each other. They played with each other until noon of the second day. The 3 women collapsed on the bed like mud. Their faces were full of tears. There was a kind of happiness that was derived to the peak and a kind of satisfaction that came after a storm. Their expressions were extremely cute. After they fell asleep, Xiao Han gently covered them with blankets. Only then did he put on his clothes and leave the room in high spirits. Outside the room, a group of beautiful maids who were trimming the flowers blushed when they saw Xiao Han. They wanted to run away, but they couldn't help but steal glances at Xiao Han with their bright eyes. It was extremely seductive. Xiao Han gave them a kind smile, which made their bones and legs go soft. There was an indescribable heat between their legs. Just like that, Xiao Han stayed in the mountain range for half a month. During this time, Xiao Han wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he brought his women to tour the mountains and rivers every day. At night, they were even more alluring. Occasionally, he would chat with Wu Lei, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others. They were extremely happy. Half a month later. Mountain Range Hall. Xiao Han was ready to go. Wu Lei, Xiao Mingqiu, Fang Ling, and Dongfang Qin were all looking forward to it. Xiao Han. You want to borrow a mental room from the Demon Hero Tower and focus on breaking through. This matter has been reported to the Pagoda Master 10 days ago. We have received his approval. Today, let's go to the Demon Hero domain together. Wu Lei said with a smile. Xiao Han, you are now at the peak of the Xian realm. 60 true acupoints. You want to break through the 61st true acupoint. The true qi transformed into a true talisman, increasing the quality of the true qi. Originally, advancing from the 6th stage to the 7th stage of true energy was just a trivial matter. If it were any other martial artist, it would not be worth anticipating at all. But Xiao Han, you are different. You will create a miracle. Ulama's eyes lit up. Xiao Han. When you were in the expanded aperture realm, you expanded your aperture 10 times and accumulated a total of 2,553 times. At that time, it shocked the world. When you expand your acupoints, you lay down such a solid foundation. Not only do we not have it in our plane, but in countless other mundane planes as well. It was unlikely that anyone could surpass this result. But now, your accumulation is even greater. Your qi has transformed into true talismans. How monstrous would your true talismans reach after 10 baptisms? I don't dare to make wild guesses. I don't even dare to imagine, because of your current life form. No one has the right to evaluate your achievements. Phew. Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He wasn't a hypocrite, and nodded. When I was expanding my acupoints, it was the accumulation I gained from my trip to the Fiend capital. But this time, I broke through to the 7th stage of true energy from the fierce battle in the genius area, the 100 schools contending, and the cruel competition between the geniuses of various planes. The Fiend capital and the genius area are completely different. Now, the countless unopened true acupoints in my body are restless, transmitting the throbbing of my soul. They can break out of their cocoons and transform into butterflies at any time, blossoming new true acupoints with irresistible force. Now, what I need to do is find a secluded place and explode my acupoints in one go. The spirit room of the Fiend Pagoda is the best choice. Then let's go. Xiao Mingqiu was also very impatient. The Fiend Pagoda is already prepared to welcome you, junior martial brother Xiao Han. The time to create a miracle has arrived. Junior martial brother Xiao Han, let's go immediately. Good. Let's go. Cultivating true energy is the foundation. Only when one's true energy reaches the 10th stage and opens the heavenly eye, along with other accumulation, can one become an immortal. If I want to become an immortal, I have to do it step by step. My true energy cultivation can't be left idle and wasted. Xiao Han, Wu Lei, and the others strode out of Xiao Mingqiu Hall. Xiao Han, the 6th stage of true energy is to build the foundation. The 7th stage of true energy is to transform true energy into true talismans. That's your actual combat strength. If you were at the 7th stage of true energy, and the number of times you cleansed the talisman was the same as the number of times you expanded your acupoints, then you wouldn't even need to rely on your physical strength to kill a tower master. Fang Ling analyzed while walking. Xiao Han's plane. The Fiend Hero area. The atmosphere in the Fiend Hero area was blazing. The huge Fiend Hero area seemed especially crowded. It was a sea of people. Millions of Fiend Heroes returned to the Fiend Hero area from all over the plane. This caused the Fiend Hero area to be overcrowded. The Fiend Heroes who had a place on the Fiend Hero ranking had all returned. The ordinary Fiend Heroes who didn't have a ranking had also returned. The young people who had just become Fiend Heroes also hurried to the Fiend Hero area. Ancient giants, as long as they weren't in seclusion, they all returned. The Fiend Hero area had never been so lively. There was no other reason. All of the Fiend Heroes had rushed back to watch the ceremony. To pay homage to Xiao Han's breakthrough to the next realm. After Xiao Han and the others returned from the genius area, Xiao Han's reputation spread like wildfire. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Xiao Han wasn't the only Fiend Hero who returned from the genius area. The other surviving Fiend Heroes couldn't help but tell their friends about the legendary experience in the genius area. They couldn't help but mention the godlike Xiao Han. In this way, one person spread to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. The miracle of Xiao Han in the genius area spread in an extremely short period of time. In just half a month, this matter spread throughout the world through the mouths of millions of people. Moreover, the more it spread, the more godly it became. Now, in the entire plane, martial artists who had a little bit of status all knew about the genius area. They all knew about the countless secular planes, the magical powers of countless geniuses, and the cruel competition between geniuses. They also knew that Xiao Han ruled the world, suppressed the heroes, and killed who knew how many tower masters. This kind of legendary experience caused Xiao Han to be worshipped like a god in the hearts of all the martial artists in this plane. In a short period of time, in the secular world, north and south of the Yangtze River. In the 4 regions, countless temples to worship Xiao Han were built in the great wilderness, and the incense was flourishing. Xiao Han's status. He was like the sun in the sky, far surpassing the leader of this plane, the Tower Master. Moreover, Xiao Han's deeds were adapted into popular jokes by many storytellers and spread in the streets and alleys. There were also countless biographies about Xiao Han that appeared one after another. Now, Xiao Han was going to break through to the next realm. This was simply a big event that shocked the entire plane. Because everyone knew. Xiao Han would create a result that would make the world look askance and surpass the past and present. Besides, the last time Xiao Han broke through to the expansion point realm, his expansion point multiplier had reached 2,553 times. This was already an unfathomable heaven-defying result. The current Xiao Han. His reputation was even greater. The results of his seclusion this time would definitely far surpass the expansion point realm. This was simply whetting the appetite of all the martial artists in the plane. In front of the Fiend Hero Tower, many stands had been built, and many Fiend Heroes had already taken their seats. In the void, auspicious clouds rolled, and there were many ancient giants. Among them, they couldn't help but discuss wantonly. One of the ancient giants wore coarse hemp clothes. His face was simple, but his eyes were like the sea. His body was like an abyss, displaying extraordinary combat strength. He was the leader of the ancient giants in this plane, on the Fiend Hero list. The existence ranked first. He was called Boss by all the ancient giants. At this moment, the boss's face was somewhat serious. It's lively, our plane has never been so lively, all because of a heaven-defying youth. Xiao Han. His breakthrough attracted the attention of the entire world, stirring up a storm. An ancient giant with the appearance of a scholar moved his body, and the airflow in the space gathered. This person was the ancient giant that Xiao Han had caused a ruckus in the Fiend Hero Tower, forcing him to come out and stop Xiao Han, and even made a bet with Xiao Han. He was ranked 3rd on the Fiend Hero list. He smiled, "Boss, last time, you didn't see Xiao Han break through with your own eyes. That time, he displayed the potential of an immortal, expanding his acupoints by 2553 times. This plane's acupoint expansion multiplier was created by this little brother, 95 times. For so many years, no one has been able to surpass it. But this young man, Xiao Han, his results are worlds apart from this little brother. Expanding his acupoints by 25-53 times, completely at the level of a monster. This time, he will definitely shine when he refines the true talisman. Yes, this plane's emergence of such a talent can indeed help the rise of the plane. The boss nodded slightly. However, there are some rumors circulating outside, saying that this young man not only defeated countless geniuses from other planes, but also that he can even kill a tower master with a single gaze. Isn't this too exaggerated? Ha 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 ha, Xiao Han is a monster, abnormally tyrannical and unreasonable. However, in this world, rumors spread one by one, and in the end, it is inevitable that they will exaggerate and spread false rumors. Killing a tower master with a single gaze, this must be the nonsense of a busybody. The group of ancient powerhouses laughed involuntarily. At this time, just like the time when Xiao Han was breaking through, a flawless white light screen floated in the air outside the Fiend Hero Tower's plaza. This light screen was connected to the spirit house where Xiao Han was breaking through. Through the energy fluctuations, the situation of Xiao Han's breakthrough was reflected on the light screen, allowing the spectators to immediately know the details of Xiao Han's breakthrough. The top floor of the Fiend Hero Tower. The Tower Master and the 12 elders were silent in the secret room filled with rolling smoke. The atmosphere was very strange. After a long while, an elder finally couldn't hold back and carefully said, "Tower Master, today is the day when Xiao Han is breaking through, and all the cultivators in the world are paying attention. Almost all the fiend heroes have come to watch the ceremony. Even the secular cultivators who aren't fiend heroes have come, who knows how many trillions of them, waiting bitterly outside the fiend hero area to witness a miracle. Almost all the ancient powerhouses are outside, preparing to welcome Xiao Han. Should we also put on a show and welcome him? After all, Xiao Han is now very powerful, and is like the sun in the sky. If we don't show proper etiquette, I'm afraid we will anger Xiao Han." "Bullshit!" the Tower Master roared. "Are you saying that I should go and flatter Xiao Han? He is breaking through, and I have to welcome him." Chapter 534. The Pagoda Master almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. His eyes were burning with the flames of jealousy. The Pagoda Master naturally knew what was going on outside. He did not feel good in his heart. Now, the love and respect that Xiao Han received far exceeded that of him, the Pagoda Master. At least, there had never been a case where all the martial artists in the world gathered together to worship him. Xiao Han's limelight had already surpassed that of the Pagoda Master, causing him to lose face. "As the leader of this plane, I have endured all kinds of hardships and devoted myself to resisting the demon race. However, I have never received such a grand ceremony, and Xiao Han." The Pagoda Master's heart was filled with anger. A villain intoxicated by success. A villain intoxicated by success. The Pagoda Master gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of resentment. Just because he is breaking through to the next realm, he can't wait to announce it to the world and let everyone worship him. Let everyone come to watch the ceremony. What kind of mentality is this? His cultivation has reached such a level, but he still likes to be in the limelight. His background is not good, never good. A live target is a live target. He doesn't have the demeanor of a great master. A dog can't stop eating **T. This. Pagoda Master, please calm down. It is said that Xiao Han was not the one who announced the news of him breaking through to the next realm. It was the other demon heroes who spread the news. In my opinion, it was not Xiao Han's idea to make such a big scene." An elder mumbled. "Shut up." The Pagoda Master's eyes were cold. All in all, Xiao Han is in the limelight this time. But if he doesn't break through to the next realm, it will be like slapping his own face. At that time, I will see how he will explain it to the martial artists in the world. In addition, I have already lent the best psyche house of the Demon Hero Tower to Xiao Han. I have already done my best. He can forget about me going out to welcome him. Demon Hero Region. At this moment, above the Demon Hero Region, Xiao Han. Wu ***, Xiao Mingchu, Fong Ling, Dongfang Qin. The high-level officials of the Pure Water sect finally appeared in front of everyone. Countless demon heroes gathered in the entire Demon Hero region. At this moment, they suddenly quieted down and raised their eyes to look at Xiao Han, who was flying in the air. Xiao Han was calm and composed. He did not panic at all in front of so many people. There was no nervousness, no pretense at all. His aura was like that of a nobleman who was strolling in his own imperial garden after having his dinner. His eyes were like gems. It was fascinating. Moreover, under the radiance of his immense mental power, Xiao Han unconsciously exuded the aura of an unparalleled expert that ruled over the world. Why are there so many people? Xiao Han saw that there were already so many people gathered in the Devil Xia region. Furthermore, they were all outside the Devil Xia region. There was also an endless stream of horses and carriages, and there were countless martial artists. He also felt a little curious. Some busybody must have spread the news that you're about to break through to the next realm. Wu Yu laughed involuntarily. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Forget it. Ignore everything else and focus on breaking through to the 7th stage of True Qi, the realm of talisman transformation. Xiao Han did not stay for long and went straight to the Yaoxia Pagoda. At this moment, all the cultivators in the plain were stunned by Xiao Han's invisible and terrifying aura. Moreover, under the influence of Xiao Han's mental power, even their thoughts seemed to stop. After Xiao Han entered the area of the Yaoxia Pagoda, countless Yaoxia came to their senses after a long time. Xiao Han. He's too strong. This aura completely surpasses that of the pagoda master. Especially his eyes, I don't dare to look at them for a long time. When I look into his eyes, I feel like I'm about to be swept into a nightmarish abyss. Yes, in the face of such a monster, even if he looks at me a little, I will directly collapse and fall into the abyss of eternal damnation, let alone fight him. Xiao Han will definitely lead our existential plane to unprecedented glory. Our plane will definitely rise. Luo Tianyu, Shengguan Wudi, the heavenly devil old man, Big Fatty Zhu. These old friends of Xiao Han were now all shining with that incomparable pride. From the bottom of their hearts, they all felt extremely honored to have a friend like Xiao Han and to have interacted with Xiao Han before. In front of the Yaoxia Pagoda, Xiao Han walked alone to the Yaoxia Pagoda. Suddenly, Xiao Han found that someone was scanning him with mental power. Xiao Han's heart stirred, and he directly looked over. In front of the Yaoxia Pagoda, in the middle of the auspicious clouds on the square, Pu, among the ancient giants, the #1 boss suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was pale, and his aura was chaotic. He immediately turned his eyes away and withdrew his mental power. His face showed an incomparably shocked expression. This is Xiao Han. He's indeed peerless and invincible. Just now, when I used mental power to observe him, I was discovered by him, and he directly looked at me and almost caused my divine soul to collapse. His eyes are like a starry sky, a universe. In his eyes, there is an incomparably rich spiritual world, in which there are mountains and rivers, there is a starry sky, and there are countless living beings. This Xiao Han was like a great world that was isolated from the world. He can definitely kill me with one look. He's too strong. Now, I finally believe the outside world that Xiao Han can stare to death a pagoda master. Unbelievable. He has the aura of an immortal. Many ancient giants were directly subdued by the aura emitted by Xiao Han's every movement. Go out and welcome him. Quickly go out and welcome him. Boss directly rushed out. Welcome, young hero Xiao Han. A group of ancient giants split into 2 rows in front of the Yaoxia Pagoda and bowed to Xiao Han. Their attitude was extremely respectful. These ancient giants were all arrogant and unruly. Even when facing the elders and pagoda masters, they were on equal footing and would not easily lower their heads in worship. But now, facing Xiao Han, they naturally lowered their prideful heads. They were sincerely convinced. Ancient giants, there's no need to be so polite. Xiao Han smiled casually and then looked at the boss again. I'm sorry. Just now, it was an instinctive backlash from the mental power. It hurt your mental power. Suddenly, a warm mental power directly spread out from Xiao Han's brain and seeped into the boss's sea of consciousness. It made the boss feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His limbs and bones felt very comfortable. Moreover, a kind of light of enlightenment appeared on the boss's face. It seemed that a wisp of Xiao Han's mental power caused him to suddenly have an epiphany. Some of the bottlenecks in the cultivation of true qi actually showed signs of breaking through. This. The boss was shaken to the core. On the path of true qi cultivation, the answers that he could not obtain for a long time immediately came to him the moment Xiao Han released his mental power. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the boss's body emitted a sound that sounded like an eggshell being peeled off. His entire body glowed with new vitality, as if he had been reborn. At this moment, boom! A thick immortal energy burst forth from the space between the boss brows. At the boss's forehead, a crack appeared. A crack appeared, and a heaven's eye appeared. At this moment, the boss's temperament changed greatly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes looked up at the sky. Ha 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 ha. How many years has it been? For so many years, I've been stuck at the 100th true meridian, unable to break through the 101st true meridian and open the heaven's eye. But today... Ha 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 ha. I broke through. I opened the heaven's eye. I've also become a half-immortal. Ha 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 ha. The boss laughed wildly. In the heaven's eye between his brows, an immortal aura floated, as if another world had appeared. In this world, countless immortal spirits danced. Ah! One look actually made the boss open the heaven's eye. The ancient powerhouses beside him all screamed in horror. Cultivating true qi. Opening 100 true meridian and 101 true meridian seemed to only differ by one acupoint, but the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Opening 100 true meridian in the whole body. That was only the peak of true qi martial artists. And opening 101 true meridian meant that one was a half-immortal. 101 true meridian meant that one was qualified to ascend to the immortal realm. 101 true meridian meant that one was called the pagoda master level. Opening 101 true meridian was too difficult. The difference between 100 and 101 was like the distance between heaven and man. In Xiao Han's realm, only one pagoda master had opened 101 true meridian and opened the heaven's eye, a half-immortal. And now, another half-immortal had appeared. Xiao Han. Thank you. Tan Heng will never forget this kindness. The boss suddenly knelt down toward Xiao Han. His eyes were filled with tears. A wisp of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuation had caused his life level to change. Don't thank me. In fact, it's because your accumulation is enough. You just need an opportunity. I only stimulated your soul. If your foundation is not enough, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Han smiled faintly and then entered the Yaoxia pagoda without looking back. All the Yaoxia warriors in the Yaoxia domain saw this scene with their own eyes. Directly promoting an ancient powerhouse to the pagoda master level? If this was not the means of an immortal, then what was it? All of a sudden, the densely packed Yaoxia knelt to the ground in front of Xiao Han's back. That kind of madness and blind worship was deduced to the peak. On the top floor of the Yaoxia pagoda. All the Yaoxia outside are kneeling. The pagoda master's mind energy waves were also paying attention to the situation outside. They are kneeling to Xiao Han. They really think that Xiao Han is, What? Xiao Han directly made Tan Heng, the number one among the ancient powerhouses, open his heaven's eye and advance to the pagoda master level? This. The pagoda master's eyes were wide open, and his throat made gurgling sounds. Yaoxia Pagoda. Level 429. The Yaoxia Elaine, who was in charge of the House of Intellect, respectfully sent Xiao Han into the House of Intellect of the highest quality in this realm. This was the House of Intellect that could increase one's spiritual touch by 300 times. There was only one in the entire realm, and it was discovered by an ancient pagoda master in a relic. Generally speaking, in this realm, only the previous pagoda masters had the right to use this House of Intellect. Moreover, the energy of this House of Intellect was almost depleted. Xiao Han, I wish you a better result than the acupoint expansion realm. This House of Intellect that can increase one's spiritual touch by 300 times can still be used for 3 more months. It should be enough for you to cultivate. Elaine smiled. 3 months? That should be enough. I think I have accumulated enough. Now it's time to concentrate on exploding my acupoints. I wonder what realm I can reach. Xiao Han nodded and smiled at Elaine in a friendly manner. Then, he walked into the House of Intellect. After Xiao Han entered the House of Intellect, Elaine almost collapsed. She stuck out her tongue. What a powerful mental strength. Just talking to him at such a close distance is already very taxing for me. Invisibly, he can emit a kind of mental pressure. It's too strong. How can there be such a powerful person? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Outside the Yaoxia Tower. Now, all the Yaoxia warriors were staring motionlessly at a light screen suspended in the air. This light screen could immediately reflect Xiao Han's cultivation situation in the House of Intellect. He's entered the House of Intellect. Xiao Han is about to break through to the next realm. An ancient powerhouse exclaimed. Chapter 535. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, all the heroes and martial artists of the entire plain raised their heads in anticipation, ready to witness a heaven-defying miracle. Xiao Han finally calmly entered the Spirit House, the highest quality spirit house in the demon warrior pagoda of this plain. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the Spirit House. Dazzling talismans flew around the Spirit House like snowflakes. These elegant spirit patterns silently seeped into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Like a sweet, clear spring, they cleansed Xiao Han's spiritual star and purified his soul, making Xiao Han's spirit, energy, and spirit more condensed and focused. The Spirit House was the most suitable place for cultivation. The spirit patterns that filled the Spirit House had the effect of bathing one's spirit, making one's mind free of distractions. It was the best place to break through to the next realm. Xiao Han's spirit and soul were already abnormally strong. He was almost invincible among the mortals of the countless ordinary planes. He surpassed most of the tower masters. Now, in the Spirit House, he was in the best state. He held his breath, concentrated his spirit, and made his mind flawless. He was in the celestial realm. The commotion outside and the attention of trillions of martial artists had nothing to do with Xiao Han. He had entered the inner world of himself, and nothing else mattered. Silence. Xiao Han's mind was extremely quiet. In his mind, scenes slowly appeared one by one. Bit by bit, he slowly organized his thoughts. There was the scene of Xiao Han leaving the demon metropolis. He was in a panic and was enlightened by an immortal. There was the scene of the demon god's soul residing in his heart. There was the despair and final awakening of his life. There was the scene of encountering powerful people from other planes before entering the genius zone. He dealt with them. Finally, with the help of the hallucinatory demon palace, he killed all the higher-ups of this plane. There were all kinds of life and death adventures in the genius zone. There were scenes of him fighting Li Xiaotian, Kid, Naga, and other peerless geniuses in the arena. Many scenes came one after another. This caused Xiao Han to look back again. Every time Xiao Han looked back at a scene, his mind became even more solid and perfect. Strange. After entering the Spirit House, Xiao Han did not immediately break through to the next realm. Instead, he was reminiscing. Moreover, what was even stranger was that every memory was able to awaken an indescribable thing within Xiao Han's body. Every memory was a trace of accumulation. Xiao Han sorting through these memories was no different from purifying and accumulating them. After an unknown period of time, boom, 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 boom. Xiao Han's entire body surged. His fleshy body began to surge. His soul spirit began to surge. A spiritual halo that was as dazzling as the light of the ancient gods shrouded the area. All 60 meridians in Xiao Han's body emitted a trembling sound. Very quickly, it began to rumble. It was extremely magical. Furthermore, it was the 61st true meridian. It was already humming lightly. It was as if a new life was about to break out of its cocoon. Wait a little longer. Recall again. Don't rush to open the 61st acupoint. In the past few days, I've gained a lot of precious accumulations. Tempering myself through life and death situations, mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It's too huge. I have to slowly digest it and refine it bit by bit. Don't be anxious. The first step is extremely crucial to turning Jinqi into true talismans. At the 61st acupoint, I must develop the memories to the most intense and splendid moment before I can erupt. Once it erupts, he would reach the peak. Create true glory. Xiao Han had been suppressing, condensing, and compressing. Cultivation knows no time. Unbeknownst to Xiao Han, he had been in seclusion in the spirit chamber for 7 days and 7 nights. Meanwhile, in the square outside the Yaoxia pagoda, the densely packed human heads were silent. The chivalrous heroes floating in the void were also as silent as cicadas in winter. Even the hundreds of millions of martial artists gathered outside the chivalrous domain. Not a single sound could be heard. The vast Yaoxia domain was surprisingly quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the white and flawless light screen floating in the void outside the Yaoxia pagoda. This screen was connected to Xiao Han's house of mind, where he was in seclusion. It could immediately reflect Xiao Han's cultivation situation. However, from the day Xiao Han entered the secret spirit chamber of the Yaoxia pagoda, this light screen had not changed at all. Not a single trace of energy fluctuation was transmitted. Still water without ripples. Xiao Han had already been inside for 7 days and 7 nights. Sect Master, something is not right. In the square in front of the Yaoxia pagoda, Fang Ling finally could not bear it and sent a telepathic message to Wu Bai. Xiao Han has been in seclusion for 7 days and 7 nights, but there is no fluctuation in his realm. If Xiao Han had broken through the 61st true acupoint and successfully advanced to the talisman transformation realm, then this white light screen would have produced a strong energy fluctuation and let us outside know. But there is no movement now, which means that Xiao Han has not broken through the 61st true acupoint as scheduled. Indeed, he has not successfully advanced to the talisman transformation realm. Wu Bai also communicated with some disciples of his sect through telepathic messages. No, that's not right. Based on the Jinqi that Junior Han usually shows, it should be a piece of cake for him to open the 61st acupoint. As soon as he enters the House of Vigor, he should be able to break through immediately. But now, it has been 7 days, and there's no reaction at all. Could it be that he's stuck? Could it be? Dongfang Qin was also shocked. Let's wait and see. Xiao Mingchu was slightly stunned. I really don't believe that junior brother Xiao Han could not be stuck at the 7th stage of True Qi, the 10th day. Time passed by bit. Now, it had been 10 days since Xiao Han went into seclusion. The white light screen was like a pool of stagnant water. This showed that Xiao Han's cultivation had not improved at all. At this moment, many chivalrous heroes and martial artists who admired and supported Xiao Han could not help but feel anxious and depressed. The entire Yaoxia domain was filled with soul voice transmissions. No way. Originally, We were in high spirits and traveled thousands of miles back to the Wuxia region to watch the ceremony. We wanted to witness the peerless demon Xiao Han create an unprecedented and glorious history. When he was breaking through to the 7th stage of true Qi, he refined the true talisman to a terrifying level. But 10 days have passed quietly. With Xiao Han's combat strength, he could instantly kill a tower master. It should not be that difficult to break through the 61st true acupoint, right? Looking at the current situation, he has not been able to break through the 61st true acupoint. It seems that he has fallen into a bottleneck. Yes. This situation means that he is stuck. In terms of cultivation, he has entered a relatively difficult situation. Alas, almost all the martial artists in our plane have come to the Wuxia region, and most of them have come from the remote depths of the vast wilderness. But, it seems a little disappointing, alas. I have already regarded Xiao Han as my lifelong idol. This time, I came to the Wuxia region with the mentality of a pilgrimage, but I did not expect that it would be like this. This is called the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now, most of the Wuxia and martial artists who were watching the ceremony were very disappointed. After all, Xiao Han had brought them hope and hope for the prosperity of their plane. But now, Xiao Han's breakthrough to the 7th stage of true Qi was blocked. This made this hope gradually become a little uncertain. Those Wuxia and martial artists who held the idea that Xiao Han's prosperity is the prosperity of the plane felt as if their hearts had been overturned, and they were not feeling good. Of course, there were also some Wuxia who were more pessimistic and were now fuming with anger. They began to criticize Xiao Han in their hearts, making up stories about Xiao Han. Meanwhile, the leader of the ancient giants who had been enlightened by Xiao Han and reached the half-immortal realm was now sweating for Xiao Han. In his heart, he was also praying that Xiao Han could get through this as soon as possible. On the top floor of the Wuxia pagoda. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha 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 ha. The pagoda master burst into ecstatic laughter, and his face was glowing. Slapping his face. Ha 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 ha. Slapping his own face. Xiao Han, this guy, is slapping his own face now. Ha 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 ha. This kid is very high profile and insufferably arrogant in breaking through to the 7th stage of true Qi. He gathered all the martial artists in the world, and almost all the Wuxia, to come to watch the ceremony. He wants to create a peerless miracle, establish his position as the leader of this plane in one fell swoop, and replace me. Humph. His idea was very perfect, and it set off the atmosphere to the extreme. However, his breakthrough to the next stage was blocked. A full 10 days had passed, and he was cultivating in the spirit house of the highest quality in this plane, but he still could not break through the 61st acupoint. He was stuck. Ha 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 ha. If he had quietly broken through to the next stage, it would have been fine if he was stuck, and he would not have been so humiliated. But now, in front of so many martial artists, he had made such a big embarrassment, and the prestige he had painstakingly built up was greatly reduced. He had lost all face. It's a complete loss of face. The pagoda master was simply beside himself with joy. Pagoda master, it seems that Xiao Han is indeed stuck, an elder said with a happy expression. It seems that this matter is extremely strange. With Xiao Han's ability, he should be able to break through to the 7th stage of true Qi. But if you think about it carefully, it is unexpected, but reasonable. Xiao Han's soul was strong, and his body was invincible. This had already allowed him to occupy the right time, place, and people, and had all the opportunities. Nothing in this world was perfect. There would always be flaws, and this was an irrefutable truth. In other words, Xiao Han was invincible in terms of soul and body, but in terms of true Qi realm, he would definitely be restricted. This was fate. The god of fate could not possibly give Xiao Han 3 paths to defy the heavens at the same time. The soul is strong, the body is strong, and the true Qi is weak. This is in accordance with the laws of nature. Pagoda Master, in this way, Xiao Han will not be able to threaten your position. Xiao Han's combat power is fierce, but in terms of true Qi realm, he is too weak. True Qi is the way of the king. Without reaching the 10th stage of True Qi realm, there is no chance of becoming an immortal. His combat power is strong, but he is an unconventional sword. If he does not increase his True Qi realm, in the end, it will all be for naught. In other words, he can only show off in the secular world, but he will never be able to become an immortal. His long-term development will be restricted. There's no way someone like him could become the ruler of a plane, one of the elders said shamelessly. Ahahaha. When Xiao Han comes out of seclusion, we will also go and comfort him, so that he will not be discouraged because his True Qi realm is trash. Ha. The pagoda master's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and a knowing smile blossomed on his face. Chapter 536. Xiao Han was in the house of mind. Xiao Han was like a statue, motionless. At this time, the crazy memories were still like a trickle, pouring in. They flowed through Xiao Han's mind and sea of consciousness. Xiao Han's mind was like a sponge, absorbing these memories that belonged to him, combing through these memories. These memories, every detail, were great. They were all heaven-defying. For example, Xiao Han's battle with Naga on the arena, every scene was repeatedly played in Xiao Han's mind. This kind of memory of defeating the number one genius in the universe was very rare. Another example, after Xiao Han left the genius zone, he swept through everything. This memory was heaven-defying enough, it needed a long time to look back. I have probably been in seclusion for a long time. Xiao Han knew in his heart. Xiao Han spent too much time sorting through these memories. Logically speaking, with Xiao Han's mental strength, to recall certain memories of his life, he only needed a thought, and the past would be vivid in his mind. It should not have taken such a long time. But these memories were too extraordinary. In this world, the majority of mortals, in this life, would not be able to have memories like Xiao Han. They summed up their lives, perhaps in a very short period of time, it could be concluded. But these memories of Xiao Han, they had experienced countless reincarnations, they would not be able to have them. It could even be said that if a tower master suddenly had Xiao Han's memories, his mind would instantly explode. This was because his foundation was not enough. It was not enough to bear these memories. Xiao Han only spent 10 days, and he almost finished combing through these extraordinary memories. In fact, it was already very monstrous. Finally, it's done. All the memories, all sorted out. I, Xiao Han, have finally reached the most glorious, the most intense moment in my life. My mind was completely flawless, it had entered a realm that could not be worn down by 10,000 tribulations. Then, impact. Opened the 61st true meridian for me. Xiao Han abruptly opened his eyes, and an ancient divine light shot out from his eyes. Boom! At the position of Xiao Han's 61st true meridian, the wind and clouds suddenly surged, a vortex containing a violent hurricane erupted. Rumble. 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 All the true energy in Xiao Han's body rushed out. It condensed into a divine light beam. It directly pierced the 61st acupoint. At the same time, all sorts of unbelievable phenomena appeared around Xiao Han's body. A bright moon rose from Xiao Han's back. From time to time, a magnificent ocean would appear above Xiao Han's head. There was also the phantom of heaven. Amidst all sorts of strange phenomena, Xiao Han's 61st acupoint finally exploded. Hong! A loud noise shook the entire Yaoxia pagoda. Outside the Yaoxia region, Xiao Han had been in seclusion for 15 days. In these 15 days, there was only dead silence on the white wall. Xiao Han had been in seclusion for 15 days, but his Jinqi cultivation had not broken through at all. None of the spectators in the Yaoxia region had expected such a result. Disappointment. Disappointment. Dejected. Many of the spectators were ready to leave the Yaoxia region. I came in high spirits and returned in disappointment. We've been waiting here for half a month. but Xiao Han did not bring us any amazing performance. Sigh, maybe we're asking too much of him. I've heard that even though Xiao Han's battle prowess is heaven-defying, his true energy cultivation has always been his weakness. Before he went into seclusion, he was only at the 6th stage of true energy. This kind of true energy realm is not considered high even in our plane. Xiao Han performed extremely perfectly when he was at the 6th level of Jin Qi, expanding his acupoints by more than 2,000 times. But everyone knows that expanding acupoints is only to build a foundation, not to improve combat power. If his Jin Qi can't turn into Jin Qi talismans, it's all for naught. I'm curious. His acupoints are so perfect. Logically speaking, turning Jin Qi into Jin Qi talismans should be a matter of course. Why is Xiao Han stuck in a bottleneck? As for the Cloud sect, the small team led by Wu Shu, they all felt that it was unbelievable and even absurd. Strange. How is this possible? Junior brother Xiao Han should be able to break through to the Jin Qi realm easily. But he seems to be trapped. Dongfang Qin shook his head. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu's pupils shrank slightly as he pouted. After waiting for half a month, some of the Yao heroes who came to watch the ceremony have already left resentfully. This situation will affect junior brother Xiao Han's position in this world in the future. This doesn't matter. Wu Shu pondered deeply. There must be a special reason why Xiao Han failed to break through to the next realm. However, Xiao Han's vision is very farsighted. He doesn't care about a mere secular world. There's no need to care about the vision of a secular martial artist. At the highest level of the Yaoxia Pagoda, the pagoda master stood leaning against the railing. Through the window, he looked out of the Yaoxia Pagoda at the white light screen that was suspended in the void. Tisk, it's been half a month. There's still no movement. The corner of the pagoda master's mouth revealed a mocking smile. I'm almost certain that Xiao Han failed to break through to the next realm. He failed. It's impossible for everything to go as he wishes. The ancient giant Yan Qi also appeared in the secret room at the highest level of the Yaoxia Pagoda. He also had a mocking expression on his face. This time, Xiao Han, this fellow, has lost all face. The entire plane knows that the true energy he cultivates is trash. However, at this moment, the entire Yaoxia Pagoda shook violently. It was as if an apocalyptic natural disaster had descended. Even the Yaoxia Pagoda, which was said to be indestructible, started to shake. It felt like it was about to collapse. Peng, 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 the pagoda master, the elders, Yan Qi, and the others were caught off guard and fell to the ground. All of them fell to the ground. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? The pagoda master cried out in alarm. Outside the Yaoxia Pagoda. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. The monster hero pagoda swayed. Vibrate. Bumpy. A loud noise was heard. This made all the chivalrous warriors who were standing in the chivalrous hero region, as well as those who were about to leave, scream in horror. A boundless panic began to spread unrestrainedly. The Yaoxia Pagoda was a landmark building in the mortal plane. It was also a symbol of the rise and fall of the human race. It was also the dignity that countless chivalrous warriors had sacrificed their lives to protect. In Xiao Han's plane, the Yaoxia Pagoda had been standing tall since ancient times. It had never even caused any disturbance, which gave all the human beings in this plane a sense of security. At this moment, the Yaoxia Pagoda was shaking violently as if it was about to collapse. This made all the chivalrous warriors in this plane tremble in fear. However, just when the situation was about to get out of control, the white wall that had not moved for half a month finally changed. Boom. 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 On the white wall of light, there was a sudden surging sound like a tidal wave erupting. The next moment, thousands of auspicious auras and tens of thousands of rays of light shot out from the white wall. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, and it was a spectacular sight. In fact, there were even waves of immortal qi that were not to be blasphemed spreading from the white wall in all directions. Divine music lingered in the air. What a great momentum. Majestic. Magnificent. Supreme and supreme. King of the world. There's movement. There's movement in Xiao Han's cultivation. It was no longer as calm as still water, but violent fluctuations. This fluctuation is too strong. It has the power to shatter the plane. That's right. The demon hero pagoda is shaking. It's probably caused by Xiao Han's cultivation. One of the ancient giants yelled with a voice like a bell. In an instant, the chaos in the Yaoxia region was brought under control. Every chivalrous warrior seemed to have understood something. All of them looked at the white wall. We've waited for a long time. Finally, there's a fluctuation in Xiao Han's cultivation. Every chivalrous warrior's heart trembled. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the white wall's light screen changed once again. In the white wall, all the strange phenomena, all the auras, and all the energy vortexes began to shrink and condense. Finally, on the white wall, a golden sphere appeared. This golden sphere was shining brightly. It slowly rose up from the white wall and rotated. A pressure that was as deep as the sea was suddenly released. Bang! 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 Under this invisible pressure, the countless chivalrous warriors in the square outside the Yaoxia pagoda suddenly leaned back, and some were even sent flying. This invisible pressure made the countless chivalrous warriors in the Yaoxia region suffocate. The true qi in their bodies was boiling, and they finally calmed down. He's going to start turning true qi into true talismans. All the true qi in his body condensed into a golden core, released the pressure of true qi, and then turned into a natal talisman. Xiao Han is going to succeed. In the square, countless chivalrous warriors roared and let out heart-wrenching voices. The white wall is emitting such a powerful force. Xiao Han's true qi into true talismans must be incredible. At this moment, puff! 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 The golden sphere within the white wall of light suddenly dispersed. It turned into rays of red light and jade talismans that seemed to have substance. With the Yaoxia pagoda as the center, a majestic and heavy pressure enveloped the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom, 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 the ground cracked. Fine and dense cracks appeared on the space crystal wall. In the blink of an eye, countless rays of light and talismans on the white wall's light screen combined and fused at an extremely fast speed, suddenly forming a talisman. Xiao Han's natal talisman. This talisman was extremely gorgeous, exquisite, and magnificent, surrounded by countless stars. Even though this talisman only appeared slightly in the white wall, it was powerful. Almost the entire Yaoxia region was shaking, and the Yaoxia pagoda was about to collapse. It seemed that this plane could not bear the power of this talisman and was about to collapse. The lines on this natal talisman contained the heavenly Tao, as if all the mysteries in the world, including the essence of the sun, moon, wind, water, fire, thunder, and clouds, were contained in it. It's done. Junior brother Xiao Han has finally succeeded. He has broken through the 61st true acupoint. It's too terrifying. The pressure contained in this natal talisman is enough to shatter countless planets and planes. Junior brother Xiao Han has been brewing for a full 15 days, and he finally broke out. This heaven-defying potential is comparable to that of an immortal. Xiao Mingqiu roared at the top of his lungs. The entire Yaoxia region was densely packed with chivalrous warriors, and they knelt in front of the natal talisman and the white wall. They were like the most devout believers, worshipping the greatest god. To be continued. Chapter 537. Xiao Han had finally broken through to the true energy realm. He had broken through to the true energy realm from the 6th stage expanded acupoint realm. He had opened the 61st true acupoint. Xiao Han had been silently brewing for a full 15 days. Just as countless spectators were feeling disheartened and disappointed, Xiao Han exploded in one fell swoop. He had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. When other martial artists condensed their true energy into true talismans, they did not cause much of a commotion. After all, the talisman transformation realm was not an impressive realm. However, Xiao Han's breakthrough was like a raging storm. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared, and flowers fell from the sky. In fact, the tremors caused by Xiao Han's breakthrough almost destroyed the Xianxia pagoda. Even the vast Xianxia domain, as well as the area tens of thousands of miles around, shook violently, as if a divine punishment had descended from the heavens. The tremors caused countless spectators to keep quiet out of fear. They were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Even their thoughts paused slightly. Everyone was suffocating. After all, even if one succeeded in breaking through to True Energy Realm 10, the tremors would not be as fierce and intense as Xiao Han's breakthrough to True Energy Realm 7. If he did not say it, everyone would definitely think that Xiao Han was breaking through to the immortal realm. Now, all the spectators were rooted to the ground, unable to move. Their eyes stared unblinkingly at the expanding and wriggling white wall light screen in the void. On the white wall light screen, a natal talisman condensed and appeared. This life talisman blossomed with a divine radiance rarely seen throughout the ages. It glistened brilliantly, and it had a jade-like warmth. However, the pressure it emitted could collapse mountains, fill the seas, and kill ghosts and gods. Moreover, Xiao Han's natal talisman was huge. From the white wall light screen, Xiao Han's natal talisman was at least hundreds of feet long and wide. That was terrifying. It should be known that for any martial artist who cultivated genuine qi, the larger, longer, and wider the life talisman was, the stronger the power of the genuine qi contained in the talisman. In Xiao Han's realm, the natal talismans of ordinary ancient giants were only a few dozen feet long and wide. For example, after 10 rounds of refining, the size of the talismans wouldn't be larger than Xiao Han's life talisman. After reaching the talisman shaping realm, one would be able to condense one's Xunqi into a talisman. The Xunqi in one's acupoints would gush out and condense into a destiny talisman. After that, every time he unlocked one acupoint, from the 61st to the 70th acupoint, he would have a total of 10 chances to cleanse the natal talisman. Every cleansing was to remove the impurities in the talisman. After each cleansing, the size of the natal talisman would increase correspondingly. The power and quality of the natal talisman would also increase correspondingly. Of course, every martial artist's situation was different. After every martial artist reached the talisman transformation realm, every time they opened a true acupuncture point, the number of cleansing true talismans obtained would be different. But without a doubt, the higher the number of cleansing true talismans, the greater the potential. The principle of cleansing a destiny talisman was the same as the expansion of acupoints in the acupoint expansion realm. For example, the ancient giant Shangguan Wudi that Xiao Han had once befriended, after he reached the talisman shaping realm, he unlocked the 61st to 70th acupoint and obtained 10 chances to cleanse his destiny talisman. When he unlocked the 61st acupoint and condensed his destiny talisman for the first time, he achieved the result of cleansing his destiny talisman 13 times. This was not a trivial result. Simply put, it increased the quality of his destiny talisman and natal talisman by 13 times. After 10 rounds, Shangguan Wudi had accumulated to cleanse his destiny talisman 81 times. This meant that the strength of his natal talisman had increased by 81 times. If the number of times Shangguan Wudi had cleansed his natal talismans in 10 rounds was applied to Xiao Han, then, when Xiao Han had expanded his meridians by 2,553 times, the total amount of true energy in his body had reached 150 million cauldrons. If Shangguan Wudi had cleansed and tempered his natal talismans 81 times, then Xiao Han's natal talisman could unleash the power of 10 to 20 billion cauldrons at its peak. However, the size of the initial destiny talisman that Xiao Han had condensed was far larger than Shangguan Wudi's initial destiny talisman. Therefore, the potential of Xiao Han's destiny talisman was definitely higher than Shangguan Wudi's. As for how many times Xiao Han could cleanse his destiny talisman, it was a question now. Gradually, the white light screen flashed with wrinkles and ripples that looked like water mist began to move on Xiao Han's destiny talisman rhythmically, giving off a ding-dong-dong sound. This indicated that Xiao Han's destiny talisman was about to undergo its first cleansing after a short period of preparation. It's time to cleanse the destiny talisman. The demon warriors who were watching the ceremony finally could not hold it in anymore. Almost all of them clenched their fists tightly, their faces flushed, and their throats burst out with a roar. I wonder how many times the true talisman can be cleansed in the first round of cleansing. But look at Xiao Han's destiny talisman. It's actually a few hundred meters long and wide. Its aura seems to be able to shatter the demon hero pagoda. Its quality is unbelievably high. This Xiao Han will definitely create another miracle. I'm definitely optimistic about Xiao Han's first round of cleansing his destiny talisman. I just don't know how heaven-defying it will be. More than 100 times of cleansing? No. It can't be. It's just the opening of the 61st acupoint, and the first round of cleansing is already more than 100 times of cleansing. Isn't this too abnormal? It's said that in our plane, the highest number of cleansing of destiny talisman during the talisman transformation realm is 10 rounds, and it has accumulated more than 100 times of cleansing. How can Xiao Han be compared to ordinary martial artists? He is the ruler of the world, a great figure who has dominated the past and present. He is destined to lead our entire plane to prosperity. He will create a miracle that will make us dumbfounded. Yes. Didn't Xiao Han create a world-shocking miracle when he was in the opening acupoint expansion realm? This cleansing of destiny talisman will definitely be the best. Let's not talk about anything else. If the number of times Xiao Han's life talisman can be as many as the number of times he is expanding his meridian points, reaching 2,000 times or more, then his life talisman will be powerful enough to sweep away an army of 1,000. In this way, the people's hearts, which had been somewhat scattered, were reunited. The enthusiasm and hope of the spectators were stirred to a new height. One by one, they all stared at the white wall light curtain, unwilling to move their eyes even half an inch. Lord! What? What do you think? Dongfang Qin looked at Wu Li with dry lips. I've never seen such a big destiny talisman before. Moreover, this is the initial destiny talisman that hasn't been cleansed once. Junior brother Xiao Han's potential is so great that he won't lose to a real immortal. Wu was also very excited. This life-bound talisman radiates boundless light and heat, as well as the light of the stars, Meng Hao said. The original life-bound talisman I created was only 15 meters long and wide. It had a lot of impurities, and its color wasn't pure. Compared to Xiao Han's natal talisman, it's like comparing a firefly to the moon. I don't dare to recklessly evaluate Xiao Han's potential and final results. On the top floor of the Yaoxia pagoda. Damn it! The pagoda master's face was deathly pale. He crawled up from the ground and steadied himself. He looked at the white light screen outside the window and saw the life talisman that Xiao Han had created. In the end, this kid still succeeded. Damn it! A villain intoxicated by success. This, the quality and size of the life talisman that this fellow created, far surpasses this seat in the past. What a monster! What a beast! Why did our plane give birth to such a monster? The atmosphere is too huge. Many of the elders were petrified. Wait and see. Maybe it's all bark and no bite. Yan Qi stuttered. Get out. The pagoda master stared at Yan Qi fiercely. Such a big life talisman, are you blind? Now, Xiao Han's rise is unstoppable. You're lying to others and deceiving yourself. You're annoying. Get lost. The pagoda master was filled with anger. He had nowhere to vent it, so he sent a palm strike at Yan Qi, causing him to vomit blood and retreat. The white light screen floated in the void. Tens of thousands of people were paying attention to it. At this moment, waves of starlight and clear immortal qi washed over Xiao Han's life talisman within the white light screen, producing a loud sound that sounded like a rolling tide. Pooh! 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 Countless impurities peeled off from Xiao Han's life talisman and were washed away into nothingness. Xiao Han's life talisman became brighter and brighter as it was washed away. It became even bigger. The first wash. Then. Hua, 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 layers and layers of energy aura, like waves, continuously washed over Xiao Han's life talisman. The number of washes was increasing. Faster and faster. The quality of Xiao Han's life talisman was also increasing steadily. Every demon warrior watching the ceremony was counting in their hearts. 1, 2, 20, 100, 300, 500. In less than 100 breaths' time, Xiao Han's natal talisman had been refined and cleansed more than 500 times. Moreover, the speed at which the divine light washed the life talisman was getting faster and more frequent. Not only did it not show any signs of weakening, but it was also continuous and full of energy. It has already exceeded 600 times. Oh my God! It's only the first round of washing, and now it has exceeded 600 times. The quality of the life talisman has increased by 600 times. A peerless demon, unparalleled in the world. There was an uproar in the square. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air and screams of horror rose and fell. It was a mess. However, all the sounds quickly subsided and was replaced by dead silence, because, on the white wall, the divine light was still washing, faster and faster. All the spectators did not have time to exclaim and continued counting. Everyone's mouths were agape. 1,000, 1,300, 1,500, 2,000, 2,400. With each wash, Xiao Han's life talisman continued to expand. Now, it was more than 10,000 feet long and wide, covering the sky. With a slight vibration, the mountains and rivers turned into powder, the sun and the moon turned into ashes. Moreover, there was a mysterious immortal aura on this life talisman. As it rotated slightly, waves of ancient sounds came from the void, like the morning bell, like the evening drum, cleansing people's souls. The life talisman's talisman also emitted a dazzling light, as if it was illuminating the starry sky of the universe. After an unknown period of time, all the energy fluctuations on the white wall finally stopped. The natal talisman that covered the sky and covered the sun was finally no longer cleansed. Xiao Han broke through the 61st acupoint, and the first round of washing of the life talisman was finally over. Finally, in this round of washing, his life talisman reached an extremely abnormal 3,000 times. No one had ever done it before, and no one would be able to do it in the future. The best in the world. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.